Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime might perpetrate next? He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of suicidal mania.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Let me change this how this is set up here. I don't know why this is set up like this, but I gotta fix it. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So hold on, let's look at it. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. All right, cool. I got it. I just gotta change this. Let me see. I got something. I'm closer to that. I think I'm closer to that. Hey, regardless of my incompetence when it comes to technology, please don't mind me. I'm just a guy that's just probably one of the best researchers you've ever known, and I'm crowning myself that because I specialize in studying history and archaeology, anthropology, and look at movements and different groups and all that stuff. And a lot of people look at it as hate. On the Christian side, it's look like I'm hating on the Bible. On the Hebrew Israelite side, I'm trying to bash on them to not let them claim their identity. I'm going to tell you straight up, you're not a Hebrew Israelite. You're not an Israelite. You're a victim of the transatlantic slave trade that came over here, didn't know who you are. We became Moors, we became Nation of Islam, we became Jehovah's Witness, we became Pentecostal, and you just adapted under the culture. You're not none of those. Nobody's hating on you. And people always say, so Garfield, what do you replace? And I'm talking in the third person, of course, because I'm having a conversation with myself. And by the way, let me put the link in the chat. Today is a very important show. Very important show. Because I'm gonna turn a situation that's about to that got to very contentious, where people are actually threatening and then want to meet up and fight and all this foolishness. And it's because when you're wrong, people hate to admit that they're wrong. And I'm getting in that habit of admitting that I'm wrong, because what happened is when you're wrong and you're a leader of a group, what happened is people start looking at you like you're God or you can't be wrong. But when you can accept that you're wrong, let me just paraphrase and say this over. People respect you more. And I want to say this to everybody that's watching. Garfield is not above anybody's criticism. I'm not above anybody's any form of criticism you have for Garfield. What people tell me, and I'm noticing that Garfield, you're a hell of a researcher. And I tell people that all the time. Debating, what happened is why debating is an art. I'm not the greatest debater, and I admit that immediately, because I like to fact check. During a debate, you can't really fact check. You got to have everything in place. And what happened is our downfall is we don't like to be corrected. So if, say, for example, my brother Ruben in the audience, shout out to brother Ruben. Ruben, peace and love to you, man. You say biblical prophecy. Now, if you come on my panel and I show you a false prophecy, what is it going to do? And look at what Ruben says. You're too biased. Who isn't biased? Who isn't biased? That's nature. We're all biased. It's just that when you come to listen to my show, You want to hear either I beat up the Christians, the Muslims, the agnostic, the atheists, everybody else. But when it comes to Israelite information, I'm supposed to keep quiet. All right. Some of the best brothers I know are Israelites, by the way, too. Corey, Joel, Captain Tazariak, Priest Daniela. I met some good men because of this doctrine. Good men. Just like my Muslim brother right here, Brother Law. Good person. That's their religion. That's what they hold to. So because they hold to something, my vested interest is in my book sales. Okay, I wrote a book, of course. But anyway, let me put the link in the chat. Did I put a link in the chat? I gotta actually pin it so that anybody wants to come. Oh, I'm sorry, not the link. I put the YouTube in the chat. My bad. All right, let me go to the actual video, because usually I don't put people's names in videos. I'm not really into that, but this brother, Chatazaa, well, he's not really my brother. He's a brother from the Isupk. And he basically, tried to prove me wrong. So he said, let me put Garfield on blast, which is fine. Anybody can put me on blast. It's not a big deal. But people usually don't call me out because they know if they call me out, it's a problem. And they won't sit with me. They won't do it on a certain conditions because they want everything to be in their backyard and do it on their turf. But they won't let you talk when you go on their turf. So this is what I'm going to do to make it easier for all Israelites. I'm calling everybody out. Genesis, Deacon, Hassad, I put them at the top of my list along with Gorilla Hebrew, because these brothers are willing to teach from the Bible and make changes. Gorilla Hebrew, I admire him so much. Garfield, I'm not going to teach that again. People could change. Sakari is actually my favorite camp because I've seen them change over the years with conversations. So let me just say this for the first, and I'm going to repeat this. There is no codified Torah before 2nd century BC. There's no codified Tanakh, which is the Old Testament, until possibly the earliest of 1st century AD. So if you left Assyria, 8th century BC, you didn't have a Torah, you didn't have an Old Testament. So the laws, Leviticus was written mostly after Babylonian exile. So it wasn't written by Moses, because in Moses' writings, you see him talk about an 8th century Edomite kingdom that didn't exist in 600 years to quote unquote traditional Moses time. Because I don't believe Moses is a historical person. He's just a guy, a character for them to tell their story. Passover wasn't celebrated until way down 2nd century. The traditions of Passover. How do I know? We have an Israelite community in Elephantine that celebrated Passover, and it had nothing to do with Moses, had nothing to do with Yahweh, had nothing to do with leaving out and killing Egyptian babies. It had to do with an agricultural festival. So if you wanted to celebrate Passover, they celebrated it the Canaanite way. And these are Israelites. A matter of fact, in Elephantine, the woman, there's 3 instances of women priestesses leading in a synagogue. With a Hebrew Israelite brother hear that, he's like, oh, women are not allowed to teach but that's what they did in history. Hey, and by the way, this Thursday, I'm starting a new thing. It's called Pull Up, Put Your Money Up, or Shut the F Up. That's my challenge to everybody, whatever religion, culture. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have Cedric and Ankh here. So anybody want to stomp them and say atheism is wrong or that their God exists, you have the chance to doubt them and beat them up and say, hey, God exists. This is my proof. But watch they don't show up. Because all you have is faith. But if all you have is blind faith, then you might as well believe in Mickey Mouse and Santa Claus. This is my challenge to every single Hebrew Israelite camp. every Thursday live. We're going to have a moderator. We're going to have Garfield. Or if there's no moderator, I'll put a clock on. You talk for 5 minutes. I talk for 5 minutes. You talk for 2 minutes. I talk for 2 minutes. We're going to time it. So nobody could say Garfield is unfair. I'm going to do some real moderation. Real moderation. You believe your God is the best God? This is what I said to everybody. So Garfield, if we don't believe what we believe, what should we do? We have technology. We have Google. Study every religion and find what's universal. When I say universal, what all of them follow. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not sleep with your friend's wife or another man's wife. That's in every culture that I know of. The whole sex before marriage stuff, if you want to live by that, that's fine. You create your own world and your connection to whoever you think the creator is. If I think the creator is a cat, I will sacrifice cats at my little altar, and that's what I do. That don't mean you're supposed to follow what I do. This is what you do. Simple as that. Pull up, Teti, pull up first, put your money up, or shut the F up. I'm going to make a flyer. I'm going to get a flyer. And this is the problem is you think your religion is right. And I got, hold on, let me text Yawasap too, because I'm going to talk about him in a minute. And the problem is this, right? Garfield is a Obia, man. Yo, you stupid, yo. I want to play this video. I'm going to play this video every week because people don't understand how to research. That's the biggest problem in the community. Shout out to Brother Unk. Shout out to a few people like Asari Motep, who has been teaching methodology. Shout out to Sean. Sean is Mr. Methodology himself. And I got a slide that I got from Asari Motep on his Moorish thing. And I'm gonna show it later. Since he's in the chat, I'm gonna give him his honor and his respect. I got it from him. But check this out.
Simply put, falsifiability is the capacity for a claim or proposition to be proven wrong. It's an essential part of science, as falsifiability is just about synonymous with testability. If you want to test a hypothesis is true, you have to know what it would look like if the hypothesis wasn't true. The scientific method isn't so much about proving theories, but rather disproving them. Say, for example, someone claims they have an invisible and intangible dragon in their garage. Well, there's no way you could disprove that claim, as you can't see it, touch it, test for, or measure its existence. You can't disprove that claim, nor can you prove it. It's both unfalsifiable and unverifiable. Technically, there's nothing you can do with that claim at all. It's useless. If something can't be falsified, it can't be tested or considered to be scientific. Simply put, falsifiability is the capacity for a claim or proposition to be proven wrong. It's an essential part of science, as falsifiability is just about synonymous with testability. If you want to test a hypothesis is true, you have to know what it would look like if the hypothesis wasn't true. The scientific method isn't so much about proving theories, but rather disproving them. Say, for example, someone claims they have an invisible and intangible dragon in their garage. Well, there's no way you could disprove that claim, as you can't see it, touch it, test for, or measure its existence. You can't disprove that claim, nor can you prove it. It's both unfalsifiable and unverifiable. Technically, there's nothing you can do with that claim at all. It's useless. If something can't be falsified, it can't be tested or considered to be scientific.
All right. I hope you guys get the point of me showing that video. All right. Let me, and also today I'm doing a special live stream because I did a 3-hour clubhouse with Vocab Malone and Corey from Tab. And what I wanted to point out to everybody is that I had a conversation with those two brothers. I was actually distracted at taking phone calls and doing business. And I just think two grown men are able to have a conversation. I don't think moderation is needed for two grown adults. It's like if say for example Yawasab came up here and me and Yawasab having a conversation, we would need a moderator. And I think what happened is with a lot of the Israelite brothers, why people don't want to talk to them is because they don't think the Israelites have anybody that researches, which I think they're actually 99.9% correct. Most of these guys read something. And I'm going to show, see, Yawasab came in the building. I told him, I text him because I love my brother. You know, I told him I'm going to talk about him for a little bit, not too long. I'm not even trying to disrespect him, but I'm going to show you a problem that we have with methodology. And methodology is killing us in this community, killing us. Shout out to the Amira squad, Asari Motep, the whole clan of them that push methodology and say you need a method. So why I show the falsifiability video is to say that if what you're doing or what you believe can't be tested, like your God, can you test your God? Can you test what you believe? More than likely, no. It's your faith. If you're leading on blind faith, that to me, you shouldn't come out in public and push blind faith to people. All right. But there is a gentleman by the name of Chatazaa. He calls himself Captain Chatazaa. I don't know what his real name is. I don't know this gentleman outside of social media. He decided to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to prove Garfield wrong. I want to save a tape. He want to save a recording, ladies and gentlemen. Save a recording from, from 2023 May to say, hey, Garfield is wrong. And the funniest thing is I might have to put a video on because my Uber Eats is coming. But he did a video on Cross the Line. I want to see. He said, Brother Garfield exposed. Where is it at? Was it live or was it? Brother Garfield exposed as a liar live. All right, hold on 1 second. Let me see. I don't want to play any videos. I just want to show that he made a video. He put a video up. Let me see, where is it at? Okay, he called Garfield. Right, let me share it to everybody so everybody could see what I'm saying. I want everybody to see what I'm seeing right here. Brother Garfield exposed Billy Carson Jr., the pathological liar. There's a couple things. And by the way, my brother Yawasab, I'm gonna ask you to just give me an answer if you want to jump on. Hold on. I didn't add the. It's not gonna get messy because I mean, people get disrespected all the time. But what I want to implore everyone to do is pay attention. He said Garfield lied. I don't want to play his channel. I don't want nobody striking me. Although I don't think Captain Tariq would strike me. I don't know. These guys, some guys are funny. Look at this video right here. Islam is trash. Whatever. So these are the videos they're making on Cross the Line, right? So if anyone comes and says the Hebrew Israelites are trash, they shouldn't feel bad about it. But the problem is the numbers in Hebrew Israelism is actually less than 1% of the African American population. And how do I draw to that conclusion? Because you look at the traction, what they get, and how they are blown up. Because every time a media thing happens, they try to like blow it up out of proportion or whatever. But the issue is the groups that are like the Moorish Science Temple, the Nation of Islam, the Hebrew Israelites kind of like replacing the Nation of Islam, but the Nation of Islam still have numbers because there's several sects of the Nation of Islam. So at the end of the day, there's this battle to recruit people. So the biggest recruiting for the Hebrew Israelites are ex-Christians. I used to be, you'll hear Brother Corey on the video late at 3 o'clock when I start playing the video. I used to be a Christian at a church and da-da-da-da. Then he started looking at X, Y, and Z. Now watch this now. If you notice, if you're a part of a cult, your cult has the only truth. Nobody else has the truth. So this is where we go wrong, because if you feel, I'm just gonna show the video and I'm gonna show the comments in the video. That's what I'm going to show. I want to show the comments that the people are making because that's more important to me. This is a video that we made on Clubhouse. He's playing Clubhouse. So he says, nice, Garfield got caught slipping again. He thought that I didn't know the title of the book, trying to pass off as a primary. In fact, it was the opinion of the writer, and if Captain didn't know it, he would have gotten away with it. Now watch this. Garfield got cooked. The setup at the end was crazy. Great job for exposing Garfield to fraud once again. Garfield tried to pass off a secondary source as a primary. Okay. Muddy in the waters is right. I've been saying Garfield a fraud. This is why Garfield is loved on Marine's channels. He lies and then they believe every word he says with his stupid sources. Okay. Hats off to Cap. Garfield a sucker. Exposed. God doesn't tell anybody that when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, they also found an ancient biblical treasure map weighing 65 tons. Yo! All right. Now, Garfield is a liar. I'm going to ask Yawasap in the audience. Yawasap, have you ever read Jewish American Braves? I'm going to ask Yawasap. This is Yawasap in the chat right now. This is Yawasap. Yawasap is my brother. We don't agree on certain things, but at the end of the day, that's my bro. Watch this. I want y'all to watch this. I'm waiting for Yawasap to respond. So what's up, Juice? Albert Alpo, leave my man. Nope. Only excerpts. All right. Now look at this right here. He said, nope. Only excerpts. Not the full of it. Now watch it. I want y'all to look at this real carefully right here. Garfield is the best researcher that they ever known. I'ma say that. And I know that. Watch this. And I'm gonna have to give it to my brother because they never knew this is the actual primary. I'm gonna show it on the screen right now. Not the actual primary. I'm sorry. What they think is the primary, because they don't actually, I don't think Yawasap actually fell victim to misinformation. That's why he's gonna get hit today. He's gonna get a little slap. He's gonna get, like your parents say, I'm gonna slap you on your hand. I'm gonna give him a little slap today. All right? And tell him what the problem is. Hold on 1 second, family. Cedric, talk. I gotta get my
Peace, Garfield. Peace. What's going on? Peace to the family, peace to the chat. I'm gonna do a prediction. I'm going to state it now before you get into the bill that they are confused on what primary and secondary sources actually mean. They are confused with when we are talking about a primary source. That doesn't mean you have a primary source. That doesn't mean whatever you conclude out of that primary source is a fact. You still need scholarly consensus. You still need that scholarly exercise. And then you're going to talk about what that primary source may or may not say, right? Now, what a secondary source represents, they are all confused about. Right, I've seen it that they make claims you didn't bring a primary source. Not bringing the text as a primary source doesn't say nothing about what it means. You still need a whole set of work to determine what that is actually saying. So they fail to understand what these sources actually represent, what is a primary, secondary source, and especially in a scholarly context. And then they fail to understand that there is still significant work to understand or reach to a consensus of what that source is actually saying. So you can bring it and you can claim whatever you want with a primary source. That doesn't mean I need to acquiesce to your premise. What does the consensus say? What does the scholarship say about that primary source? Get out of here with your nonsense. Right. But I don't know.
Watch this. Yawasap said, we didn't say this is the primary law. You're misrepresenting. No. That's not the argument. The argument, you notice I asked you if you ever read this before. Let me put it on the screen. This is the actual source where it comes from. Let me see if it's on the screen. This is where the source is from that they're talking about. I don't want to play Chatazaa on my channel because he's very disrespectful, and we got into a very heated conversation where we're actually thinking about when we see on site things are going to happen. And at my age, I shouldn't even be having those type of conversations. But this guy's energy, he didn't have that energy for Zion Lex, by the way, when Zion Lex showed up at his house or the other brothers that showed up at his house, but he want to have that energy for Garfield. When Xylex knocked on your door, you didn't come outside. You was scared like a little pussycat hiding under the bed. But you want to fight Garfield. Like it's never gonna happen. It's not going to happen. But if I do see you, I definitely it's gonna be some problems. And the problem is whenever somebody wants to fight and threaten you, the issue is you lost the conversation where you took it to that point. Now, Yawasap, don't worry about it. I would never disrespect you in public. Don't worry about it, and I won't shame you. So you don't have to worry and say, I understand you or misrepresent you. What you and Chatazaa is doing, I'm going to play the debate that we had because it's in that debate. So I'm going to show you where I think you went wrong and what we need to do better. Now, this is where the guy's information is that they're talking about. I could go to the actual page. Shout out to Keith Marshamam that actually found this primary information, not primary source, primary information. And what people don't understand is that the reason why Garfield is the best researcher you'll ever meet in your life is because I actually know how to research. I don't think Israelites know how to research. And I'm going to show you a quick example shortly. All right. Again, people, this is Mankind, and this is a gentleman by the name of George Weiner. In fact, this article, right, that he wrote is the best article I've ever read on Native Americans, the claim of Native Americans being Israelites. This article, this is it right here, America's Jewish Braves. The story of how men in the past, for their own reasons, sought to find the lost tribes of Israel among the Indians of the New World. This is the best, and I'll say it again, the best article I have ever read about how people got to start believing this and why they believe this. Because my channel, I'm not biased towards the Christians. I'm not biased towards the Israelites. I'm biased towards truth. So if I am wrong, I shouldn't have a problem saying, yo, I'm wrong. So now this is where all of this starts from. Look at Yawasam. He's like, send me that. Send me that. I'm telling you, Garfield is the best at this, hands down. Nobody better. Nobody better than this guy. Right here. Hold on a second. Come here. I'm going to call you back. I'm live, okay? All right, bye. All right. He said, send me that. No, I ain't sending you that. And by the way, y'all, what's up? I am biased. Hey, Cedric, are you biased?
Yes. All humans have an inherent bias. That is.
If somebody come out now and say something about Jamaicans, I'm gonna be like, what? What's your mouth? I'm Jamaican.
Yeah.
So automatically, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, I'm biased to where I am from. Like, you can't speak bad about St. Martin in my presence, and I understand and accept that bias. However, when you're engaging in scholarship, you have to recognize that you have a bias, and you use the proper methodology to argue against your bias. That is what makes you a great researcher. You just simply follow where the information leads. What happens in a lot of these communities is they are engaging with confirmation bias, and that is a whole different concept. You are seeking confirmation for what you already believe. Then you go down the rabbit hole instead of finding the accurate information. That is a nuance, but you have to acknowledge that we all inherently have a bias. Like, I am biased to Black people. I prefer when I see my brother moving forward. When there's a UFC fight, if a brother's in the fight, I am biased towards the brother. You need to just acknowledge these things. And sometimes you go, look, I know he is probably the lesser fighter, but I am biased to the brother, and accept that he might lose the fight, and then don't go on a tangent that the referees was cheating and these type of things. This is acknowledging your bias and where and how to manage it. But if you engage with information with a confirmation bias where you seek to confirm what you already believe, you are always going to end up down the rabbit hole. Ideology is the driving force behind confirmation bias. I keep saying these things over and over.
All right. I don't know if people are able to see at the bottom, right? At the bottom of the page, and this is going to lead into when I play the video, the debate that I had with Yawasap, right? Now look at this. He said, William Penn wrote in a pamphlet designed to encourage Englishmen to come to his colony, I found, in brackets, the Indians with like countenance with the Jewish race, and their children are so lively a resemblance to them that a man would think himself in Duke's Place or Berry Street in London when he seeth them. But look at what he says. He says, John Eliot, who I talked about in my debate, Roger Williams, Samuel Sewell, Elias Boudinot, we're going to talk about him in a minute, Jonathan Edwards the Younger, and Joseph Smith all saw Jewish Indians. Captain Edward Cook, a British mariner, saw them in Tierra del Fuego on his way. Central and South America spanned the years 1889 to 1953, still saw Jewish faces among the Indians. Now, before, I don't want to judge Yawasap before I play the video. Yawasap, if you could type it to me in text or type in the chat, what is it that's a theory about what this guy is saying? Because remember, he's writing about, this is what he's writing about. American Jewish braves, the story of how many men in the past, for their own reasons, sought to find the lost tribes of Israel among the Indians of the New World. I want to know what specifically is the theory. If you could type into the chat before I go any further. But me seeing that I have the article here, I just want to point out, right, just to save some time, that this is what the argument is about with Yawasap. The argument is about a slide that I showed, and I'm going to show it shortly. But I do need my brother to put in the chat, since he's here, why why he did X, Y, and Z. All right, if you don't want to do it, it's fine. But I just want to make it clear to everybody, this is what Chatazaa is making a video about. The video that he made is saying that he asked for a primary source. I'm saying that I asked for a primary source, which I did. But it has to do with a miscommunication. You see, I'm honest, Chatazaa. I'm not a liar. I thought he said he had the primary for Montezumas. He's saying that I'm passing off a secondary source as a primary source, when at no time he showed I said that I'm showing a primary source. But what the gentleman is saying comes from a primary source. And this is where the problem lies. None of them, Cedric, read the primary source, except Garfield. None of them read the primary source. So when they're talking about American braves, I'm going to show you what the problem is now. Let me go to this video with Yawasap. None of them read the primary source.
Just a second. If somebody...
Except this guy.
If somebody is suggesting that what that article is a theory, then they are misrepresenting what that piece of work is. This man is quantifying why people were led to these ideas. And in this particular text here, we're seeing that they're using the lookership. They're simply using lookership to establish what they think are Jews. So this article is exploring these people's frame of reference. That this is a analysis of these people ideology, and he's using primary sources, which is their writings.
Watch this, y'all. Now, this is during the debate between me and my good brother Yawasap. Yawasap to this day felt he won the debate. Everybody's telling me, all the Hebrews I've talked to said I won the debate in private and in public, in Christians and Bible believers. Only people that think he won is the people from his camp and people who is close to him. Nobody else would tell him that. Watch this. Well, I won't say nobody else. But watch this. This is where it stems from. Me and Chatazaa were supposed to do a debate. We had a conversation with some of the topics that me and Yawasap debated, and he felt I ran from him to go debate Yawasap. Right? I say to him, okay, let's set up a debate. He said, okay, fine. The minute he made his video, he come back, and now Sister Mika is in the chat. She says, yo, Chatazaa say yes, good, we could debate. He comes back in a little part after that and declines to do the debate after coming in the clubhouse and say, I want to debate, right? Whether he's running or not is beyond me. I don't get into all of that. But I want to make it clear to everybody. This is where everything started. Pay attention to what's going on. Watch this. The message of the gospel to the slaves and the Native Americans. Read the bottom. Why are we playing this game? Bible translations in Native American languages from the 16th century. Look at this. Quechua, which is the #1 language in all of the Native Americans. Mayan language, the Algonquin, the Mescogian, all the Uto-Aztecan. All these languages, the Bible is being translated in there. Let's look at this book right here, Invented Knowledge. Jose da Costa, another eminent. This is what his video is about. He's saying, I'm passing this source off as a primary source. Pay attention. Scholars rejected the possibility of Native Americans being descendants of Hebrews, as Acosta sensibly asks, how can it be when the Jews have been so assiduous in preserving their language and ancient customs, to the point that in every part of the world they live today, they differ from the rest, and in the Indies alone, they have forgotten their ancestors, their laws or whatever. Look at what hold on, my bad. Look at what it says over here. In the region of Quito, he and his Native American guide, Francisco, confided in each other they were practicing Jews, Montesinos. Then he said they learned that they were Hebrews of the tribe of Reuben. The whites were on friendly terms with the native tribes in the area and had converted many of them to Judaism. Let's go take a look at the primary. Where's the Judeo-Indian language? Where is the language of the people? Now, this is their beef. Their beef is that I use this source. How am I passing it off as a primary? I never said it was a primary, even when I had discussions with him. He asked me on the tape that he played on his channel. He asked me if that's a primary. I said, no, that's not a primary source. But he says he's exposing Garfield. Now, the problem is the guy who invented knowledge is going to show where he got it from, right? And let me go to my brother response to what I am saying. And if you notice in me talking about the languages, I want somebody to pay attention to this part of the debate. That they were Hebrews of the tribe of Reuben. The whites were on friendly terms with the native tribes in the area and had converted many of them to Judaism. Let's go take a look at the primary. Where's the Judeo-Indian language? Where is the language of the people that left during the Assyrian exile and came to the Americas? Because everybody else that claims to be from the Assyrian exile still speak still speak a form of Hebrew today. Why we don't find a African Judeo-African language or a Judeo-African American language or a Judeo-Indian language? You know why? Because you guys are not those people. Period. Look at this. In 8th century BC, the Jewish community in Iran, they still speak a dialect connected to Hebrew. This is over 2,500 years later. Look at the Jews in Babylon. Over 2,500 years, they speak Judeo-Arabic, which is replete with biblical Hebrew. So where is your language with your biblical Hebrew? You are not those people. The Native Americans are not those people. You could pull out whatever you want to pull out. I'm going to address every single one of them in the rebuttal round. They are not. Let's look at cross-comparative linguistic analysis. The Mayans, look at all the words. Father, brother, man, child, and son. Look, where is the word, where's the Hebrew word when it's translated the same? This is how you know the languages are not related. One is an Afro-Asiatic language. One is a Native American language. They're from different families.
1 minute left.
If they had a connection, these words would match. They don't match. Look at the Cherokee family. Didn't the Cherokee guy say, yo, we connected? The words are in our language. Don't believe the hype. Columbus interpreters were useless natives, did not speak or understand Hebrew. The Indians did not speak Hebrew, and the crew was forced to communicate with them via sign language. They didn't tell you all that, right? Look at the works of Natural History of the Indies, Book 2, Chapter 6. They had to use sign language to communicate. They took the natives back to Europe, and that's where they learned the language to speak and communicate. Again, the Jewish Indian theory is an erroneous theory that these people are following. It has been debunked several times over and over and over again. All right. I'm gonna yield right there. All right.
Time.
Thank you.
On perfect timing. Shout out to the good brother Garfield for putting together these monstrous debates on the Brother Garfield podcast. Make sure y'all hit the Cash App, hashtag Ask Brother Garfield to support the debate.
All right. So if you notice, I pointed out the cross-comparative linguistic analysis, which was taught to me by Asar Imhotep. I got to give him a shout out. Cross-comparative linguistic analysis. He says you put the basic words. What are we doing? We're putting the basic terminologies, the words that's common in every culture. In every culture. Why are we doing that? Because you want to see if there's any matches. That's what you're checking for. So you go to the cross-comparative linguistic. So what are 5 common words that's in every language? Father, brother, man, child, son, or even father or mother, son, child, and then the sun in the sky. Look at the Seminoles. I want y'all to look at the Seminole part because he's about to produce a source that says that the Seminoles spoke Hebrew or whatever, which if you don't do a cross-comparative linguistic, you can't even draw that comparison. And what happened is you had a lot of pseudo-linguistic folks like a James Adair and others, Baudinot and all them, who is pushing this narrative for a specific reason. For a specific reason. They have a motive. But if you didn't do the anthropology or if you didn't do a cross-comparative linguistic analysis, why would you even draw the comparison? You got to be able to falsify it. You got to look at both to be easy. Look at both sides of the argument. Don't just gravitate to it because you believe. Seminoles, right here. Look at the Seminoles. No form. Look at the Hebrew at the bottom. No form of connection at all. None. But yet still, we want to believe a guy that wrote a book in 1920 and say, hey, the Hebrew, the Seminoles were saying Yahweh or Jehovah. And bear in mind, this is after Christianity is well established in this country. So even if they were saying it, what were the reasons why they were saying it? But anyway, let me get to this part now. Let me get to his part because I want to point out something that he did right here that was just absolutely nuts. He went into the DNA of the natives, right? Right here. Let's talk to my brother. My brother got loud. Pay attention.
Groups A and B are predominantly found amongst Native Americans. Remember, we're talking about an Israelite presence. I do not believe and I do not claim everybody here is an Israelite. Native haplogroup X is one of the exceptions to this pattern of limited geographical distribution and is found at low frequencies amongst West Eurasians, northern groups of Native Americans, as well as Northern African and the Near East. Look at this. The only other place on Earth where X is found at an elevated level, apart from American Indian groups like Ojibwe and among the Druze in the hills of Galilee in northern Israel.
Okay. You know, I never realized this during the debate. He used Donald N. Yates. For anybody who doesn't know who Donald Yates is, I'm going to show you a picture where his lab is. His lab is at a house. I never realized this during the debate that he used Yates. Donald Yates. Has anybody ever heard the book called When the Scottish Were Jewish? When Scotland was Jewish? This is another book that the Hebrew Israelites use. They don't fact check nothing. When Scotland was Jewish, the guy whose information they use faked a connection to King James with the Stuart family. He faked it. It's completely fake. But people, you are reading the book. You never ever research the book that you're reading. Donald Yates, I'm going to show you a picture of where his DNA Consultants is. I don't know if Cedric is familiar with DNA Consultants, but he runs a fraudulent genetic company called DNA Consultants. It's a super fraud company. He doesn't do peer-reviewed stuff. Because when you do genetics, Cedric, you got to have peer review to say, hey, what? Let me compare with this amount. Where do you get samples from?
You need a database. Exactly.
The guy has a long history, man. He claims he's Scottish, Welsh, he's Native American, he's this, he's that. He's everything in the world. He's a fraud.
Pseudo.
So when he said the real people who prove the genetics is wrong, go look at the samples that he took and look at every single thing. You're going to see that the guy is a super fraud. And that book, When Scotland Was Jewish, super fraud. Super fraud. but you don't do the research. So when you read it in a book, that means it's true. That's not how you research. So he wouldn't. And another thing too, he said about X. X is in North American, but it's like 3%, and it's on 3% of the population. So if it's 3% of the population, that's super, and it's not the same X that's in the West Asia. That's you have X, you have X1, and you have X2. You have a mutation, and they're saying it comes from 30,000 years ago. They didn't know Israel 30,000 years ago. They're saying they come across the Bering Strait, which you don't believe in. I didn't even notice this in the debate. I'm like, yo, I'm rewatching it last night. I'm like, I gotta do a show on this next week. Next week, I'm gonna do a
Donald Yates.
Look him up, family. Look up Donald Yates, and you're going. As a matter of fact, let me show it right now.
We're looking him up. You know we're looking him up. It's a must. All right, I want to go to his wiki page.
He's one of the biggest frauds in the history of science. But his word is what? Is bond. His word is bond. Hold on, let me show you a picture of his house. Let me show you where DNA Consultants is located. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, let me make it big. All right, let me show y'all his house. Let me show you where DNA Consultants is located. This is where it's located. That's where it's located. That's the address. DNA Consultants is considered a fraudulent company. It's one of the biggest fraudulent companies in America. DNA Consultants. Don't send your DNA there. And this is the guy that said these people are Cherokee, are connected to Semitic people. Let me tell you something, family. Even in my debate, I showed how Native Americans are connected, have Jewish ancestry, how it happened. Of when before Columbus, you're not going to find any samples that's connected to. But after, there was some people that some rabbinical or Orthodox Jews mixed with Indians, and that's how the Indians got quote unquote Jewish ancestry, quote unquote, because DNA don't make you a Jew. DNA don't make you an identity, because I could be E and come from India. It don't matter. It doesn't matter where you're born. Your E don't tell you. Your E don't give you your color, your skin tone. Because of population genetics, we have an idea where you may have originated. But as far as your culture, where you come from, DNA don't really play that simply tell you that. But this is DNA Consultants. This is where he lives, his house. This is where it is. It's out. He run it out of his house. So you're going to take it. He refuse to make people fact check him or get peer reviewed. Once you hear that, bling, 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 he's a pseudo.
The man is not even considered among scholarship. He is not recognized to the point he's not even disputed or confirmed. He is just a quack doing his own thing. He don't submit no work nowhere, nothing. Yeah, it's always cheap outlets. You see, author research results, all his propaganda, but you don't see no peer review stuff about him. He's simply under the radar. He's not relevant.
All right, so let's go. All right, so here we go now. He starts shouting and saying about Montezumas. Because remember the source that I read. Listen to what he said.
Let's go into the pseudoisms of Garfield. Look, this book is what you read, right?
All right. Yes, that's the book that I read, my brother. Watch this, Cedric. Watch this.
This is what you read, right? Okay. Salaki. So these are the sources that is being shown, none of which show or prove those Indians were white Jews from Europe, because this is what Garfield's claiming. He doesn't even know what this book is saying, right? Look, quoted from the source. Look, the interpretation of Montesinos had seen Jews rather than Indians in George Wiener, American Jewish Praise. Now, all the other sources on the bottom, all it shows was that Jews after the Inquisition came here. That's all they show. I don't disagree with that. Jews were in Boston. Jews were in South America. Jews went to Puerto Rico. Jews went to Jamaica. Who gives a shit? They came here, so what? But they based this theory off of America's Jewish Praise by George Wiener. Let's read this. Garfield laid his premise on a theory. But what on Aaron Levy and his...
You notice I asked him in the chat, what part you said a theory? I ain't see Yawasap. He ain't text me. He jumped out the chat, or he's in the chat in the bushes watching. I told you, bro, I would never embarrass you in public. You are my brother. I'm just pointing out methodology. Whether I'm right or you're right here, don't matter. I respect you too much to try to put you on the big screen and embarrass you. What I'm saying is I'm trying to lay a foundation of why Chatazaa made that stupid video. All right, but let's go on. Remember, he said Garfield laid his premise on a theory. He's saying that the American Braves, George Wiener, is laying out a theory. I want to know what's the theory. Because once you tell me what the theory is, I'm going to tell you where you're wrong. He's saying that the guy saying that in my chat that the guy that they are white is wrong. And I'm going to show you the primary that shows that they're white shortly after this. So that's why I told him I won the debate just based off of this conversation alone. You see, people got to pay attention. And what happened is he gives a shout out to Chatazaa during the debate right here. I want you to listen to this.
Account, did he really meet Hebrew speaking people? Or was the whole thing a fabrication? Today, no one believes the American Indians are descendants from the 10 lost tribes. Cool. Nobody believes it, right? Except crazy old Yawasop, right, Garfield? Except these crazy nigga brews. Right. Except these crazy, right? And nobody believes it. Let's keep reading. But you're basing your entire premise off of a theory.
All right. Now, he says in the chat, you see, I got to give my brother, he just messaged me. He said that the white Jews were hiding as Indians. No. He never, the white Jews, you're saying that George Wiener said they were hiding as Indians? No, that's not the theory, my brother. That's a change right there, because he never said that. George Wiener never said that. You see, even in your slide, you say America's Jewish Braves, according to Wiener, Aaron Levy did encounter people who knew the Shema, but they were Spanish crypto Jews or hiding from the Inquisition. Okay, yes, that is no, his theory is that they were Spanish crypto Jews, because nowhere in Levi's source he says they're Spanish crypto Jews. He doesn't say that in the primary. Oh, and they were converting Indians. Oh, that's not a theory, beloved. That's in Montesinos said that. Remember, Montesinos is the primary. Aaron Levi is the primary. So all of what he's saying, and I urge you, my brother, you got to read Relation by Antonio Montesinos. You have to read that. It's in Manasseh Ben Israel's book. He actually added it to his book. So Relation is Montesinos telling us about the encounters he had. And the encounters he had, he did say that they were white. He did say they were white, and they were probably hiding because they were probably hiding. I know why this guy theory about why they were hiding makes sense, because they were, that's what your book said, but that's what the primary said. You see, Yawasap, that's the problem. The primary said that. Montesinos said that. He's the primary that's telling the story. So if you don't know Montesinos' story, you can't say Garfield is laying his premise on a theory, because that's what Montesinos said. He is the primary of the storyline of meeting these Jews. So if he said it, that's what it is. So whether he's telling the truth or not is irrelevant, but that's what he says. All right, let's go back to this now. So I see what the problem is, Cedric. He never read Montesinos' version of what he encountered.
No.
And if Chatazaa did, he wouldn't have made this whole thing about it's a premise or a theory. I think I know what pissed him off. The whole thing about him saying that they are white is what pissed him off. Because guess what, Cedric? The Jews can't be white. Watch this, family. I want y'all to watch this. Watch it. Watch my response to this. But look at him going in now. Watch it.
Come on, bro.
Shout it.
Pseudo. Where's the primary? Where's the primary? Where's the primary? Where your primary, nigga? But during the 1970s, American scholar George Wiener came up with an interesting theory. Shout out to my twin. You know who you are. I got this from you.
Who's his twin? Chatazaa. That's his research twin. So pseudos died. They played together and died together. But watch this.
He published in the article, America's Jewish Braves. According to Wiener, Aaron Levy did encounter people who knew the Shema, but they were Spanish crypto Jews from the Inquisition. Oh, this is a theory, Garfield. You brought out something that was a theory. Let's talk about some linguistics. Look at this. The Seminoles of Florida, right? Look what they said. Javed, Javed, Yehovah, Yehovah. They were saying this while they were singing, and this is none but a Hebrew scholar would have caught the word with an understanding of its meaning.
Now, let me ask you, Cedric. So this guy who wrote the book, look at his name. His name is, this is Minnie Moore Wilson. And this book, Seminoles of Florida, it looks like it's an old book, right? Museum of 1920, Museum of American Indians. So because they said the Seminoles said Jave, Yehovah, that means that they're Israelites? I mean, what are we doing?
And that is a claim that they said that. We can't confirm that they said that or what they actually meant.
But the thing is, though, this is 1920. We are already colonized by Christians. Some of these Seminoles people who are connected to Africans with the whole larger Seminole, you have a whole West African connection. They are already colonized.
Yep.
Even if they do say if they had said Yahweh or Jehovah, this is not proof. You need a cross-comparative linguistic analysis, which I showed. This doesn't mean, but what you're doing right here, bro, you're basically finding a source. You just go on Google and say, let me find Hebrew and Indians, find languages. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go.
Yeah, confirmation bias. So you need to take chronology into account. 1920, these people already are well aware of what these Christian texts contain and what these words are. And now you still would need to place them within the confinement of their organic language. And in 1920, at that point, you can't make the comparison no more. That's just like people saying that there are tribes in West and Central Africa that claim they're Jews. When did they start making this claim? Post-colonialism? Okay, good. Okay, I understand.
All right. Now watch this now. I actually bought this book that he actually showed up for the debate. But let's continue playing.
Yehovah. They were saying this while they were singing, and this is none but a Hebrew scholar would have caught the word with an understanding of its meaning. Look at this. A study in Hebrew and the Indian languages, going into that same word I talked about, Balaam. All of those people that were labeled Balaam this, Balaam that, Balaam this, Balaam that, all throughout the oral traditions and the things that were written down. The Nato language itself has been shown to have many Hebraic Semitic roots. What the hell are we talking about, man? The Anacalyptic.
Hold on a second. Now, this right here, I do address in the debate right here. I do address languages because he keeps telling me on Clubhouse I never address anything. When I do a cross-comparative linguistic analysis, I am addressing the language argument, the language conversation. And I'm going to do something right after this, and just to point that out. Then you're using the sources you're using. I'm telling you, if you notice, all your sources except one is ancient sources that are 50 years or 100 years old. You have to get in contact with the current linguistic information, the peer-reviewed arguments from both sides. Then you could make. You don't bring any peer-reviewed sources. All your sources are pseudos. Godfrey Higgins, I come out of the conscious community. This is one of the biggest pseudos the Egyptomaniacs use. So now for you to use him to quote X, Y, and Z, that this word means divine or Dio. This is pseudo-linguistics right here. A class A pseudo-linguistics. You got to do what's called a cross-comparative linguistic analysis if you're going to have a linguistic conversation. So when I say that the sources are weak, Godfrey Higgins wasn't a linguist. Was he a linguist? Was his sources that he used a linguist? This is those people. And then the biggest thing that I got to point out is there is a reason and a purpose people are pushing this conversation to help African Americans get out of slavery, and 2, to get back into England. That's 2 of the main reasons why they're pushing this argument. Well, let's continue listening to this guy shout. I love what he's
talking about, man. The anacalyptic. Look at the book on the right. Let me read the highlight. Mexican language is so full of Hebrew words as to be almost Hebrew. Let's keep going. Look at this. From the Star in the West, right? What people don't know is in the Caribbean islands, they call their teeth the chakmas. What does that mean? Right? Why in the northern, the people in the north in Peru were saying Yehovah or hallelujah? Why is this recorded? Right. But Garfield doesn't want to deal with none. Nigga, you base your premise off a theory. What the hell is you talking about, man?
Oh man, he hype. He hype.
Time. The topic tonight is there an Israelite presence in pre-Columbian America? Make sure y'all are hitting the Cash App, hashtag Ask Brother Garfield to support the podcast and all these heavyweight debates of Brother Garfield of the Dagger Squad, and as we just finished, Brother Yawasop of Ram Gadal Gabarian. We are in the second round rebuttal area. We're moving over to Brother Garfield's rebuttal for 5 minutes. The clock is set. Brother Garfield, I see you have your screen shared. The time will start when you start.
Hey, y'all, what's up? I'm going to show you why you shouldn't even debate Garfield. And I'm going to show you right now. He just jumped out the window and said it's based on a theory. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the primary account right here. The Hope of Israel. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? This is what the person is reporting. Montesinos claims he is from the tribe of Levi. He says that the tribes, these people that were there traveling with him, said the same on Israel. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. Right? Now watch this. Those men are somewhat scorched by the sun. Some of them wear their hair long down to their knees. Others of them shorter, and others of them much as we commonly cut it. I don't have to shout. Whose skin gets scorched by the sun? These are white people. Montesinos' brothers is not the Indians. If you read the source, the primary source, Montesinos was not talking about the Israelites' brothers saying the Shema Israel. He was talking about that they repeated it because they are converts. They were taught by these people who had scarred skin that was white. So how is it a theory? You just jumped out the window and fought the whole debate up, screaming for no reason. They were not that, bro. The brethren are the sons of Israel and brought thither by the providence of God. And how do we know? They got into a war with the Indians. The Indians admitted it. That's how they started worshiping the God of Israel, because they were fighting against them and they got their ass whooped. So they said, we got to submit to this God that these guys worship because they're kicking our ass. You see, you got to read the primary, beloved. Then you won't have to jump out the window. Don't come at me like that I ain't the best out there, bro. So the Indians tried to kill off the Jews, but they got killed off and acknowledged the Jews' God is the right God. They are converts. The Jews who were there were white Jews or light-skinned Jews that got scorched by the sun. Jesus Christ. Now let's look at this New Ark Holy Stone. I'm sorry. Can you pause my time 1 second, brother? All right. So let me help my brother out and actually show him the primary, because he's in the chat. He said he wants to see it. And I just showed it on the screen anyway. I just edited out whatever needed to be edited out. But let me get to this and show the brother some examples of what they're saying. And we got to be careful when we're researching, family, because if I was a biased guy, I wouldn't look at all the sides. I heard, listen, remember, this was in the Guerrilla Hebrew debate. He pointed out that the Jews in Ecuador, he said, Garfield, you can't be serious. Yes, I am serious. I am extremely serious. I'm extremely serious right now. Now look at this. Let me he said Garfield the greatest teeth alive. Hold on. Let me show you. Let me show you this right here. This is where American Braves and where what's his name got their argument from. They didn't get no argument about their white from that. Because if you look at the actual source, my brother, it tells you that. For one, it says Montezunus went to Carthagena, a city of the Indians, where he being examined was put in prison. Did you know Montezunus was put in prison? When he put in prison, look at his prayer though. He said that he asked the Lord that he's not made an idolater, a barbarian, or a blackamoor, or an Indian. He didn't even want to be black. So if he was black himself, why didn't he want to be black? Another source. Let's look at another source. I'm waiting for this to load up. Look at this. The fourth ground of this opinion is that the Indians are of a brown color and without beards, but in the New World, there are white and bearded men were found who had never commerced with the Spaniards and whom you cannot affirm to be any other than Israelites. Let me say it again. But in the New World, white and bearded men were found who had never commerced with the Spaniards and whom you cannot affirm to be any other than Israelites. The actual source that from the relation of Antony Montezunus is saying this, not Garfield. Right here. Let's go right here. Let me show it right here. Right here. The relation of Antony Montezunus. If you go to, let me bring the source and go to the actual page so my brothers could read it at home. You see, Chatazaa never read this, and Yawasap with his twin fell for the okie doke. The source is saying that the Israelites are white, not Garfield. Montezunus, the source that's being used, is saying that they're white. So when the guy said that they're white, that's the hiccup in your brain, because you into the color game with the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. I remember my brother Gorilla Hebrew texted me that night. He said, "Brother Garfield, I'll never use that source again." Let me go to section 7 real quickly. I read this for you guys. This is crazy, man. Let me go to section 7. This is crazy. They are using this lost tribes of Israel story to get back into Egypt. That's what, get back into England. That's what they're trying to do. Let me go to section 7 real quick. Section 7. Right here. Indians are of a brown color and without beards, but in the New World, white and bearded men were found who had never commerced with the Spaniards and whom you cannot affirm to be any other than the Israelites. Because also as they could never be overcome, so shall they never be fully known. They are saying that these white men, they are saying that, not Garfield. They are saying that, not Garfield. It didn't come out of my mouth. It come out of their mouth. And this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. If you guys read the primary, you'd be like, the guy in the book is correct. The book that Garfield using is correct. Hold on, Marlon, 1 second. Let me mute you for 1 second, Marlon. The book that Garfield is quoting from is totally correct. That they're white. It's not that they're making it up. You got to read the primary. And what happened is when you don't read the primary, it puts you in a position. Hold on 1 second, family. Page 12. Let me go back to page 12 and page 11. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Page 11. Marlon, you got to mute your mic, my brother. That's why I muted you.
1 second.
All right. Now watch this right here. This is page 11 right here. as with one mouth repeated all the forementioned 9 particulars, there came and went about 300. Those men are somewhat scorched by the sun. Some of them wear long hair, long down to their knees. That's not African men. So these men, not saying that African men can't have that, but we are not scorched by the sun. We might get burned by the sun, but our complexion don't make us get scorched. So this is why they start going into the color of the people and how they look. So throughout this whole document, they use the word white. Garfield, so the guy in the book, Invented Knowledge, is not making it up. It's not a theory. They are considered white. They are separating themselves. So if he wants to say they're hiding from the Indians, they could possibly say that too. That's not a theory. So when you jumped out the window and said it's a theory that they're white, no, the source says that they're white. The source says that. So when you're shouting and saying it's a theory, don't listen to Chatazaa, bro. Because remember, when you do this, let me take this off the screen. Let me put this on the screen and show you something real quickly. You got to go back to my slides, bro. I wasn't playing with this debate. I don't put slides together for people. Commander General Yohana. I don't know if this is the real Commander General Yohana right here. Somebody check if that's a fake one, because these people will come or whatever. And if that's Yohana, jump on, beloved. If that's you, and I don't think it's you, somebody probably using your page and say ISUP. ISUPK is not the truth. If that's you. Somebody check if that's Yohana. I can't check because these people be making up fake profiles. But shout out to you anyway, Commander General Yohana. I won't even violate you. All right. If you look at this, what's up? Cross-comparative linguistics. If you look at the Seminoles, you see the words for father is not connected to the Hebrew. You see the word brother is not connected to ak. There's nothing in their language that shows a connection with these 5 stuff. There's no connection at all. None. So when you say that the Seminoles were saying Yahweh, you got to go back and have a linguistic conversation. Another conversation that we need to have if you look at what Garfield is saying here. Hold on one second. Let me do this. Hold on one second here. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Garfield would have never jumped out the window. No, what you call it? Here's something else that my brother taught me. My brother Asari Motep. I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. Right here. Linguistic typology. You see this right here? If you study linguistic typology, you can't make the errors that you make. Because look at what I'm doing. Every word in the world is based off of this typology. It's either a subject, object, verb, a subject, verb, object, or verb, subject, object, verb, object, subject, object, verb, subject, or object, subject, verb. Let's look at the examples at the side. Subject, object, verb. Cows eat, cows grass eat. We don't speak like that in America. We speak with an SVO. Cows eat grass. That's 45% of the world speaks with a subject, object, verb. So if you don't see this type of typology within the Native American languages, you have a problem. But with the Cherokee argument and the Uda Aztecan, those are subject, object, verb languages. Biblical Hebrew is verb, subject, object, and Hebrew is subject, verb, object. So they're not connected. That was a dagger, but you never saw that because you don't understand linguistic typology.
I have 2 questions for you, Garfield, regarding the source that you just read from, where they're describing the individuals. Seeing that they use terms like white and these type of physical description, is this post-colonialism?
When he used it, this is why it's kind of tricky. It's kind of tricky because he said people with the scorched skin, and it's possible in the translation that the people who are translating it probably put white. So okay. I don't know, because I know where you're going with the humoral sense of white, meaning that they're pure or whatever.
No, no. It's just that these particular words to describe phenotype, black and white, we know that they are hard fixed post colonialism. So post 1500s, right? So I'm actually trying to distinguish the timeline in which this person was identifying these individuals. If this was his actual observation, so he is looking at these people, which would make this an actual primary source, or it's a later interpolation where these terms come into play. So that's
Great point. Great point. Great point. Hey, Kyle, you're right. He didn't teach me that. My Hebrew teacher taught me that. Taught me about typology. My bad. Thanks for the correction, Kyle. Now, moving forward, this is why this is this important, because when they make the claim about the Uto-Aztecan language, you got to ask yourself, have you read up on it? And the crazy part is, I tell everybody, I look at all arguments. I look at all arguments. And the reason is because I have to prepare myself for whatever argument somebody might do or put it in. You know, looking at the writing systems, vowel patterns. This is the Uto-Aztecan language and Hebrew. Native American language and Hebrew stem from two different language families. So, okay, you got to put a pause on. You need to do what's called a cross-cultural linguistic analysis. You got to do what's called the linguistic typology, VSO versus SVO. He said I addressed the languages, I debunked it. This is Stubbs. This was a Mormon linguist that tried to say, here what? This is related to the Hebrew language. But once you start going into the vowel patterns for the verbs, the nouns, etc., they're absent from Stubbs' analysis. And once you do that, you realize that the languages are not connected at all. So I'm very familiar with the Uto-Aztecan and different claims because I study everything. I got to prepare myself because now when you read Stubbs stuff, you jump out the window and say, yo, they're saying that the Hebrew, because the Mormons don't even believe that they're connected, the Indians are connected anymore. You know why? Because of DNA. They use DNA to say that the Mormon stance right now is that the Indians are not Hebrews. So this is from way back 03 when Stubbs wrote about the whole thing about, I study. That's what I do. I study this stuff. They're not related. Their language families are not related. Only a pseudo-linguist will run around and say that. They are not related at all. They're not connected. I go into the Cherokee and the Hebrews. I look at the feasts. I look at the great 7 feasts that they have and try to compare them to what the Jewish feasts are. And then when you look at both of them, even the language and the writing system, and you look at them, and they're just not the same. The Cherokee got what's called a spirit animal. This is a total different culture. How many days this is a Cherokee week? 13. They're not connected. The diet is not connected. The clans, you see the Cherokee clans with the different animals, they are not connected. 12 tribes versus 7 clans. They're not connected. The SVO, the linguistic typology, kills the whole linguistic argument. But you guys are not going to study that because all you're looking for. And let me go to what to my slide, my Asar Imhotep slide. Let me go to it right here. This right here. This is Asar Imhotep. I stole it from him. Here's the conclusion. What facts can we find to support it? This is how all Hebrew Israelites study or research. This is why you're always gonna be wrong. This is the proper way how to research. Here are the facts. What conclusions can we draw from them? Finkelstein, people don't like Finkelstein, but he's the one that changed biblical archaeology. He said, stop using the Bible as a source, but draw the facts together, and then let's come back and say, what can we draw from each account to say what we can say, hey, this is true or not true. But if you already made up your mind, why debate? This is why Israelites shouldn't debate. Because if you're going to debate the Bible, that's one thing, an interpretation, but historical facts, because one of the things that I asked during the debate that was a dagger, and of course, nobody paid attention to it. Can we provide, hold on, let me see if I find it real quick. Hold on. So my opponent will have to show and prove without the Bible, these folks stem from Israel And these ritual or religious practices was done by Israelites before leaving Israel and carrying on until they got to the Americas. And the reason why this statement is powerful, because there's no codified Torah. There's no codified Old Testament. Let me say it again. There is no codified Torah. It didn't exist at the time of the Assyrian exile. So if they left, there was no Leviticus written at the time. There's no Deuteronomy. So if their Torah or the Tanakh is not codified until the 1st century BC or 1st century AD for the Old Testament, how are they traveling? That means whoever is in these areas of the world in Africa or America and say that they know Torah, they got it from Second Temple Judaism. They got it. All of y'all is converts. So you're going to see sprinkles of Judaism all over in Africa. But it's from Second Temple. You can't say it's pre-exilic. This is why Divine Prospect is way ahead of everybody. Divine Prospect is saying, learn what the pre-exilic practices are and identify them in these cultures. That's the guy who is really on point when it comes to this biblical studies in the community. When him and Zion had that debate and Zion said, oh, Zion made a comment, I'm paraphrasing that, you trying to set us backwards because the pre-exilic practices, that is what got them cursed and got them exiled and got them punished by God. So in a sense, Divine Prospect is trying to say that this is the practice of what we used to do in Israel at that time, which is true. But as a matter of fact, you're not going to find that all over Africa. So this is why when the African cultures like the Igbo, the Akan, and all these different places say, yeah, we come from the Israelites, from the Northern Kingdom, they're saying it because of tradition of the Assyrian exile. But they didn't know that people could research and find out that the Torah was not codified until like the 2nd century BC or 1st century BC. And the Old Testament on a whole was not codified until like the 1st or even 2nd century of the Common Era. So once you know that, none of these people could be, the Israelites could never be Native Americans, because the practices that you're showing are going to be practices from Second Temple Judaism. So they don't come from that. They couldn't be from the northern tribes. So that kills the whole argument before we even start. It's crazy. Again, here are the facts. What conclusions can we draw from them? Boom. Anyway, let me get out of here. Let me get to the 12 tribe chart. Let me get to the 12 tribe chart. And by the way, was that actually General Yohana? Let me scroll up and check. Because sometimes people come in here and they come with their fake profiles and try to have people let me look at his hold on there. Go to channel. Go to channel. Yeah, I tell you, it's a fake profile. You know, General Yohana in here. You know, General. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope, I might be wrong. Let me go to channel. I might be wrong. No, that's a fake channel. I told you it's a fake channel. General Yohana would never come in my chat. He knows better than that. All right. And y'all need to stop that too, family. Stop that, man. Stop that. Again, if we go to American Braves, he points out all the different theories that you ever heard about. American Brave is a great read. And I want to read one part. That's very important. And this is for all the Israelites who are watching. Genesis, who studies, Guerrilla Hebrew, who studies. Look at what it says in American Braves. Instead of Chatazaa bringing out the article and teaching us what he did, he didn't even read this. But look at what it says right here. Look at what it says in the book. 2.5 years earlier, while traveling in the province of Quito. So, hold on. Let me make this bigger so everybody could read it. I'm sorry, family. Got to make y'all able to read this. 2.5 years earlier, while traveling in the province of Quito, right? This is what the book says. Invented knowledge. So Montezinos had declared under oath he befriended an Indian named Francis Kazikos. What happened is when he went back to Netherlands, he was put under oath to testify of what happened, and he went under oath. So this is actually real facts in American Braves. Sharing confidences, each man revealed to the other that he was a secret Jew. A fact that could mean certain death in a Spanish-dominated land. This is why, remember, this is why the guy says that they probably were hiding, because when you're under the Spanish, like the Jews in Jamaica, you had to hide and be a secret Jew, a converso. So you had to be a secret Jew. Is that the right term? Whatever it is, secret Jew. But a fact that could mean certain death in a Spanish-dominated land. Then Deciding to let Montezumas in on an event greater secret, Francis led him on a clandestine week-long trek into the Peruvian wilds. Finally, they came to a river where the Indian signaled in a little while 3 white men and a woman set out in a boat from the opposite shore to meet them. Warily spoke with Francis in a language that Montezumas did not understand, then hurried back to the other side. The 2 men made camp and waited. Finally, several other white men crossed the river. Cautiously approaching Montezumas, they addressed him in Hebrew, giving voice to Judaism's most important prayer and affirmation of, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one." Then, refusing to say much more or to permit Montezumas to cross the river with them, they left for the next 3 days. Say much they left for the next 3 days. They and others kept coming until the traveler had seen and talked to some 300 persons, all of whom continued to say a little more in this presence than the Hero Israel prayer, leaving it up to the Indian Francis. So hold on a second. Let me try to get this smaller now. Hold on. Plain their plight. These white men and women, Francis told Montezumas, were the sons of Israel, brought to that place by the providence of God. So these white men and women, Francis told, all you got to go is go to Relation by Montezumas, which is the primary that he put in the book up by Manasseh ben Israel, put it in his book to convince the British even more. So these Indians these people are Israelites, were the sons of Israel, brought to that place by the providence of God. At first, the Indians had warred upon them, but now they lived at peace with one another. Moreover, the Indians now secretly practice Judaism too, having learned it from the Hebrews. So who are the Hebrews? The white men and white women who they confronted. So this is why he draw the conclusion that they were Sephardic Jews, because they were hiding. So when he said that they're hiding, it's not a theory. It makes a lot of sense because they are away from the Spanish because they can't practice Judaism in their presence. So that's why it makes sense why he said. Now that so-called theory is actually more than likely facts. Oh man. But anyway, let's get to this part right here because this is the important part. Since Manasseh now believed that there were Jews in every other land on earth, only England remained to be inhabited by Jews in order for the biblical prophecies of their scattering to the very ends of the earth to be fulfilled. With this end in view, his famous book, The Hope of Israel, based on Montezumas' affidavit and dedicated it to the English Parliament, made its appearance in 1650. So he put all of what Montezumas said and testified to in his actual book. So Oliver Cromwell, who was ruling over England at the time, had long been casting a covetous eye on the Dutch domination of the seas. Convinced that the Jewish merchants of Holland had played a key role in making that tiny country the commercial power of the world, Cromwell was more than eager to bring about their admission to England. Furthermore, Cromwell had his other eye on the Spanish Empire in America. He knew that the Jews had trading connections, whatever. So this is what it's really about, family. It's about the Jews going back into England on one hand. That's part of the reason why the Indians being Israelites is important. Ain't got nothing to do with us, no 12-tribe chart, none of that. None of that. This is what it got to do with. All right. So let me move on. All right. So let's get to I'm gonna X that out. I'm not even gonna bring that back up. I'm gonna leave that primary alone. So you see now in these comments, let me go back to the comments now. In where is he at? Brother Garfield exposed Billy Carson Jr. You see why now these comments don't make no sense. Because I never said that was the primary. He automatically started the conversation by saying, you said that we need a primary. But even if the primary is the argument, the book Invented Knowledge is not far off from the primary. It's not far off. I hope Yawasap in his heart will understand where I'm coming from. The book Invented Knowledge, although he used American Brave for one part, it really is not far from what the primary is saying. I'm just saying that. So the whole argument is really null and void because he never read the primary and Yawasap never read the primary. So at the end of the day, How you guys know that the book invented knowledge is not reflecting the primary unless you read the actual primary, and it's in the primary. And as far as Cedric says, because I don't deal with color, so that's how you could have got me, Yawasap, and like how they talking about they white, and this is 16 in the 1600s. Because race is not a social construct at the time. So that's your argument towards me. You understand? Right. I read the Hope of Israel includes the relation of Montezumas. It's included in the House of Hope of Israel. All right. All right. And by the way, to the Hope of Israel, where you get all the Saxons, it's connected. And Yasab could correct me because his memory is way better than mine.
This is though when you look at it, they're talking about the establishment of the Dutch trade. This is well within the 1600s. So at this point, black and white has already been established. You see, just understanding that particular history. So now, indeed, within the Dutch context, the Jordan in Amsterdam is primarily a Jewish settlement. So the claims of some black Africans that are Jews, what happens is in the Dutch system in Europe, you were not allowed to have slaves. So what you would do, they would convert their slaves, quote unquote, to keep them in the tradition, but as their servants, right? So there you would have one or two, a couple of Africans that became Jewish converts, but they usually stayed in Europe and never traveled to the Americas. That's number one. But the fact that at this point in time, you have the Spanish executing their conquest, the suppression of Judaism was a thing. So it is most likely that if you had a particular group of Europeans, whites, they could have been hiding amongst the natives. Yes, but this is already post 1600s. So this is a post the transatlantic slave trade. This is late in the game. So this is not establishing Hebrews in the Americas prior to the transatlantic slave trade, and we know of the Jewish participation in it as traders and brokers, right? So this doesn't help their narrative.
Hey, let me say this. I'm gonna go into the 12 tribe chart right now, and one of the things that we got to understand with the 12 tribe chart, we got to remember the elephantine papyri, right? I want to make sure I stay on topic right here. We got to keep in mind the 12 tribe chart don't make any sense for the people that are traveling because there's no established laws that's codified. So all of these things are after the Babylonian exile, right? According to where the consensus of scholarship is at right now. There's no Leviticus at the time. There's no Deuteronomy at the time. Moses couldn't have wrote Genesis 36 because it shows the Edomite lineage of kings that existed in the 8th century, which would be 600 years after him, and it's not a prophecy. So at the end of the day, you see when the person is writing by the internal evidence within the biblical text. It's telling you when they're writing. All right, cool. I did show it. Yawasap, I did show it in the House of Israel. I did show it. I showed some of it. All right. Now, remember this. And we're about to have a conversation with Captain Chatazaa and those who believe. And by the way, to anyone, and Yawasap is a believer of the Israelite 12 tribe chart. Take his word for it. Don't take my word. Anyone could come on my panel and I'll give you your 2 minutes to talk and whatever. All right. So what I'm going to do is play some of Chatazaa's 12 tribe chart presentation and you're going to see. All right. All right. All right. Hey, Truth Store in the building. One of the master teachers in here. Hey, Truth, you saw this guy put this comment up here? Anathema, the Hansa League. Oh, man, when we start talking about that, man, people, everybody want to talk about the Hansa League. Shout out to Truth Story, man. There you go. Anathema. Big up yourself for that, bro. Big up yourself for that. Hey, Peter Bag Juice, every Thursday, Leader for Christ. Shout out to you, sister. You're a good, sweet sister, man. Good peace and love to you. Let me make you a moderator too, man. Ain't nobody mess with that sister right there, man. Don't mess with her. She's hands-off leader. Now, listen, ladies and gentlemen, we got to understand something, right? I'm going to get into the chart because remember, he made a claim that nobody can Nobody can debunk his chart. Nobody. Hold on, let me find this sister real quickly right here. You better ask truth story. And I talked about that a long time ago. Hey, no problem, brother. All I'm saying that is the truth story, and that taught me that. All right. Big up yourself, Garfield. Let me make her a moderator here. Shout out to Sister Lita. She follows Christ. She's a Christian, but she's a friend of the show. Just like how Yawasap is an Israelite friend of the show. Shout out to Corey. I'm going live again at 3 o'clock. Just for the record, 3 o'clock, we're going live. Vocab and Corey, if you want to call it a battle or verses or whatever, it happened, and I'm going to replay it, and we're going to deal with it. Why the hell you're not a mod? I didn't know you're not a mod, bro. What are you coming at me for? They voted. They said they voted. Yawasap. They said, nah, you Puerto Rican. We don't make. You ain't had nothing to do with hip hop.
Shout out to Truth Historian and Kyle in the building. You don't know the heavyweight Truth Historian, man. Y'all gotta check out his channel. The brother be spitting the real facts.
All right. So listen. So now I'm gonna get into the 12 tribe chart. Cedric, you can interrupt anytime you want. Hold on, where is this 12 tribe chart?
Let me start by interrupting now. If you understand anything about the transatlantic slave trade, the crossing, how these slave ports used to operate, then it would be ludicrous to consider Haitian anything different from me, which is Northeast Caribbean, or from a Jamaican. How? This thing makes no sense off the rip. But we're gonna see as we go into it that there is no sense to this whole thing whatsoever. I in the Caribbean and from the Caribbean, right? My family is spread out over multiple islands. How are you gonna distinguish them from one tribe to the next? Because my family in Curacao is distinct from me over here in St. Martin. That is a ludicrous notion. You don't understand the transatlantic slave trade, and you don't understand how that happened. It's pure nonsense.
Hey, usual, peace of love. I say usual in a minute. Usual is actually a Jew. All right. I think he's either Sephardic or rabbinical. I'm not sure, but he's a Jew, practicing Jew. Shout out to him in the building. Always support the show. Now, this is Dagger Squad, right? We call it the Brother Garfield podcast, but Dagger Squad is Garfield. This means I'm in that mode. When I'm in that mode, it's a wrap. Now, for anybody, right, we're having a new show. That's every Thursday. We haven't decided on the time yet. It's gonna be called Pull Up, Put Your Money Up, or Shut the F Up. This is a challenge to everybody, whether you're Muslim, Christian, Jew, agnostic. Pull up, put your money up, or shut the F up. I don't need to hear you. All right? And what we're gonna do is, when the person put up their $50, whoever they want to battle, I'm going to put up the $50, or the person going to put up their other $50, and then they're going to battle it out, and the majority of the money is going to go to the winner, and the loser going to get a little cut. All right? Or whatever they decide at the time. Pull up, it's Pull Up Thursdays. Pull up, put your money up, or shut the F up. You got a beef with Truth Story and a topic, call him out and put that money up. You got a beef with Ruben, put your money up. You got a beef with Garfield, and I guarantee you nobody's going to come and pull up on Garfield. I guarantee that. I'm calling out Genesis, calling out ISUPK, calling out IUIC, calling out Sakari. I'm calling out all the big dogs. GMS, my brother from GMS always in the building. Shout out to him. I'm telling you, pull up, put your money up, or shut the F up. Sick of you niggas. Talk my to me. Oh man. Talk my, you funny, yo. You funny. Oh my. Yeah, because they talk all this junk on YouTube behind the screen. That's like Sham. I see Sham. Look at this guy right here. Before I even go in, man. Look at Shamso and the Israelites going back and forth. Y'all can't let this guy get away with this stuff, man. You can't let him get away with this stuff. This is crazy. Hold on, let me go to my history of videos. Let me see if I got the video right here. Here's the video. Sam, this guy talked too much, man. He got too much mouth. We got to get him. Whether I'm on the Israelite sides or not, we got to get this dude out of here. We got to get him out of here, man. We got to get this guy out of here, man. Look at this conversation, family. We got to get this guy out of here, man. We got to get him out of here. Whether I agree with him or not, I just don't like his attitude. I don't like his attitude at all. Israelites, y'all gotta get this dude. He got a video out saying he beat y'all up. Look at this.
Hebrews 4, 1-11, because Israel's Sabbath was not the reality. It was a shadow of God's Sabbath. And I'm sure you, Jamar, will agree. That's Exodus chapter 20, verse 11, which you alluded to. In Exodus 31, 12-17, it says that Israel's weekly Sabbath and yearly Sabbath was modeled after God's Sabbath. Now, you both, I should say all three. If you go to Genesis chapter 2, verses 1-3, you'll see that Israel's weekly Sabbath and yearly Sabbath, they were modeled after God's Sabbath. God's Sabbath began and hasn't ended and won't end till the return of Christ. That's the argument of Hebrews 4, verses 1-11. So Hebrews 4, verses 1-11 says, by faith we entered the true Sabbath. You want to stay in the shadow? More power to you. We're going to go to the reality of what the shadow was simply pointing to. We are in God's Sabbath every day of the week by faith in Jesus Christ. That's Hebrews 4, verses 1-11, and Matthew 11, 28-30, when he says, come to me, all you who are weary and heavy laden, I will give you rest. So Jesus is my Sabbath. You want to keep the shadow? Like I said, more power to you. We want the reality, which is Jesus Christ. Colossians 2, verses 16-17.
So I just want to go to Acts 15 because it did come up in the debate. Because this is what happened, because people think that the Gentiles only have to keep a certain amount of laws and Israel has to keep all these laws, but all the laws apply to everybody. And I just want to prove that before you guys leave. So let's go to Acts 15 and pick it up at verse 19. Okay, go ahead.
Wherefore my sentence is that we trust.
Let me not bore y'all with that. Let me get to the 12 tribe chart stuff. And let's deal with this guy. This is going to take like an hour. Y'all could come back to this. Now, I'm not saying I know everything, but I've been observing the last 12 years the Hebrew Israelite movement, and nobody has really studied them because they think that they are practically made in America. That's going to be the name of my next book, by the way, Made in America. So if you look at the Hebrew Israelite movement, the Nation of Islam, which I was connected to, you look at the Jehovah's Witness, you look at the Seventh-day Adventists, you look at all of them, they all stem from some sort of Bible tradition or Bible history. And what happened is they don't want to admit it. So I want y'all to check this out and let's build. We're going to build. All right, here we go. Dagger Squad. That's my logo right there with the dagger. Shout out to my Christian brother that made it for me. All right, this is Zion Lex. Oh, they was teasing. Captain said he put Zion Lex's name in his head, ZN, during the debate with Jamar. He didn't know. Well, it was kind of funny. So ISUPK 12 Tribes chart debunked by Garfield Reed Dagger Squad. So Captain Chatazaa, the 12 Tribes chart, he made a presentation in Chicago a couple years ago. Let's check him out.
Now, me personally, all I needed when I came into the truth was Genesis 49. I didn't need a damn thing else. I saw Genesis 49, and if you were spiritual, brother, you understand? Like if you could really understand these scriptures, then you're gonna see that that's us clear as day. You understand? So now, what comes down to is that
I want to say something about Genesis 49 off the bat. This is for everybody who's listening. You might not know this, but Genesis 49 was written at different time periods. All right? Why do I say that? This is not for the believers now, because believers, they get in their feelings. This is what the Spirit is telling me about the captain. Is this rejects why he rejects? Shout out to Fortune for this slide right here, by the way. All right. All right. So now, if you look at this chart right here, the 12 tribe chart, we see that he says Genesis 49 is the reason why he believes what he believes, right? But Genesis 49, for those who don't know, is written in different tenses. If you go to Genesis 49:18 and I think Genesis 49:21, you see that one person is talking to another, then it's the person talking for themselves in the first person, then somebody talking in the third person. You see, Genesis 49, Deuteronomy 33, Judges 5 are written in a form of archaic Hebrew. So what happened is after the exile, if you deal with scholarship, you notice that those particular chapters that talks about the 12 tribes have been doctored, or people have edited it, or somebody has ad-libbed to it. And what happened is, remember, Judah became the main tribe because remember, the northern tribes, about 80,000 of them moved to Judah. So the priests would move to Judah, so they had to rewrite the traditions or write the traditions with Judah as the main one. So a lot of the editing that was done was to make Judah the top tribe. So if you read Genesis 49, you look at Reuben, you look at all the tribes that are before him at number 4, they have done something wicked to not let them get the scepter or the mantle of carrying on the 12 tribes of Israel. But you wouldn't understand that if you don't go deep. So I don't want to go too religious with that, with Genesis 49 and explain it biblically, because it's a waste of time. We're going to be going back and forth one day. But I'll say to you, Genesis 49 was written at different time periods. All right? Just to leave it there.
I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to give you a source. Everybody should know this book. If not, this is Lost Tribes and Promised Land by Ronald Sanders. Ronald, was it Sanders? Some you understand? And he goes and does this history. And in this history, you start to uncover who the true Jews are, who the true Israelites are. Next slide. So now, a striking element in Columbus.
All right. Okay. So he goes to this book called The Lost Tribes, The Promised Tribes, right? Listen to what he says. I'm going to show you how these guys research.
I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to give you a source. Everybody should know this book. If not, this is Lost Tribes and Promised Land by Ronald Sanders. Ronald, was it Sanders? Some fake Jew. You understand? And he goes and does this history. And in this history, you start to uncover who the true Jews are, who the true Israelites are. Next slide. So now, a striking element in Columbus.
All right. So he goes to this book right here. The Lost Tribes and Promised Lands by Ronald Sanders, right? The Origins of American Racism. I never read this book until he did this presentation. And going through this book, I'm surprised, all right? I'm not too concerned about the peer review stuff and that they were disputed. So this is the peer review of him, August 1st, 1979. All right? I'm not interested in that. What I'm interested in is the claims that this gentleman, and I don't know if Isupk uses this book, that they claim to say, hey, we're the Israelites using this book. And I'm gonna show you how this book actually kills him.
During the Inquisition. So he became obsessed with where the Lost Tribes went. Next slide. Contrary to legend, Columbus did not sail to prove that the earth was round. Most educated Europeans and mariners already knew that.
Hold on a second. Let me play this over.
During the Inquisition. So he became obsessed with where the Lost Tribes went. Next slide. Contrary to legend, Columbus did not sail to prove that the earth was round. Most educated Europeans and mariners already knew that. Columbus estimated the size of the Atlantic Ocean from reading his Bible. He had read in the second book of Esdras in the Apocrypha that God created the world in 7 parts water and 6 of them dry land. So meaning what? There was 5 continents that they knew about. They knew they were missing a continent because they read the Bible. Next slide. Well, somebody might say, how many continents are there? If you went to school in the United States where they do not educate us at all, you were taught that there were 7 continents: Africa, Antarctica, Asia, Australia, Europe, North America, and South America. So using the criteria defined above, meaning in the article that I pulled this out, many geologists, meaning geologists from other parts of the world, say that there are 6 continents, just like the Bible said. So Columbus was reading this and he's like, there's another landmass that nobody dwelt at except for who? Those that were in Esdras. You understand? The 10 tribes which came over to Arsareth, what is Arsareth?
I'm noticing confirmation bias. Let's go back to one thing that he said.
During the Inquisition. So he became obsessed with where the Lost Tribes went. Next slide.
All right. First of all, Columbus was never obsessed with the Lost Tribes. He made that up. That's not in that source. And if it's in that source, somebody in the audience correct me. Because if you look at the source, it is telling you that he was interested in 2nd Esdras, but he did read 2nd Esdras, Chatazaa. Stop lying on the sources. Now he wants us to believe that they were what? How many I'm gonna call you back. I'm live. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is no such thing as 6 continents. So he's saying it's 6 continents because second Esdras said there's 6 continents. Columbus never said he's looking for no lost tribes. In fact, I'm gonna show you how weak Chatazaa is. That same source tells us who the lost tribes are. And Columbus says who the lost tribes are. He calls them the reprobate Jews, the Jews that did not believe in the New Testament. He was talking about rabbinical Jews. So he tells us. So this is why you can't use, this is why I wanted to debate this loser, man. Because in the same source he's reading from, it tells you who the lost tribes are. It wasn't no Indians. It wasn't no African American. It wasn't none of that. He said the lost tribes are the reprobate Jews. The reprobate Jews are the ones that didn't believe in the New Testament and didn't accept second Esdras as scripture. So if he says it's 6 continents, we know Europe is a continent, brothers and sisters. I hope we all agree with that in the audience. But the Bible says it's 6. So who do you go with? Do you go with the reality? Or do you go with the book that you believe in? Lost tribes. So this was often to be cited. And by the way, he did cite second Esdras 6 verses 42. That's all he used. This was often to be cited by Columbus, who argued that since only 1/7 of the world was water, a good deal more dry land than yet was known remained to be overseas. But Columbus seems to have found more in Esdras than just his geographical argument. Here's one of the things he writes about this verse in his marginal note. But this prophecy is not accepted by the reprobate Jews, yet it has been accepted by the innumerable ones amongst them who have believed in the Gospels. Israel has thus been split into 2 branches. He's talking about the Old Testament only and the New Testament. Now, he also claims the Bible knew about all of Earth's continent, with Asia and Europe actually being a single continent, Eurasia. Second Esdras is not considered canonical. Let me get into no, I'm not going to get into second Esdras. Let me just get into this part real quick. Then I get into second Esdras.
So now, this is one of my favorite scriptures. Second Esdras, a scripture that so many fake Israelites do not understand. You understand? So these are the 10 tribes those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoner out of the land at the time of Hosea. Hosea is the Greek transliteration of Hosea. So Hosea, the king whom Salmanasseh, the king of Assyria, led away captive. He carried them over the waters, because remember, they took us into the riverlands. They took us onto the borders of their empire. You go into history, you'll find out they put us in the military and we would defend them from foreign invaders. But they took his counsel amongst themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. Well, where was the place that never mankind dwelt? Name somebody who was here inside the Americas besides the North American Indians. Nobody. You can't tell me they went into Africa. Africa was already inhabited by hand. Y'all want to talk about how much y'all love Kemet so much. Like Kemet was the first damn civilization. Africa was inhabited from north to south. You understand? So now that they might.
All right. So because second Esdras says something, that means second Esdras. He makes an appeal to second Esdras. He doesn't realize second Esdras wasn't composed by Esdras. It was composed around 100 AD. Native Americans were long in America before Israel was even a nation. Josephus makes mention of tribes living in surrounding regions. James writes to 12 tribes. How would this be the case if they were in America? Let me stop this for a minute right here. Let me stop for a minute right here. I want to show you guys something real quick, right? I don't think Israelites can research, and I don't respect their scholarship. They don't want to respect mine. That's fine. They want to say I'm biased. But let's ask ourselves a question. Are these guys right? Or are we just hating on the fact that they want to be Israel? Is that the case? I'm trying to figure out what is it that we're doing that people could say, hey, you know what, Garfield, these people are correct. I think you're a hater. You don't want the truth to come out. You're trying to stop the awakening. You guys are a part of a cult. And there's nothing wrong with being a part of a cult. That's what you choose to do. That's what you choose to do. But you're living a lie. 574 federal recognized Native American tribes, right? Archaeology in the Americas. Physical evidence of the Americas before the Assyrian exile. 5,000-year-old civilization in Peru. This dates prior to ancient Egypt. Those pyramids that you have, the 3 main pyramids. This was built before them, according to Native American archaeologists. The issue is estimate. 50 years here, or 50 years going forward, or 50 years backward. So there's an estimate. This is around 5,000 years ago. Nobody was living here at the time. This is in Peru. The first people to mummify people come from here. It's dated to over 9,000 years ago. Mummifying the dead. This is before ancient Egypt. So it can't be the Americas. It can't be pottery in Brazil. Cave of Hands in Belize, over 1200 BC. You find structures in the Maya archaeological site in northern Belize, Central America. I just showed you South America in Peru, Chile, and Brazil. Then I'm showing Central America, Belize, which is a Mayan civilization, pre-Mayan. So what are you talking about, bro? Then I didn't even talk about this one right here, DNA and archaeology. In Clovis, they found a boy that goes back 13,000 years in the North Americans. Native Americans descend from this boy that they found 12,700 years ago. Wow, look at that. The 1 to 2 year old Clovis child, now known to be a boy, is directly ancestral to today's native peoples from Central and South America. Their data are very convincing that the Clovis Anzic child was part of the population that gave rise to North Americans, Central Americans, and Southern American groups. This is just based off of genetics and science. What are you going to do now? Where are you going to go? Heard my brother Yawasab bring up X earlier, but let's take a look at the 3 major haplogroups. The 3 major haplogroups are C, Q, and R. Accounted for what? Nearly what? 96% of men. 96%, bro. So 96% of the men that's attached to Native American culture attached to C and Q alone. And R, I'm sorry, R. But guess what happened? The R lineages present in Native Americans mostly likely come from recent admixture with Europeans. You notice you don't see X in this, my brother Yawasab? It's an insignificant marker. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, African-American males are 30 to 40% R lineages. Why is that? Because of admixture with Europeans. King James RM269. That's what we're connected to. And of course, R don't make you black or white. But the fact of the matter is, African Americans got the R the same way the Native Americans got the R, from European admixture. So how could R's be the Americas? This is not rocket science. This is nothing hard to understand. It's easy. This is not rocket science at all. What are we doing? What are we really doing here? Let me get out of this right here and get back to this guy's presentation. This is crazy. This is nuts. Absolutely nuts. What are you doing, bro? My belief says I'm going by blind faith, man. And these people claim there was Israel. And these people say this. These people say, what are you doing? And for my African-American brothers, I found a gene that white folks, that 70% of African-Americans have, and Europeans are at less than 1%. It's practically almost 0%. It's almost practically impossible for them to have it. I'm going to bring that out later when I have the discussion with my other brothers about the whole African-Americans being Israelites. And it's funny, the 70% is all African-Americans, showing that we made it with one another for so long coming out of slavery. Another issue with that is that 30 to 40% of the males are R, so they have admixture. They don't have that gene because of the admixture. Garfield got these daggers, man. I'm telling y'all, y'all better put me on that Mount Rushmore of best researchers ever in the history of the conscious community. Y'all better have my name on that list. Better be up there. It better be up there. Oh, man, I tell you. Oh man. Hey, true story. I went to the library to go get that book, man. And somebody who works there took the book out because I booked it and I didn't pick it up. Somebody must have saw the book and be like, yo, I need to hold it. So an employee, actually, this is the only book in the United States of America that shows the epigraphic evidence of the oral traditions of West African history. The only book I have seen. It might be other books, but he's the leading epigraphic person that goes on the walls in Africa and wrote a book about it in 1974. And so it actually contradicts some of the oral traditions that we heard, because the natives or the indigenous people wrote their own history down. So which one do we believe? Do we believe the Arab version or do we believe the native African version? It's in the library in Manhattan, Metropolitan Library, Metropolitan Museum. But the one of the workers took it out. So as soon as he bring it back, I'm going to get it. No, not the sickle cell, brother. Not the sickle cell. We're moving on from that. All right, cool. All right. So let me get back to Chatazaa for a second. Now, for those who don't know, right, Second Esdras was written in the 1st century. And how you defeat this, and this is from my brother from Genesis, Deacon Akar, well, he's Priest Akar now, and for Hassad and Gorilla Hebrew because they study. Right, Chatazaa, Yawasap, those are people who go outside the Bible and so forth, and the brothers from IUIC and a couple other groups. But a couple camps, all they do, they rely on Second Esdras. The reason why Second Esdras is important, family, is because that's the only one that mentions Arzareth. Right, Arzareth is really a compound word from Deuteronomy 29. What happened is I have in the Talmudic debates where the author of Second Esdras in the 1st century may have gotten the whole Arzareth thing. And what happened is a translator may have mistakenly made those two, the compound word, one, Arzareth, because there's no other reference to Arzareth anywhere at all. It just basically means another land. And what happened is Arzareth is the linchpin for the 12 tribe chart. If you take Second Esdras out of the equation, they're dead. And let me prove it right now, carefully. Second Esdras, they have it first 2 chapters, chapters 3 to 14, and then chapters 15 and 16. They split it up into 3. Now, what happened is the first 2 chapters are originally written in Latin. That kills the whole argument already. How could the first 2 chapters be written in Latin by Ezra, who exists 5th century BC? There's no Latin that he's writing from the 1st century could be written by him. Another problem is the scholars who are studying this have removed the idea that there's a Hebrew or Aramaic original to chapters 3 to 14. There's no evidence that it's a Hebrew. It was said and repeated over. So on the encyclopedia, you'll see that it was written in Hebrew, Aramaic. It's not true. Right now, it's not true. So what happened is we could trace it by Greek idioms that's in the writing, which we have documentation by the scholars. So we could trace it back to a Koine Greek. I'm talking chapters 3 to 14. Now, can Ezra write in Koine Greek? According to Ezra timeline, 5th century BC, he wasn't alive when Koine Greek was instituted, when it was put into place after Alexander the Great died. So Ezra could not have written chapters 3 to 14. Chapters 15 and 16 is either Latin or Koine Greek. But again, Ezra could not have wrote it. So if somebody is pretending to be Ezra and lying, it's considered a pseudepigrapha. A pseudepigrapha is somebody saying, hey, I'm Yawasap and I'm writing under Yawasap name, but I'm not Yawasap. I'm pretending to be Yawasap. So if the person is pretending, that means that that book should be null and void. The person is lying. And what happened is there's internal evidence in Second Esdras that proves they're literally talking about the ascension of Jesus up to heaven. They're talking about my Messiah, which is 1st century Christian talk in chapter 728. Some edition said that my son Jesus. There's nowhere in the Old Testament you'll see the word my son Jesus. So if you are a King James only, you're a dagger. The next problem is chapters 1 and 2. Chapter 1 is started saying, I am Ezra the prophet. In chapter 3, it starts in the Latin version, which is the oldest that we have. It says that I am Salathiel, also known as Ezra. Salathiel and Ezra the prophet are 2 different people. Salathiel is Zerubbabel's father. That's not Ezra. So the book is contradicting itself. So somebody's trying to trick us at the time. So if the person is lying and said, I'm Ezra, and it's not Ezra, that's one reason to throw it out. It's on one part it says Ezra wrote it, and on another part it says Salathiel wrote it. That's being dishonest. So the compilation of the book itself, the first time, I'll leave that for when I debate somebody on the topic, but that's going to blow your mind. All three parts, first and second chapters, 3 to 14 and 15 and 16, this book is written after the first century. It's first century and after. Second century, third century. So I'm saying to you, if you believe second Esdras is gospel, pull up Thursday. Pull up Genesis. Pull up Isupk, Home of the Truth. Pull up IUIC. Pull up Tab. Pull up Sons of Thunder. Pull up. Who want to pull up? And guess what on top of it? The church fathers talk about it. But guess what? What is the church father referring to? Is he referring to second Esdras as you see it today? Or is he referring to the first time somebody refers to it is Clement of Alexandria? Church father, 180, 182, or 190, or 200 AD. Why nobody in the BC era is referring to this book? They have this guy who have a website called secondesdras.com, talk about in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yo, let me tell you something, family. I got all, you see, this is what I do. I study both sides. I got to study the side that says Ezra actually wrote it. The only people that believe that is Bible believers. But the internal evidence in the book is referring to Jesus, my Messiah. It's referring to things like Revelations and Daniel. It's referring to stuff that's way down after the 2nd century BC. And on top of it, the Apocalypse of Baruch and 2nd Esdras is almost identical. And that was written. They don't know who took from who. They both copied it. One copied from the other. So if he copied from Baruch, that's 150. The Apocalypse of Zephaniah was written around 150. It's taken from that book. So 2nd Esdras Chatazaa is a book that's written in the 1st century, the 2nd century, and 3rd century, according to academia. There is no scholar on the planet I have encountered that says it was literally written in the 5th century BC by Ezra. Nobody says that. Absolutely nobody. He also claimed in that audio he's playing, we were arguing about 2nd Esdras. He also said he had a scholar that says it was written by Ezra and he could prove it. Still ain't show it. He's a fraud. He's a liar. Don't have it. No, not the Apocalypse of Peter. Apocalypse of Zephaniah and the Apocalypse of Baruch. All right? But I'm going to say this to everybody. A pseudepigrapha, as my brother does put it in the chat, is right here. Spurious or pseudonymous writings, especially Jewish writings, ascribed to various biblical patriots and prophets, but composed within approximately 200 years of the birth of Jesus. You see, this is a problem, because if you take 2nd Esdras out, there's no record saying that the Assyrian exiles went somewhere specifically. But what happened is, even 2nd Esdras, watch 2nd Esdras right now. Let me put it on the screen and show y'all. Garfield is a master teacher, yo. Y'all got to give me my props. You know what? I'm not even going to show that. I don't want to go there. But 2nd Esdras, bear in mind, if you remove 2nd Esdras, you're moving where you're moving where the tribes went, right? And by the way, the way how when you read 2nd Esdras, you could tell that it's a supernatural type of stuff, because they have a river that's flowing rocks that stops on the Sabbath to make them pass, or God stopped it. Then God also said oh, I got to show this right here. I got to show this. 2nd Esdras 13 verses 40 to 50. Let's go 40 to 50, and let's go to Bible Hub. Nah, let me do this right here. All right, let's read the full chapter. And if you read even 2nd Esdras 13, chapter 13, just read the whole chapter. If you read the whole chapter, you'll be like, nah, this don't make no sense. We gotta be honest with ourselves. If you take 2nd Esdras out, you have no accountability of where the tribes went as far as scripture. You could bring out Luke 22 or Luke 24 or whatever, but I'm talking about 2nd Esdras is a vital part to what they believe. Look at this right here, family. These are the 10 tribes which were led away from their own land into captivity in the days of King Hoshea, whom Shalmaneser, the king of the Assyrians, led captive. He took them across the river, and they were taken into another land. But they formed this plan for themselves that they would leave the multitude of the nations and go to more distant region. Now watch this. Remember, they formed a plan amongst themselves. That means a minority of them. This is something that they don't talk about. Think about this for a second. They formed this plan for themselves that they would leave the multitude of the nations. The nations of them coming, they would leave the nation and go to a more distant region where mankind had never lived. Now look at this right here. 800 BC, where in the world mankind never lived? It's really a place that don't exist, because mankind lived everywhere on the planet Earth 800 BC. Mankind lived everywhere on the earth. So that means it's a place that don't exist. It's a mystery place. Now watch this, where mankind had never lived. Watch this, that there at least they might keep their statutes which they had not kept in their own land. And they went in by the narrow passages of the Euphrates River. For at that time, watch this, for at that time the Most High performed signs for them and stopped the channels of the river until they had passed over. Right? He stopped the channels, right, that they could pass over, right? Watch this. Let me bring this up a little bit more. So remember, he stopped the channels of the river until they had passed over. Through that region, there was a long way to go, a journey of 1.5 years, and that country is called Arzareth, which means another land. Watch this though. Then they dwelt there until the last times, or the last days. And now when they're about to come again, the Most High will do what? Stop the channels of the river again so that they may be able to pass over. So that means at the end times, you're going to have to pass the same river again and go back to where they was. They don't teach that part because they forgot. You see, this is the problem. The channels of the river so that they may be able to pass. Therefore, you saw the multitude gathered together in peace. But those who are left of your people who are found within my holy borders shall be saved. Therefore, when he destroyed the multitude of the nation that are gathered together, he will defend the people who will remain. And then he will show them very many wonders. Now, ladies and gentlemen, earlier in this chapter, it talks about God going up into heaven. Jesus going up into heaven. When did Jesus go up into heaven according to biblical tradition? He went into heaven when? Remember with the story in the Bible? So around 30 to 36, 33 AD, apparently he ascended into heaven. Why is 2nd Esdras talking about him after he ascended? We witnessed him ascending into heaven. Who did you witness ascending into heaven at the time of the Messiah? Specifically talking about Jesus. That's how you know it's not written in 5th century BC. There's too much internal evidence. It's crazy. All right. So anyway, family, we could argue about scripture all day. Let's get back to this guy and his crazy 12 tribe chart. Craziness. Let's get it. So I talk about that just to bring in context the whole thing about 2nd Ezra.
All right, which came over to Arzareth, what is Arzareth? Next slide. So now it's breaking down that he was also studying this chapter. And he talks about how he held the waters for them and they traveled another 1.5 years to a region called Arzareth. Evidently a Greek corruption of the Hebrew.
Hold on. He said that Columbus was studying that chapter. Says who? Where's the evidence of that? He read 2nd Ezra 6:42. That's in Columbus records. So he just made that. He just lied. Yawasab, you agree with that? Let me ask Yawasab in the chat. Yawasab, did Columbus say or study 2nd Ezra 13:40 to 45? Did he study that, brother? I'm trying to get in context. So this is a lie. This book don't say that. Columbus in his records, it's clear that he taught 2nd Ezra 6:42 about the continents on the planet. I agree with that. But to say that he was reading that chapter, all right, I got you.
which they want to say Cap's gonna laugh, but Aretz, which is Chatazaa. You understand? Chatazaa meaning earth, land, or another country. It's the Greek transliteration, just like earlier when you saw Osei, which is really Hosea. Arsaret was America, man. Next slide. So now, out of all the interpreters that Columbus could have brought with him, what do you think the language was? Let me hear it.
All right. He brought a guy that that spoke. What do you see on the screen, family? Do you see Hebrew? What do you see beside it? Chaldean Arabic. Why would you, as a researcher, you see what happened when you already made up your mind before you do a research? Louis de Torres was a Jew, but he was a translator. If you look in the 800 AD and the 700 and all these Arabic people traveling, they always carried a Jew because the Jews were translators. They spoke several languages. It's nothing. I would have brought Louis Torres with me. So in case they spoke a language that's similar to Chaldean or Arabic or Hebrew, because Arabic was popular because the Arabs were taking over the trade routes. So Arabic was popular. Hebrew, because I spoke Hebrew and there were Jews that, you know, all over the place. Chaldean, who knows why he brought Chaldean? Did he think something from Mesopotamia or Sumer was there? Come on. He brought somebody who was a translator. But what happened after he went there? Let's take a look. Well, Second Esdras, he makes a claim for Arzares and Second Esdras. Second Esdras was composed until the end of the 1st century AD. It is a pseudepigrapha, meaning Ezra was not the actual writer of the work. All right. A striking element in Columbus' geographical religiosity is his intense and abiding interest in the 4th book of Ezra. The 2 apocryphal books of Ezra purport to be additional writings by about the Old Testament Ezra, but the 2nd or 4th book is a piece of full-fledged Hellenistic apocalyptic writing that was often regarded with suspicion by the church. Now look at this right here. As much was always to be made of this by the latter's defenders, including Columbus, in the marginal notes to Columbus' copy of the Alley is a relatively lengthy discourse on what? Relative discourse on what? 2nd Ezra 6:42. What did I say earlier? 2nd Ezra 6:42. Even in Sanders' own book, Chatazaa source mentions how 2nd Ezra was regarded with suspicion. Page 77. Look at page 78. The reprobate Jews were Old Testament only Jews who did not hold to this prophecy, while new Christians, conversos, did. Jews resisted Christianity, did not adhere to the prophecy from Esdras. All right? It was the Jews who accepted Christianity that accepted this prophecy. Columbus himself is said to be a new Christian. All right. Let me say that Columbus, there's no records of Columbus talking about 1345. That is a lie. It is not true. There's no records within his own writings. Even in the book that he read from, it says 2nd Esdras 6 verses 42. So you're actually lying, buddy. Let's go.
Ocean from reading his Bible. He had read in the 2nd book of Esdras in the Apocrypha that God created the world in 7 parts water and 6 of them dry land. So meaning what? There was 5 continents that they knew about. They knew they were missing the continent because they read the Bible. Next slide. Well, somebody might say, how many continents are there? If you went to school in the United States,
all right. In 4910 mark, he incorrectly reads his own paraphrase in Sanders' book wrong by stating 7 parts water, 6 dry land. The source on his text indicates 7 parts of the earth were created with 1/7 of it being water. Antarctica, which is not dry land, is covered in mostly snow and ice. Nearly 3/4 of the earth's surface is covered with water. Iberia to Japan is more than 2,400 miles. All right. Let me see what else he got. What else you got?
So meaning what? There was 5 continents that they knew about.
Hold on, okay. Hold on a second. He says there were 5 continents that they knew about and that they were missing one more continent because they were reading the Bible during the time of Columbus. But Spain and the rest of the old world only knew of Eurasia and North Africa. West Africa was a recent discovery by Columbus' time. That makes us makes up only 3 continents, 2 if we accept the notion of Eurasia being 1 continent, meaning actually 4 were undiscovered by 1492. Great point. The Americas are comprised of 2 continents and various islands. The Bible does not state the number of continents. Here you go. Furthermore, the earth and its continents have been viewed in various different ways, ranging from 4 to 7 continents in the minds of different people. Get to know your history, brother.
Which came over to Archaeology, what is Archaeology? Next slide. So now it's breaking down that he was also studying this chapter. And he talks about how he held the waters for them and they traveled another 1.5 years to a region called Archaeology. Evidently a Greek corruption of the Hebrew, which what they want to say, Cap's gonna laugh, but Aretz, which is Aratazaa. You understand? Aratazaa meaning earth, land, or another country. It's the Greek transliteration, just like earlier when you saw Osei, which is really Hosea. Archaeology was America, man. Next slide. So now, out of all the interpreters that Columbus could have brought with him, what do you think the language was? Let me hear it.
All right. He mentions how the book explained Arzareth as a Greek corruption of Aretz, meaning another country. Another country can be anywhere. So how does Chatazaa come to the conclusion this automatically means America, other than confirmation bias? 2nd Ezra 6:2, if you look at it, upon the 3rd day thou didst command that the waters should be gathered up in the 7th part of the earth. 7th part. 6th part thou hast dried up and kept them to the intent that of these some being planted of God until might serve thee. But this prophet is not accepted by the reprobate Jews, yet it has been accepted by the innumerable ones, amongst them who have believed in the Gospels and so forth. The reprobate Jews who reject him, even though they regard the Old Testament Ezra the same person, in Columbus's eyes a canonical authority. In other words, to repudiate the vision of the apocryphal Ezra is as if to repudiate the Jehovah of the prophets, and presumably the result will be the same. The rabbinical Jews of Spain is the note seems to imply are to be the lost tribes of modern times. One wonders whether this note was written before or after the expulsion of the Jews in 1492. So they're saying that the note that he's writing about the reprobate Jews implies that he thinks that the lost tribes of modern times are the reprobate Jews. I don't know why Chatazaa left that out. This is what my brother is talking about in the audience. And if y'all look at the comment that he said it's implied through no external evidence shows that Columbus talked about it outside of speculation in the Jewish Encyclopedia. I actually wrote the Jewish Encyclopedia, so more than likely this is going to be changed because this is actually dishonest on their part and an error on their part. The Jewish Encyclopedia says, when you look up Arzareth, it says the name of the land beyond the great river, far away from the habitation of man, in which the 10 tribes of Israel will dwell, observing the laws of Moses until the time of the restoration. According to the 4th Ezra 1345, Columbus identified America with this land. So it says, see the source, Caseling's Christopher Columbus, translated by Dr. C. Gross, page 15. But of course, if you're the greatest researcher in the game, you go to the source. This is Christopher Columbus and the participation of Jews in the Spanish and Portuguese discoveries by Dr. M. Caseling, and translated from the author's manuscript, which is sanctioned and revision, Charles Gross, PhD from Harvard. If you look at this family, it says absolutely nothing about Arzareth or America. This is a lie. And if he thought Arzareth was America, why didn't he come over here to North America? Why he ain't come here? He was also very fond of reading the Bible and the 4th book of Ezra, which was probably written by a Jew who lived outside of Palestine. According to his own assertion, the incentive that impelled him to plan his discovery was not a love of science, but his interpretation of the prophecies of Isaiah. See, that would have been the perfect time to say 2nd Esdras if he thought it was America. But he said it was the prophecies of Isaiah. And if you read the rest of it, there is nothing here about America or Arzareth. So I wrote a letter to the Jewish Encyclopedia and tell him to remove this because the source that they're quoting it comes from doesn't even agree with the statement. I don't know who wrote this, but obviously I got to get this out of here because these Israelites going to say, oh, who we going to believe? We're going to believe you or we going to believe the Jewish encyclopedia? We're going to believe the white man, Garfield. No, you use common sense and stop repeating a lie. Go to the source. It's free. It's free online. Go to Casey Link's book and go to page 15 and look it up yourself. You will see that it doesn't say that. What you see on the screen, I copied it and added it to the slides. We got to stop playing games, family. Stop playing games. Let me see. All right, I'll leave the philology arguments alone. And by the way, too, if you notice something, I'm going to show you he's lying. If you look at this, right, before that page that he has 80, let me see right here. Brought him slaves from them, he could exalt visionary almost the image of himself after making some voice to the Guinea coast. Okay, but it doesn't say here. It don't say nothing about him reading 13 whatever. It says if he had glanced it or if he had seen it. That's what it's saying. And they traveled another year and a half to call Arzareth a Greek corruption. Then they were to remain until the latter times. But he doesn't say it. Look at this. Did Columbus have any messianic pretensions? There is a decidedly messianic element in Las Casas' literary treatment of him years after his death, but that could be more Las Casas than Columbus. You see, there's nothing that comes out of his mouth. So even if you hear something later on, it could be somebody else putting stuff in his mouth, but that's in the same book that he's quoting. That's crazy, man. Lazy scholarship and lying.
So now, out of all the interpreters that Columbus could have brought with him, what do you think the language was? Let me hear it. Hebrew. There was only one interpreter that he brought with him, Lucas de Torres, a so-called Jew who had occupied a position under the government. He was fluent in Hebrew because Columbus knew who the hell he was going to see. He knew who he was going to find. Next slide.
Ruben.
So now, I don't know, Chatazaa.
Hey, Ruben.
What about the Bering Strait?
I don't think Chatazaa read the sources that he uses. Ruben. So you're saying Clovis people lived there 11,000 years ago, so would Arzareth be Americas? I'm just trying to figure out your angle, brother, if you're a one Wester with a 12-tribe chart or not. All right. Let me get into this right here. Columbus brought a man who understood Hebrew because he knew where he was going. The text says he spoke Chaldean Arabic. When Columbus came, for those who don't know, and I've told this a million times, and please, Chatazaa, screenshot this slide. The Native Americans did not understand Hebrew. I'm going to say it again. They did not speak Hebrew. They were forced to communicate with sign languages. He took 8 or 9 or 10 Indians with him back to Spain so they could learn Spanish so that they could now bring them back to be their translators. This is said in Gonzalo Fernandez de Oviedo in General and Natural History of the Indies, Book 2, Chapter 6. That's the source. They never spoke Hebrew. I'm going to say it again. They never spoke Hebrew. It's a lie. It's a lie.
If I may, nobody said no. The Bering Strait is bullshit.
That's right.
You understand? That's a goddamn lie from the devil in the earth. So now the Bering Strait myth is not so much science as it is politics. Much objective modern science in the past several decades has even suggested that it is highly questionable if there ever was a so-called land bridge or ice bridge, as some have defined it. Yes, that's right. From an adept, intensive, non-politically affected, and unbiased scientific study of the Earth's history, countless scientists, mostly non-American. You start to see a pattern here? Mostly non-American have concluded that there most likely never was a land bridge. Most U.S. history books and many other books written about the North American indigenous people began by propagating the Bering Strait myth, telling the silly story of thousands, even millions of early First Nation people migrating from Asia across the so-called land bridge, the Bering Strait. Next slide. We're going to destroy this today. Also known as the Bering.
You know, it's funny with this Bering Strait stuff. I don't know. He doesn't provide any sources or information of the scientists who reject the land bridge theory. Also, attacking the Bering Strait doesn't dispute the genetic and archaeological evidence that the natives of America were present here thousands of years before the existence of Israelites. The key here is, my brother, just like my brother Ruben in the chat, who's trying to debunk anything I say through AI, he's actually agreeing with me that natives were here over 11,000 years ago. So Arzaretz could not be America, y'all. They got a whole civilization, the Mayans, the Olmecs. You got all this stuff in Central America, South America, North America. You got mummies, people being mummified way before Egypt did it here in North America, in South America, I'm sorry. You got structures that are big, older than the pyramids. Who is building them? Is it the Anunnaki coming down and building them? You see, what happened is when you hold to a biblical worldview, it puts you in a box. So that's the problem. He's also using 40-year-old outdated information, citing books from the 70s to cast doubt on the Bering Strait. Why don't you see? This is another thing with Yawasap and him. You always got to use old information, yeah, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been challenged. What is the opposite side? He mentions the works of James Adair. James Adair supports the land bridge theory. Craziness. Supports it. Ford family, I'm bringing you on in 3 weeks. What's up? What's on your mind, my brother?
Peace, what's going on? Hey, look at your little title. Us being Israelites has always been the truth. Them being exposed as fraudulent, their little chart and stuff is something else. You can't conflate the two.
Okay, all right.
They finally fell off. That's all that is.
Okay, all right, cool. All right, let me finish this presentation. His own source, James Adair, is a proponent of the land theory, and we put the source and the page. You know, the hypocrisy is we pick and choose slides and pick and choose scholars to fit our own arguments and look stupid while we're doing it. All right, well, here, let's go. Let's get in some more.
As the Bering Strait, the theory of Beringer theory, the land bridge theory, has been widely accepted since the 1930s. The idea was first postulated in a rudimentary fashion, meaning what? No science at all. It was a theory, a thought, which was by who? A Jesuit. You know anything about the Jesuits? Their whole job is to distort the truth. You understand? Like Commander General Yohannes said it best. If the Catholic Church is the American government, then the Jesuits are their CIA. They infiltrate organizations in order to make them what? Start teaching Immaculate Conception. Start getting closer to the Catholic doctrine. Because they realize it don't matter if you're directly aligned with us as long as you're teaching what we teach. So Jose de Acosta was one of these people who came over in 1590 and he created this theory. And as a result, everybody started to run with it. Next slide. This book right here.
All right. Oh boy, I tell you, these books and these people, I tell you. He commits a genetic fallacy on the Bering Strait theory by attacking the origin of its source, who was a Jesuit. So your logical fallacy is you judge something as either good or bad on the basis of where it comes from or from whom it came. The fallacy avoids the argument by shifting focus onto some things or someone's origin. It's similar to an ad hominem fallacy in what it leverages existing negative perceptions to make someone's argument look bad, without actually presenting a case for why the argument itself. Oh, he's a Jesuit. So that means every Jesuit source that you use today, James Adair is a Jesuit. Does that mean you throw him out? I'm just saying. I don't know if he's a Jesuit. You see, it's a genetic fallacy. That's what it is. All right, I'm not even going to get into that. He mentions how scholars were biased towards skeptics of the land bridge theory. Regardless, he doesn't seem to understand that the archaeology predates Israelites and the DNA separated natives from African Americans. Just like Dr. Alex can be seen as indoctrinating people, ISUPK indoctrinates people to dismiss DNA and the archaeology that existed before any Hebrew existed. He appeals to conspiracy on why he can't find sources, as if no author was able to publish sources disagreeing with Dr. Alex. Craziness. All right.
Can I ask you a question, Garfield?
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
What's the push for y'all to keep calling us African Americans? You're not an African Jamaican, are you?
I'm an Afro-Jamaican, yes.
You an Afro, so why are we African?
Well, African is short. Is a bruh.
No, it's not. Afro is not short for African.
Hold on.
Where you get that from?
Hold on. If you don't want to be called an African American, that's your choice.
My people don't want to be called African, period. Do you want to be called African?
You speak for everybody?
Yes. Do you want to be called African?
You're perpetrating a fallacy right now. You don't speak for all African Americans. Get out of here with that. That's foolishness. I ain't got time for that. Foolishness. If they want to be, anybody want to be called, don't vote, don't do census, don't sign up for anything with African American in it. Go and tell them you want to be FBA or ADOS or whatever. Go do that. And when you get that ratified, come back on my show and tell me about it. Crazy. Craziness.
Out, blurred out, is that the North American Indians went into slavery with ships, starting with the Taino Indians, the Mexican Indians, the Gadites, so-called North American Indians. And I took it up for this lecture. And you better find it out today. So this is Deuteronomy 28. Y'all know this. Next slide. So now this is a book right here that the blood stay pure.
Hold on a second, family.
Out, blurred out, is that the North American Indian blurred out, is that the North American Indians went into slavery with ships, starting with the Taino Indians, the Mexican Indians, the Gadites, so-called North American Indians. And I took it up for this lecture. And you better find it out today. So this is Deuteronomy 28. Y'all know this. Next slide. So now this is a book right here that the blood stay pure.
Okay. Oh, that's the video. Okay. I thought I made an error in the video. He mentioned North American Indians, Tainos in particular, going on ships as a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68. ISUPK interprets Egypt as modern-day America or the Western Hemisphere. Tainos who were shipped to other parts of the Caribbean were already in spiritual Egypt. Those taken to Spain would not fulfill this, as spiritual Egypt is considered the Americas. The places listed here that natives were shipped to would not be a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68, since Barbados, Jamaica, and Bermuda is already in spiritual Egypt according to ISUPK doctrine. Iberia and North Africa is not Egypt. The places listed here that natives, all right. Spain is Europe, not America, aka spiritual Egypt. Spain founds Santo Domingo, the first of many towns on Caribbean island Hispaniola. Spanish colonists forced the native Taino people on pain of death to perform almost all labor on the island. Christopher Columbus, who needs to demonstrate the wealth of the New World, after finding no gold, loads his ship with enslaved Taino people. During the next 4 decades, slavery continues to the death of 7 million Taino. The Taino culture on Hispaniola is gone by 1535. Tries to correlate split of North and Southern Kingdom with natives, offers nothing but his doctrinal opinion. Various peoples rumored to be lost tribe. Do their claims prove that they are Israel? The Japanese, the Pashtuns, the Aboriginal, Native American, New Zealand, Indians, Burmese, African tribes. Japanese were rumored to have been Jews, our own people of Jacob's seed, Japan. The spread of the fantasy of Israelite origin formed a consistent feature of the Western colonial enterprise. So this is from Lost Tribes of Israel, but the history of a myth by Tudor Parfit. The Japanese Jewish common ancestry theory, go back into the 1800s, where this guy went there and proved that the Japanese were Israelite descendants. Japanese were taken into ships. Before long, Japanese slaves were being bought and sold not only throughout Asia, but as far afield as Portugal and Argentina. Some slaves were captives in Japan's eternal civil war, sold by their Japanese captors to Portuguese traders. Others sold themselves or their children into slavery to escape crushing poverty. Still others were sold by feudal lords to finance a new craving for gunpowder. Portuguese authorities, royal, bureaucratic, and religious, were uncomfortable with this traffic. It brought Portugal and Christianity into low repute, damping the potential for trade. But look at this. Not so Toyota Hideyoshi. He was Japan's supreme warlord at the end of the 16th century. This is unbearable to me, he said, in 1587, upon learning from one of his officials from the Portuguese, by hundreds of Japanese men and women, their hands and feet are chained and they are driven into the bottom of ships. So going into bottom of ships is not just for Africans or African American history, all right? Also, the samurai invasion of Korea in 1592, Korean captives taken to Japan. Japan is an island nation. Its prisoners were shipped from Korea as well as their pottery. Does this make these Koreans Israelites? Asian slaves shipped to Mexico, aka spiritual Egypt. So we see all this information going around with people being shipped. Don't make you an Israelite to try to fit to Deuteronomy 28.
This is why the oldest 10 commandments is found where? Anybody know? Not you, Ken. What's up? New Mexico. Get a brother hand. You know what I'm saying? It was found in New Mexico, the Los Lunas stone. It's not the only place that they were found because we came here with the intent of serving our power. And they entered into the Euphrates at the narrow passage of the river. The narrowest part. The narrowest part of
Los Lunas inscription. He makes an argument for Los Lunas stones. Ancient Near East scholar Michael Isa debunks claim here from 318 to the end. What I would say about the Los Lunas stone is that it's written in a certain script, and there's something called the karet. The karet is like a full stop. You didn't find that in Hebrew until like modern time periods, the last 400 or 500 years. So whoever wrote it could be a Jew per se, could be a Sephardic Jew. There's a new theory that came out about this. You hear the word theory? Yawasap theory. There's a theory that I actually like, where it talks about that there's a possibility that people came over during the time of Columbus and actually lived in New Mexico and wrote it, and even made initials saying, like you said, I was here. When you make an initial on a tree, they made proof based off of the information as far as the script. The script is mixed with Greek, it mixed with Hebrew, and it mixed with it's written like how a Sephardic Jew would write the script at the time. So it's very similar to a Sephardic writing the script. So that's why I think it's possibly somebody who came over. It's not fake, but what they're trying to do, they don't. It's not dated to back 2,000 years ago or whatever. All right, and several tests were actually done on this. I'll get into it later on. All right. All right.
Since you wanted me to take Chatazaa, I'm gonna move on to other callers. You know what I'm saying? And then, of course, and then here's what we can do.
To get expertise from people that didn't have any involvement in terms of whatever they thought about Columbus or any religious involvement, or thinking about the lost tribes or whatever. And eventually, I brought in somebody that looked at the inscriptions. And I selected this epigrapher, one of the people that study the ancient inscriptions. I wanted to work with this epigrapher because he's an expert detecting forgeries of ancient writing. And also because he's an expert, he knows how to read ancient Hebrew, he knows how to read Phoenician, he knows how to read many of the languages that could be either attributed directly or indirectly to people that might be related to lost tribes of Israel, for instance. So what the epigrapher concluded is Charleston from George Washington University. He looked at the stones. He spent a week with me here in Puerto Rico, looking at the collection in detail. And he said first that the inscriptions that you see in the stones are ancient, that the inscriptions seem to denote a form of annotation system, but that the type of writing that is presented here
He thinks it's not Hebrew, it's not Phoenician. He thinks it's an ancient type of writing that developed locally because the indigenous people engaged in contact with other people that had an established writing system. That the writing system these stones have is unknown at present. Which culture or cultures engaged with the indigenous people in the island, we still don't know. That's a question we still need to figure out. But he was very straight in his argument that the stones were not associated, that he, based on his expertise, he would not say that the stones were, presented Hebrew right. He said that there are some symbols, as you can see here, that.
Yeah, so he teach about them stones being legitimately from what you call it, and what happened is the gentleman pretty much embarrassed him on the topic, and he what he did was he cut the guy off on the radio show. But the Father Nazario stones has been analyzed and everything, and I think that but anyway, let me get to invented knowledge. All right, this is the whole thing with that. Biblical translations. Gideon, you wanted to say something, bro? Gideon.
Nah, not right now. Just all praises to the Most High in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach. All praises. I mean, I'm just listening. You can
chime in whenever you're ready. Now, Deuteronomy 28 talks about. Let's go to verse 11. Your livestock and in the fruit of your ground within the land that the Lord swore to your fathers to give you. The Lord will open up to you his good treasure, the heavens, to give the rain to your land. Verse 18, cursed shall be the fruit of your womb and the fruit of your ground, your possessive. The Lord will make the pestilence stick to you until he has consumed you off the land that you are entering to take possession of it. Verse 24, the rain of your land, a nation that you have not known shall eat up the fruit of your ground. You shall carry much seed into the field and shall gather in a little, for the locust shall consume it. All of this is being taken place on your land. The cricket shall possess all your trees and the fruit of your ground. The Lord will bring a nation against you from far away, from the end of the earth, swooping down like the eagle, a nation whose language you do not understand. A hard-faced nation who shall not respect the old or show mercy to the young. By the way, to verse 49, the eagle was also, I think, the Persian and the Assyrian sign, by the way, the eagle.
And Garfield, I actually do have a question when I can.
All right. It shall eat the offspring of your cattle and the fruit of your ground until you are destroyed. They shall besiege you in all your towns until your high and fortified walls in which you trusted come down throughout all your land. 53, 54, 55. All the way from 49 to 57 is talking about in all your towns, in your towns. And as the Lord took delight in doing you good and multiplying you, so the Lord will take delight in bringing ruin upon you and destroying you, and you shall be plucked off the land that you are entering to take possession of it. I don't think there's any discussion that we need to have with Deuteronomy 28. Nobody really knows what the writer mean. But we could draw a conclusion that this was something connected to Exodus 14:13 or Deuteronomy 17:16, and it's something prior. If Moses literally wrote it according to the biblical tradition, verse 68. Before that, there's times when he said you will never go back into Egypt, physical Egypt. So I think using even the translation when it says and there, because there is referring to a place. He's talking about literal Egypt, not here. But when it comes to history, we do have Assyrian records. Why I talked about Assyria being the eagle is because we do have an Assyrian records where it talks about them going into Egypt in ships. But what they shall do is, when we talk about enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, there shall be no buyer. There's other parts in the Bible where it talks about there shall be no buyer, or we shall destroy this forever, and all these type of contexts that they're writing. These poetic type of writings, we're misconstruing it today. And I don't think Deuteronomy 28:68 has anything to do with us today. But go ahead, brother.
Right. So when you're looking at Deuteronomy 28, that's ascribing certain blessings and curses to the nation of Israel, correct? That's what I was just wondering, right? So that's kind of rhetorical. We all know that's true. So my thing, Garfield, is how are you looking at this? Are you refuting this based on you don't believe in the spiritual aspects of the Torah, or are you disagreeing on this based on like scientific fact that they were no people called? Because this is what we're saying. We're saying that Israelites were in Africa, and you can place those curses and those blessings to a people that were in West Africa that were taken in the slave trade. Now, you can prove that with documented facts. Now, if you're just refuting the Bible because you don't believe in hooky spooky, quote unquote spiritual aspects of things, that's one thing. But you can't deny those people were in Africa. So I'm just trying to see on what grounds, on what basis, on a scholarly basis, are you refuting the Israelites, or are you refuting it because you don't believe in spiritual matters? Because the people can get confused easily.
This sounds like a pull-up conversation right here. All right. First of all, I can't acquiesce to a faulty premise. So I do know that there was there were different Jewish communities. I wouldn't say Israelite, Jewish communities in West Africa. The issue is you don't have any evidence to show that any of those people who were considered Jews were ever on the slave ships. You have no way of proving that. We know they were in West Africa, and we know they were traders, and we know they were culturally, as far as connected to the commerce that went on in West and Central Africa. But we don't have any evidence of literal Jews being on these slave ships.
Okay, let's take it to something that you always bring up. The slave voyage data. You familiar with that, right?
Go ahead, my brother. I'm very familiar with that.
Right. So, one thing that you say, because show us Israelites on slave ships. So when you look at the slave voyage data, you see several dozens of people with Hebrew names, with Israelite names. And one argument that you use is that those people never made it to America. But when you're looking at things scientifically, we all know that that's a sample of the people that actually did make it from West Africa to the Americas, to the American shores. I really don't want to say made it because it was an unfortunate incident, but that's just a sample size. So you can speak on that as far as to ratios and to anthropological data, because even though those people didn't make it to the Western Hemisphere, they came from that same population, from that same data that we would get from the people that did make it there. So when you see those names, and then you can
hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not going to acquiesce to a faulty premise. You said that they were Israelite names, right? What does Nyamoli mean? Because we see the word YAH, that means it's an Israelite name. Isn't Aliyah an Arabic name? Aliyah, isn't that an Arabic name?
With those names,
YAH, right? So these are three examples of the names that were found on the ships, right? So I'm gonna ask you, because there's only 822 names with YAH in them. If you look at these names are not Israelite names.
Right.
But I also have a letter, bro, from Slave Voyages where I emailed them, and they said people were asking about these names. And what happened is it has to do with the person who is pronouncing the names. Remember, the person who is writing it down is in Spanish, and some of them speak English or Spanish, and they don't understand what the African is saying. This is why they developed this website. This website is to deal with the pronunciation. So look at this right here. In the registers, it might say Noah Mabe, Noah Maybe, or Nyamoli. So on this one, it says Nyamoli, but if you go to the root of Nyamoli, it's telling you other ways how they pronounce it. So it has to do with pronunciation. And look at it. A possible modern counterpart is Nyamoli, which has nothing to do with YH. So I'm saying to you, it has to do with a pronunciation, and the person who is documenting it has nothing to do with Yah, bro. I don't know how to explain this better. I don't know how to make this more plain. These are not Israelite names. Just because you see Nyamoli, remember, there's no slave running around and say, hey, my name is such and such and such, and doing that. They just happen to document this coming off these slave ships because these were illegal during the illegal time of the illegal slave trade. So they were all the way to Cuba and they turned them back. What I'm saying to you, beloved, and what you do is you hear something and you come back with the same information. I'm asking you as a man, stop repeating this. It's not true. It has to do with, and this is proof of it, because to the side of the website, it tells you to click on this there. So you see how it, as it appears in the register. So you see, this is how it appears. Noamabe, or Nyamoli. And then they say the possible modern part is Nyamayoli. It has nothing to do with Yah, bro. It has to do with pronunciation. Nothing to do with Yah. Stop it, bro. It's only 822 times. And when you look at the ship records, look at this right here. The name as it appears, Enya. What is Enya in Israel? Or Ena. Look at it. This is what they said. This is in the records. So the Yah is gone. Now they got Ena. Bro, use common sense, bro. Come on. And then we all have a natural bias, but we got to stop it, bro. We got to stop it, bro. You know what?
I was just waiting to respond. I'm not,
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so what you're saying is true in some aspects. You know, not everywhere. I'm not saying everywhere you see the word Yah, that means that's an Israelite name. Even though I'm saying that's related to Yah, but I'm not. I'll give you that. What you're looking at when you see those names is not only Hebrew names with the pronunciation of Yah. You see other names that has nothing to do with Yah being pronounced in it, but it has Hebrew origins based on the meaning. You have several words like that in the slave data. I will have to pull it up. I don't know it offhand, but when you look at that evidence,
what data? You say you got to put up some data. You don't have it right now. What's that?
It's in the slave voyages. I think one of the names is Jene for a female slave, and it means beautiful. That's a Hebrew word. You have several other instances.
Let me ask you a question. Is the word Ngozi on the slave ships?
I couldn't tell you that offhand. It's been a minute since I looked over that material.
Have you found Amen Ra or any Kemetic names on the slave ships?
I haven't seen Amen Ra per se, because I would still have to remember that. But what I'm saying, Garfield, hold on. What I'm saying is you would see other Hebrew words with those same names. And then again, and I'm gonna repeat this because I want people to understand that's the process that's being done. When you anthropologically look at the names that we see in places like South Africa, where you have dozens of Israelite names still being used today by the people, like Anan, Abisha. You have like at least 15% of the names in West Africa are Israelite names. So you cannot look at the slave data in isolation. It's not in a vacuum. So yeah, you definitely see Hebrew elements and Hebrew peoples in the slave data. Period.
I don't know if any Hebrew people. So why, if they have their names, why they didn't practice the culture coming off the ships, bro? The reason why, because they are not. However, whichever person is collecting the data is fine, but you can't prove any Hebrew people coming off no ship. A name doesn't say anything. They have people with Egyptian names. Does that mean the slave traders were, some of the slaves were Egyptians? It makes no sense, bro. You guys are lazy and can't prove it. Shout out to Orthodox more because he tried a little game to prove something, and we're gonna deal with that. Matter of fact, in 2 weeks, I'm gonna do a review of the debate or dialogue I had with I'm gonna do Yawasap next week, and I'm gonna do Orthodox more the week after. It's total crap what you just said. But let me get back to this so I can finish up with this right here. No evidence. You have no evidence of any Israelite.
So now when you can't refute the evidence, you're about to get Billy Carson on me, right?
Hold on, bro.
we know how that went, but go ahead.
Bro, hold on a second.
I'm gonna deal with you like you need to be dealt with.
They left black. The war for Israel. When he was asked about peace in the Middle East, there will never be no peace in the Middle East. It might be rain in Spain, though. The late president of Egypt, Gamal Abed Nasser, stated the Jews will never be able to be here in peace because they left here black, but they came back white. Remember what the scripture says. They take crafty counsel against my people, my hidden ones, Israel, that the name of Israel shall be no more in remembrance. Let us cut them off from being a nation. They all know. Why the hell don't they tell us? Because you don't educate a slave. Because as long as Israel's on the bottom, they can stay in rulership. Next slide.
All right, so we do have the original 1955. They left black. It's a fake Hebrew Israelite meme about Egyptian President Gamal Nasser. Yawasap, I definitely will email you the primary so you can have all your Israelite brothers stop teaching this. They have no primary for this. And we actually have the primary of when the interview was done in Time magazine. They left white, they left black, the war for Israel. This quote is found nowhere in this article on the right side of the screen. So it is a lie. Stop repeating a lie. But Yawasap called me a fraud, but I'm just going to point out all these things that he's pushing. He never researched. Where's the primary? I got the primary. He asked me for it on Clubhouse. I'm not giving him nothing. I'll give it to Yawasap though. Y'all got to stop misinforming the people. You see, if you guys were Israelites, you wouldn't have to argue about it. But because you are pretending to be somebody you are not, that's why you have to fight. If somebody stole my identity, right? And say, I'm Garfield, and he see the 800 score and say, hey, I'm going to go in the store and buy stuff. He's now pretending to be Garfield. And that's what happened. So we get emotional because we believe in the Bible. Just because you believe in the Bible don't mean it's has anything to do with you. Which other people have suffered like us? I could show you tons of people all over the world suffering because of their skin tone. Look at the trans-Saharan slave trade. It was because of their skin tone. Blacks were enslaved. The Portuguese read that information. We got to stop it. If you steal somebody's identity and pretend to be them, don't get mad because I have exposed what you're teaching. Period. So this right here is one of the main things that Israelites use. They always use this right here, this quote. Always use it. But anyway, let me move on to the next part.
Yeah, that would be a lie, Garfield. You could definitely tie the curses to what we call the black man in America and in the diaspora.
They went and did the research and they found out that this was a bastard. This was not the real Jew. They said that the Negroes were the real Jews. Next slide. You go in the corner, you understand this was Hitler inside of a movie theater in one segment of.
Oh man, this is crazy. He lies and says this source say Negroes are the real Jews. He never quotes a source because it's not found in the book. I'm just trying to show you what this guy does. This is what he does. He constantly lies on sources and don't research at all. He's a baby. In one segment, this is the quote, in one segment of Nazi instructional film, the genetic heritage of the Jews purportedly traced to Oriental, Negro, Near Asian, and Hamitic peoples. Hence, the film concludes the Jew is a bastard. Why is he a bastard? Because they call the Jews mongrels. What we call in Jamaica mongrel dog. A dog was mixed with different things. So it's mixed with heritage of Oriental, Negro, Near Asian, and Hamitic peoples. Below, the villainous title character of Judge Sus, a violently anti-Semitic melodrama, spins schemes with his crony Rabbi Lowy. So it has nothing to do with that, but he wants to pick out that it says Negro. It never said the Jews were Negroes. It's put Negro in context of being also near Asian and also Oriental and a mixture of people. That's why they call them a bastard, saying that they are mixed. Lies.
You understand? The Near Asian. They turned around and realized that the Jews were black. Even Hitler knew the Jews were black. Now they tried to connect us to the land of Ham. You understand? Not understanding that. Remember what the Zondervan Bible Dictionary says. Not the Negro. You understand? Next slide. So now remember that there was on the map the slave port known as Judah Well, everybody tries to knock it. Well, if that's the case.
All right. This is comical. Chatazaa neglects to tell the audience that the reason the Nazis thought the modern Jew was a bastard was because he was thought to be a mix of the Oriental, Near Asian, Negro, and Hamitic peoples. Hamites were believed by many early 20th century ethnocentric scholars to be what's called dark Caucasian. He seems to be endorsing their view by stating that they did research and discovered the Jew to be a bastard, as if their claims are accurate. Hitler identified Jews as somatically Negroid parasites. In Mein Kampf, he wrote, "This pestilential adulteration of the blood, of which hundreds of thousands of our people take no account, is being systematically practiced by the Jew today. Systematically, these Negro parasites in our national body corrupt our innocent, fear-heared girls and thus destroy something that can no longer be replaced in the world. This contamination was an existential threat to the Aryan people. Look at the ravages from which our people are suffering daily as a result of being contaminated with Jewish blood. Bear in mind the fact that this poisonous contamination can be eliminated from the national body only after centuries or perhaps never." Hitler equated modern Jews with blacks as different from the German. Page 192, Hybrid Hate. Just for clarity.
That they trace the heritage of the Jews to the Orient Negro. You understand? The Near Asian. They turned around and realized that the Jews were black.
Oriental Negroes mention Zondervan, Encher, and Ham. If people don't understand this, right? When they talk about Ham, remember, you got to look at the context of a racialized concept, because race is a social construct. So at one point, Caucasians or Hamites were called dark Caucasians. He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, but the Egyptians, Ethiopian, Libyans, and Canaanites. And by the way, family, remember the Hamites are these people. The Egyptians,
not dark Caucasians. They were white Caucasians.
Bro, relax yourself. He became
I have my hypothesis.
If he became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, but the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites. All right. So the Negroes, he became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes. So this is separate. This is darker skinned people that he's saying that's called Ham, which is on the Egyptians, Ethiopian, Libyans, and Canaanites. All right. If we go to the Zondervan Bible, Noah's curse cannot be used to justify the enslavement of blacks, since most of Ham's descendants are known to be Caucasian. Let me repeat that. Noah's curse cannot be used to justify the enslavement of blacks, since most of Ham's descendants are known to be Caucasian, as the Canaanites certainly were, as shown by ancient paintings of the Canaanites discovered in Egypt. So Zondervan's study Bible asserts that most of the Hamites are Caucasian. It seems like Zondervan's study Bible is employing the Hamitic hypothesis that existed from the 19th century that posits that Hamites were dark Caucasians.
Are you lying, Garfield?
How am I lying? I'm reading my sources.
Because the Hamite hypothesis states that the Egyptians are Ham, but they are Caucasians, meaning that they come from black people, but they white people.
No, sir. Listen, this is why I read what I read. Zondervan Study Bible asserts that most of the Hamites are Caucasian. I'm going by what the Zondervan is saying, because he was quoting the Zondervan. So I'm trying to bring
the Hamitic line that consists of Mizraim. They're saying they're Caucasian.
Don't do that. I'm reading the actual sources. You cannot contradict the sources when it's on the screen. That makes absolutely no sense. Again, let me read it over. Noah's curse cannot be used to justify the enslavement of blacks, since most of Ham's descendants are known to be Caucasian, as the Canaanites certainly were, as shown by ancient paintings of the Canaanites discovered in Egypt. Now, this is the Zondervan Bible saying this. Zondervan Study Bibles assert that most of the Hamites are Caucasians. It seems that Zondervan Study Bible is employing the Hamitic hypothesis that existed from the 19th century that posits that Hamites were dark Caucasians. All right, I'm not saying nothing different than what the source actually says. The Hamitic hypothesis, its origins and functions in time perspective by Edith Sanders. The Hamitic hypothesis is well known to students of Africa. It states that everything of value ever found in Africa was brought there by the Hamites, allegedly a branch of the Caucasian race. Need I say any more? I'm just going by what the Zondervan Bible says and what the
But you
Hamitic.
lying though. That's not what the Hamitic hypothesis.
Bro, get out of here, man. F out of here, bro. You ain't gonna call me no liar. I'm reading the source. How am I a liar? I'm reading what the source is saying. What he's accusing Bedo of is adhering to the curse of Canaan, whereas the Hamitic hypothesis posits that the influential North Africans, Egyptians, etc., were dark-colored Caucasians. All right? I just want to make that clear to everybody that's listening who don't know what the Hamitic hypothesis is. All right? Now, the Zondervan Bible distinguishes Negroes from Semites and Caucasians according to the entry. They were a mixed race. This contradicts the entry of not the Negroes and Hamites being Caucasians if some of the Ethiopians are, according to them, Negroes. So we're showing you how the Zondervan is actually contradicting itself with that. Let me finish this up.
So now remember that there was on the map the slave port known as Judah. Well, everybody tries to knock it. Well, if that's the case, then why is it if you go to this French website and say, I don't know who Judah Awakens 28 is, but I got this information from him. So, I mean, that's about all the big ups I'm going to give you until you come inside here. Right. You understand? But you go and you look, all these slaves that were being shipped, Judah. That's the slave port that they came from. Why was they coming from a slave port called Judah? Because those were Judites over there. Because those were the Jews. Right. Because collectively, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi was called what? Judah, the Jews. Next slide. So now, if you also,
you know, when people are lazy, it's an amazing. Hey, Gideon, I'm not gonna sit on my own stage and have you call me a liar.
Well, once you started with the ad homs, it's like
I didn't have any ad homs.
I mean, it is what it is.
I didn't have any ad homs. I told the truth. You guys can't research, and you guys are liars. I say you're liars.
Right. Were you a liar as well?
You guys want to lie to protect whatever. But anyway, forget all of that. Joel, go ahead, Joel.
Peace, Garfield, peace, Gideon. Hey, Garfield, would it be safe to say that we are dealing with a bunch of proselytes, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
People who have been converted based on their beliefs in certain things, right? Because nobody's going to be able to show any genetic ties between the Levant and West Africa. That's not happening, man. like this is a mute conversation. All the people that we talking to that claim to be Israelites, and that go the same thing for Abos and any other these weird groups out here. They claim to be, they want to be culture vultures, take over somebody else's culture and make it their own. All their family ties go back to when boats started coming here. I don't know what they're doing. And look, you read that thing about Hamites, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's from the mind of a human. That's not scientifical.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? And Hamite, these folks don't even know the other parts of Africa outside of East Africa. So Hamite, so what am I then? I'm not a Hamite. That's only East Africans. What about all the rest of Africa? They do not know. They're going off of their imagination and what they only know as associated with their culture at that time. And then we turn around, it's pseudo, it's crap for one thing. Then we turn around and regurgitate it like it's real. Facts. And lose our own identity. That's madness to me, Garfield. Madness. Yep. The African American is so great in America when you think about all the things we've done here.
Facts.
Why would I need to embrace somebody else's culture?
Facts.
They ain't done none of the stuff I done done. God dang it. I'm the one let you know the earth round and got you to the moon. That's my peoples. They ain't done nothing like that. All they did was make up stuff based off of their imagination. That's all I wanted to say, man. I'm going on mute.
All right. Let me respond to him going on the French website. And for those who don't know, again, this is just showing you confirmation bias and a lack of rigor and research. Why, ladies and gentlemen, the first name of that era was Lura or Jura. And that was by outsiders trying to pronounce what the people of the culture call themselves. Judah didn't come into the picture until the French. The Spanish came in, then the French came in, the Dutch came in, and the British come in. And I'm going to show you how wicked and how these people are liars. In English, usual, we pronounce the word as wider. Why in the English version of the word we don't say Judah? Because they're trying to pronounce an indigenous word within the Yoruba dialect. That's what they're trying to do. The Spanish call it Lura. Then they call it Jura. Then the French came and call it Judah. The British came and call it wider. Why didn't the British? We all speak English. We mother effers speak English, but yet still we pronouncing it Judah when the British call it wider, which came the word wider, it comes from a bird. We call it wider. Crazy, man. We lazy. So because it's on a French website, it's true. He took this image from Judah Awakens 28 slaves coming from wider port, automatically are Judah. The people who ruled this port took slaves from their port. But the point is over 2 million people came from there. They went to Brazil. So if they're Judah, so Judah is in Brazil, that would mess up your whole 12 tribe chart, crazy guy. The rest of those people are in New Orleans. Some of them went to Haiti. Some of them went to Jamaica. And to show you, the Jamaicans went there and we had a town called Wider because we spoke English. This is lazy and lying. Laziness. Hold on, family. So look at this right now. Book Geography by Claudius Ptolemy, written in 150 AD, states that Arzareth, where the northern kingdom of Israel fled. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I haven't said this in public before, but if you look at this right here, let me blow this picture up right here. It don't say Arzareth on the guy's map. So this is another lie that they tell that I didn't even want to expose today, but I'm going to do it anyway. Look at what the map says. It says Asarath. He's not talking about that. He's talking about somewhere different. This is in the east, on the east by Africa along the Amsaras River, to the point. Asarath, not Arzareth. Arzareth is spelled A-R-Z. This is not Arzareth. So what they do is they Google and look at stuff, and it popped up on Claudius Ptolemy, and even the sister on Clubhouse was cursing me out about this, saying she got the right information. I'm scared to tackle it. But it says Arzarath. We make it bigger for everybody to see right here. It don't say Arzareth. So that alone gets it wrong. And you're borrowing information and don't even know what you're borrowing. It's crazy. They're lazy. They can't research. Chatazaa is garbage. This is why they're protecting him. Don't debate Garfield, man. He ain't on your level, man. They hyping you up because they don't want you to get smashed. Copied it from this guy, and this Arzareth is not even Arzareth. Wicked. Well, Sebastian Motzer does use Arzareth. So once you see after around the 12th century, 13th century, you see people start mentioning Arzareth. That is true. Ridiculous, man. And Arzareth is nowhere wider. See, the British guy call it wider and Judah because the French call it Judah, but the Spanish are the first to encounter them and they call it Lura.
I'm no expert on Ouida, that town, Garfield, but I did hear about a source stating that those were Jews in that area. Are you familiar with that?
I'm very familiar. There's a lot of sources, right? There's a Christian guy, right? A Judo-Christian historian that comes from France. Anyone that comes from France and is a believer in the Bible will repeat that the Jews come from there. But what happened is the source comes from this guy. Let me just be honest with you and be upfront with you so you don't repeat it. If you don't want to believe, You don't have to believe. But I'm going to show you where it comes from. Okay? Because I'm here to teach. I'm not here to argue with nobody right now. Thursdays is the day for pull-ups. All right, here we go. Here's a guy by the name of Lobagola. You're very familiar with Lobagola. What happened is there's a guy by the name of Dante Fortson. He had a source. Let me show you his source. Where is the source? Let me find it right here. Dante. Hold on a second. All right, here we go. This source right here. It's called Juden und it's by a guy by the name of Von Kreppel. I learned this from Dante Fortson, so I looked up the source. I had a friend of mine that works in Germany for Mercedes-Benz translated. So it does say blacks. You see it right here? Swarzen, black Jews in Dahomey. And he talks about the temple. That argument comes from this guy, Lobagola. Lobagola claimed that he was a Jew that was born in Africa and that was shipped and came over here. Lobagola was born in Baltimore. He actually retracted all the stuff that he lied about. What happened is Lobagola was on tour. All the Jews, Orthodox Jews, thought he was legit. They had him speaking at the Kiwanis Club and all that stuff that he come from Africa. Come to find out he was born in Baltimore, Maryland. He made the whole shit up. Said that he had the 5 books of Moses in the temples. There's no evidence, no anthropology, nothing to prove what he's saying. But they just took him at his word and he would go all over and tour and speak on this. That's where that tradition comes from. And that's what Dante Fortson have on his website with Kreppel. Kreppel and the others believe this gentleman to be true. I have a whole file on him. Black Jews of Africa, their life according to the law of Moses, saying that it was there in that region. If you look at the newspaper clipping 1925, the Oro Abana, the kings of Dahomey and Ashanti, and they talk about the Jews being there. And you see, this is the problem. Nobody took the time out to research the claim. So if I'm a Jew and I claim I'm a Jew, I'm an Israelite, I gravitate to the lie without researching it because it agrees with my belief.
So this the French book that spoke of black Jews in Dahomey, they got that from Loba Loba. That's what you're saying.
This book right here, I'm talking about this specific book right here by Kreppel. This book by Kreppel is what repeats a lot. Well, that's where a lot of the tradition come from. Now, if you have another book,
so he got that explicitly from Loba Loba.
This book, yeah.
Okay.
The tradition of a temple there with the 5 books of Moses. That's where they got it from. They got it from this guy, Lobagola. All you got to do is research him. Just look up Lobagola, look at his history, and you'll see he even admitted that he made up the whole story. Well, not 100%. 99.9% of the stuff he said he made up. Not all of it. 99.9%.
In the end, he wasn't from Africa. He was from Baltimore.
Yes, sir. Baltimore.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so they didn't get it from the homie. They got it from the homie.
That was good. I like that. That was a good one. Well, let me finish this really with Wider real quick, right? If anybody want to learn about Wider, go to Robin Law's book, Oida, The Social History of the West African Slave Import, and it will break down the whole origins of the word. If you look, they have charts in there that show, if you look at the bottom here, you see 1.8 million, almost 2 million people left that region. It tells you where they went and everything. So if these were from the tribes of Judah, think about it for a second. Where did they go? So this is why the 12-tribe chart makes absolutely no sense. Now, Dahomean, Wider, if you look at the population numbers on the right, you'll see that that area of Wider was not really populated. They're basically bringing prisoners of wars in that region and selling them to Europeans. In fact, the Dahomey kingdom had a rule that you can't sell people that are a part of the Dahomey kingdom. And the people in Wider were a part of the Dahomey kingdom. So that means they could not have been sold. The people of Wider, the king, ran off to Grand Popo, which is right here. If you look at this map, you see Grand Popo right here. They ran off to right here. This is Wider right here with Savia as the capital. They ran to the shores right here when the Dahomey kingdom came in from up here. They came in where Abomi is and they came down with the drums. They took over Alada first, then they took over Wider. This happened in 1727. So before 1727, if you look, Wider was trading. So Judah which if it was really Judah, was really the ones that was responsible for the slave trade. Look here, in the 1690 to 1700, over 100,000. 1701 to 1710, another 10 years, 161,000. See, this is the wider people who is Judah who are selling the people off as slaves, not them being the slaves. They were never the slaves. So when you see Judah, it's coming from Judah or wider. They are taking people from outside, because look at the population numbers, 8,000, 2,000, 6,000. There wasn't that much people in wider. There wasn't that much people. So at the end of the day, after 1727, Dahomey took over, and that's when they continued. The people who ran the Dahomey kingdom met with the Portuguese in Brazil, and they also met with them personally in Portugal. They knew exactly what they were doing. This is why they apologized. They are quick to apologize for the slave trade, because they know the roles that they played in capturing people from the Yoruba and other prisoners of war that they took in. Those people weren't Judah. Those people were prisoners of the place called Judah. So that's what needs to be cleared up to about it. Another thing is, when you look at the slave trade, this is from Patrick Manning, and you look at the people, the ethnic origin of the slave traders, they're not ethnically originating from actually wider. They are coming from other areas, Yoruba people. See, you say at a broad level, I think maybe made to classify slaves as belonging to where? To the Asia peoples, the Yoruba peoples, or other groups such as the Nupe, the Hausa, or the Voltaic peoples of northern Benin. So you see, I'm not lying. This is from Patrick Manning's book. Go read it yourself. The slave trade in Bight of Benin, where Wider was, and you see what he says. They classify the slaves as belonging to which group? The Asia peoples, the Yoruba peoples, from Nupe, Hausa, Voltaic, or of northern Benin, not the native people. They had
Garfield, where would you say the million Jews that were in Africa, where would you say they went?
The million Jews. Let's go. Let me scroll up a little bit, because I actually addressed that right here. So this right here is out of Babylon and Timbuktu. There's no million Jews that went into West Africa. That is not true.
I was going to ask about that.
Absolutely not true. You see, now I can't acquiesce to a faulty premise. So you're going to have to point out to me where the million Jews went, or when they fled, and show and prove that to me. Because I can show
it's been documented you had at least 1 million Jews in Libya as late as the 3rd century, at least the second century.
Can you provide a source for that, sir?
During the Kitti's War, right?
Okay.
You had 1 million.
I got it right here. I got the Kitti's War right here.
Mm-hmm.
So let's deal with this like from a scholastic level, or what we can find out, what we have available to us. All right. Now, I want everybody to bear in mind, the Kitti's War is from 114 to 117 AD. Right. This is the Roman province Judea, which includes Idumea, Judea, and northern Israel, all the way up to Galilee. That's what the Roman province Judea is. So that means if you're in the northern part, you're called Judean. It was a national thing for those folks. What I want to establish is that there's a claim of 70 AD, 1 million Jews into West Africa, and actually Chatazaa did make that claim, and I did address it, but I just skipped over it because it's just useless at this point. Now, this is the Roman Empire at the time, right? 80%, and I have a source actually in my book where I talk about 80% of Jews at the time were living outside of Judea. I'm going to repeat that. 80% of Jews were living outside of Judea. The majority of them were living in Mesopotamia, remnants of the people that stayed in the land during Nebuchadnezzar's time and even during the Persian period. All right, remnants.
What period you're saying?
I'm saying that 80% during the 70 AD time period were living outside of Judea. 80%
post 70 AD, I would agree.
Not post, no sir. Because what happened is Jews were living within the empire. They were living in the 4 corners of the world. The 4 corners of the world were the empire that was over them, the 4 corners, wherever that lived within that empire. And they lived within Mesopotamia. They lived within Europe, because we found evidence 2nd century BC of Jews and Hebrew being written on grave sites. So we have evidence of them living in Europe. We have them in Asia. We have them in within the Roman Empire. Let me just put it that way. Within the Roman Empire, and previously within the Greek Empire, within all the empires that ever overtook them. So So they're living outside. Now to say
Yeah,
that
no, I can even grant you that. Yeah.
all right. So let's take a look at what we got here. So we got Josephus talks about. All right. So let me ask you this: what evidence do you have after the 66 to 73 so-called 70 AD war? What evidence do you have that 1 million people went into West Africa or went into Africa?
Well, what I said was you have at least 1 million Jews documented in Africa, and the specific place I'm speaking of is in Cyrene. You have it's by Arab scholars. They speak of the population being over at least 1 million.
When did the Arab scholars write that?
That probably was what the 16th century.
All right, so the 16th century at that time. Is he saying that at that time?
No, he's going back to the time of the wars.
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, like second century.
Right. So 1600 years, he's going back to the second century source. What second century source did he quote?
Now that I didn't pin down yet.
All right. So who is the author that you're talking about?
The book is called In Ishmael's House. The author is Ibn. I can't. I would have to pull it up, but that's the name of the book.
I'm gonna Google the book right now. So you're saying In Ishmael's House. I've never read that book before. So, and you know I love to fact check you. A History of Jews in Muslim Lands. Okay, all right, that's fine. So this book is written in 2010. So within this book, you're saying that he says that in Cyrene there were over 1 million Jews. Am I correct?
Correct.
All right. So let me look at this right here. And by the way, too, if he makes a claim, does that make it true, or is he just making a claim based on what is it based off of?
Good question, and that's what the peanut gallery needs to ask on all sides. You would have to buttress that with other surrounding evidence that speaks for or against your argument.
All right, so we're gonna look at all sides. All right, so I want to look at all sides. All right, so we have Cyrene mentioned in page whatever. All right. Some of the Christian countries from which the Jews were expelled at different times between 10, 12, and 1495. Okay. I'm trying to figure out, because how am I going to know if you're saying the truth and you're saying, because you called out a source. I don't know if somebody's trying to text you, but I don't know how we going to figure this out right now.
Why you say somebody trying to text me?
Because this book seems to be talking about a total different time period, brother. I'm not even trying to be funny. Martin Gilbert in Ishmael's House. I probably could get this book anyway. But the contents include before Islam, the Prophet Muhammad and the Jews, protection under the first 400 years under Islam. So it seems like it's talking about pretty much. So the before Islam, which that would be under what you're talking about. I could definitely find it right here. I could go through this chapter real fast.
Yeah, it gives an overarching history of not only the Muslims but the Jews in the areas of Libya, Mauritania. So you're going to see that.
Can I tell you a secret? Can I tell you a secret?
Right.
There is a reference to 1 million Jews, but look on my screen. Can you read my screen?
97,000 taken to Cyrene.
No. Now the number of those that were carried captive during this whole war was collected to be 97,000. He said collected the whole war, meaning from 66 AD to 73 AD was 97,000. Now watch this. As was the number of those that perished during the whole siege, 1,100,000, which is 1.1 million. So that 1.1 million might be the numbers where we're talking about 1 million, where it comes from. But watch this. So this is what happened according to the historian on record. There's no record of any 1 million going into Africa during that time period. There's no historian saying that. So if we want, even if this guy that you're telling me, Ishmael's House, and this is what researchers do. We looked at all sources. I'm looking at all the historians that documented. So I'm saying to you, I don't see, and I'm looking through the book right now while I'm talking to you right here. See there? talking about the Jews during that time period, an estimated 30,000 Jews from their see, following a failed revolt, they expelled an estimated 30,000 Jews from their ancient homeland. So your source, all right? Okay. I see what you're talking about. The Roman, see, I gotta be fair. The Roman Jewish historian Josephus recounted that a similar fate was handled to Jews held captive after Bar Kokhba's failed Jewish revolt in 136 A. According to Josephus, 12 boatloads of Jewish captives were deported from Judea to Cyrenaica. Hold on one second, because this guy here that's writing, he has a problem. And I'm going to tell you right now while I check something out real quick. Watch this. Josephus, hold on 1 second. Does anybody in the audience know when Josephus died? Josephus died 100 AD. Look at what he writes in this book. You see why? You see why I'm the best researcher? Look at what the guy writes. Look at what he writes. The Roman Jewish historian Josephus recounted that a similar fate was handed to Jews held captive after Bar Kokhba's failed Jewish revolt in 136 CE. He's lying. Josephus died 100 CE. So Josephus couldn't have wrote nothing about Bar Kokhba. So according to Josephus, 12 boatloads of Jewish captives were deported from Judea to Cyrenaica, where 500,000 Jews were already living at the time. He wrote that most of the Cyrenaican Jews lived in farming villages, while those living by the sea were often sailors. Now watch this, family. Watch this. Look on the screen. This is why I tell y'all I'm the best researcher, yo. I'm the best researcher in the game. Ain't nobody better than me right now. I'm winning. Truth Story done retired, and what's his name done retired. So I'm going to show you why this is wrong. Josephus died 100 CE. So he couldn't have wrote anything regarding 36 years later. That's the first problem. The second problem is Josephus wrote what happened to Cyrene, right? Now watch this. This is the Roman province and all that stuff, right? This is the Masada suicide and all that stuff. The Israelites commit suicide. And what they did is, look at this now. One of the instigators of the mini revolt in 73 was Jonathan the Weaver, slipped into Cyrene as an emissary of the Sicarii, apparently an obdurate in defeat as are Al-Qaeda and the Iraqi Ba'athists of our time. Perhaps he was nothing more than a charlatan. So he decided to get a war going, right, around the people, around millionaires, was exposed by some of the wealthier, more Roman-friendly Jews. So the Jews snitched on this guy, Jonathan Weaver, and what happened is when they snitched on him, they kicked every Jew out of Cyrene. They kicked them out. So there couldn't be 500,000 Jews in Cyrene when they were kicked out by the Romans. They didn't trust them. So they executed 3,000 and kicked the rest of them out. So how could there be 500,000 Jews in an area that the Romans kicked them out? This is what Josephus documented. So where is this Muslim guy getting this source from? So because he's a scholar and a PhD, I'm going to take his word. I don't know if he's a PhD. He could be making the shit up. Josephus couldn't have said nothing about Bar Kokhba because he wasn't alive. He died 30 years before. You see? So now, ladies and gentlemen, think about this for a second. Think about this for a second. Think about this. How could there be 500,000? And by the way, Gideon, you said it was 1 million when they said 500,000. So you wasn't even being honest. See,
yeah, the source, there's a source in that book speaks to them being 1 million strong. That's why I'm not even saying nothing.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen,
I would have to go to that material, but yeah.
I'm looking at the book right now. All right, let me stop sharing so I don't look like I'm lying. Let me bring up the book on the screen so everybody could see it. I know what I'm doing, family. This is the book, In Ishmael's House. He told me about this book. I've never read this book before in my life. What does it say right here? It said the Roman Jewish historian recounted that a similar fate was handed to Jews held captive after Bar Kokhba's revolt in 136 CE. That is not true. You notice there's no source there. According to Josephus, 12 boatloads of Jewish captives were deported from Judea to Cyrenaica, where 500,000 Jews were already living at the time. He wrote that most of the Cyrenaica Jews lived in farming villages, while those living by the sea were often sailors, and many others were potters. Now, ladies and gentlemen, was Josephus alive at 136 CE? If you know, if he was alive at 136 CE, let me go.
No way.
All right, so we know he wasn't, right? Watch this. So he wasn't alive. So there he goes to continue to talk about the Jews of Cyrenaica had revolted against the Roman with similar results. Joseph recalled that after the revolt was crushed, the Roman governor Catulus murdered all the wealthier Jews to the number of 300,000 and confiscated all their possessions. Now you're saying that they were there. So they killed off 300,000 Jews in Cyrenaica, according to this right here.
Right.
All right.
Right. So that's over 250,000 people killed alone. So
all right. So let me ask you this. I'm gonna take this off the screen for a second now. You believe that 500,000 Jews or 300,000 was there? You believe that, right?
No, it says over 250,000 was killed.
Yeah.
So you know,
listen,
you gotta, yeah.
Listen. I'm gonna say this, right? I don't know if that's true or false, but we do have a documentation of historians documenting that the Jews at that time, they thought Andreas was the Messiah. They would cook the Romans, cook their flesh, make belts for themselves or their entrails, anoint themselves with their blood, and wear their skins for clothing. I don't know if this is true or not, but this is documented in the historical account. Many they sawed in two from the head downwards. Others they would give to wild beasts and force still others to fight as gladiators. In all, consequently, 220,000 perish. So the other source, the guy said 300,000. In Egypt also, they performed many deals. There likewise 240,000 perish. For this reason, no Jew may set foot in that land, but even if one of them is driven, part in subduing these Jews, one being Lucius, who was sent by Trajan. All right. Now look at this right here. More serious was the insurrection of the Jews of Cyrene under Trajan. This was quelled by Marcius Turbo, but not before 200,000 Roman Greeks had been killed. By this outbreak, Libya was depopulated to such an extent that a few years later, new colonies had to be established there. Bishop Cineas, a native of Cyrene in the beginning of the 5th century, speaks of the devastations wrought by the Jews. After the war ended, laws were placed ordering the exile of Jews from Cyrene, reduced the Jewish community of Cyrene to insignificance, and set it on the road to inevitably decline. So now the Cyrenes were exiled out of the area, and they were killed off.
Facts.
So if that's the case, and that what happened, again, where are we getting this million that went into Africa? I'm still waiting for the source.
Right. What I said is documented that 1 million Jews were in Africa. Where did they go?
Where is it documented? Where?
So is you just read over 250,000 were killed. So
okay.
the rest of them must have had to disperse not only into South Africa, but went into East Africa, where it's already documented you had Israelites.
No. Let's be fair. Let's be fair, young man.
He got a good imagination.
The historical account.
I'm just speaking on what the evidence speaks to.
Hold on. The historical account says different. The historical account says that no, that didn't happen. They actually got exiled out of Cyrene. So because remember, the Romans were still in control though. So although they're in Cyrene doing business, like I said, they are still circulated and controlled by the Roman Empire. So that's what you're getting. So you saying that they ran off to where? No. Remember, keeping the Jews around was made it economically viable for the Roman government so that they could make money and collect taxes. So they didn't have the gripe that they had with those Jews is that they couldn't trust them because of what they did when they attacked the Romans. So you saying that there's 250,000 that died. I don't think 250,000 Jews died, in my opinion. I think that's
I'm just speaking of what's the evidence. But
I'm gonna tell you something. All right, let's go. Hold on, beloved. Hold on 1 second. I want to make a point. In the Bar Kokhba revolt, right, which is 135, and for those who don't know, there's a 70 AD war, there's a 115 Kittos war, and then there's a 135 Bar Kokhba revolt. They thought Bar Kokhba was the Messiah or the Christ, and they thought he was beating up the Jews. All right. Now I want to make it clear to everybody, right? Gideon, in the Bar Kokhba revolt, when the Jews left 70 AD, was it all the Jews left, or there was a minority amount that left?
70 AD, nah, it was something that was able to remain.
Okay.
It was only during the Bar Kokhba revolt that they decimated Jerusalem and they so-called plowed it with salt.
All right, now let's be fair now. How much people you think was left in the land? Because we talk about an exile, 70 AD, Did 1 million people leave out? How many people left out?
Yeah, it was like 1 million people that left Jerusalem.
So how many people do you think that was remaining?
Well, see, I mean, regardless of the numbers, you had a sizable amount of people that left Jerusalem.
No. I'm not asking that, beloved. I'm not trying to get you. No, Joel, don't laugh. I'm not trying to get you in a gotcha moment. Don't be defensive.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn from you, and I want you to actually accept what I'm saying too. You see, I accepted your source, but when I went in your source, I saw something that was a big time error. The error is Josephus couldn't have said that because Josephus wasn't alive.
Notice I never quoted Josephus because I know Josephus never speaks to being 1 million people in Cyrene.
Yeah, no. I'm saying to you that Josephus is quoted in this book with the Bar Kokhba revolt. That can't be possible.
Right. No, it is, but you don't have the whole book in front of you, Garfield.
No,
I mean that's what got these abos running around here now with their side scholarship.
Listen to what I'm saying. Your book that you gave me said that Josephus said that. Josephus wasn't alive. That don't make no sense.
Wait, say that part again.
Look at this right here. Let me
again.
Let me take this off the screen. I'm gonna show you what your book says because we gotta be reasonable. So your book, right, that you referred to, and by the way, you're not saying this is like the Bible, I trust this book 100%. You're not saying that to us. You gave me a source. I never read the source. And just by looking at the source is a problem. Look at this right here.
I gave you a book. You're picking a source. I would have to go back to the book and to the source specifically.
This is the same book, though. Look at what the book says. The book says the Roman Jewish historian recounted that a similar fate was handed to Jews held captive after Bar Kokhba's failed Jewish revolt in 136 CE. I said that Josephus died 100 CE, so he couldn't have partaken in that. And obviously, there's no source there, so there's no source to go back to. So in other words, I'm saying this author made that up. Let's go to evidence number 2. Look at this right here. In 115 CE, the Jews of Cyrenaica had revolted against the Roman with similar results. Josephus recalled that after the revolt was crushed, the Roman governor Catulus murdered all the wealthier Jews to the number of 300,000. Josephus couldn't have did that because he wasn't alive. If you notice, he put a source here, number 6. I got to go to number 6 and see what he's quoting because it can't be Josephus. Josephus wasn't alive. So he's sourcing stuff and attaching it. See, he got another source here, number 7. So now we have an ability to double check what he's getting this from because what he's saying about Josephus is totally incorrect. I'm not saying everything in the book is wrong, but those 2 instances that are important regarding what we're talking about is incorrect historically speaking. That's what I'm saying.
So, right, but this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying those 2 sources are stating that it's it's another source that's in there. So you're picking it. You can't do that. I referenced the book. So like I said,
so you want me to find the source because the book has the whole first chapter. The whole first chapter tells us everything. So you're saying in this whole first chapter, I'm going to find something that says that 1 million Jews ran into Africa.
So again, I would have to go back to the book. Yeah, I would have to go back to it.
I'm looking at the book right now.
I mean, if you right, but you can't reference it that
fast.
Look
at this. The source is Josephus, the Jewish war. So he's lying.
No, because
he said it right. I'm talking about the sources in this guy's book.
Right. I can't see your screen, Garfield. It's dark.
Hold on. Remember, I just read a source and he said number 6, and I said that can't be true. Look at it right here. So this is the sources for the chapter. Look at number 6, the Jewish war. It can't be true. It can't be true because Josephus was dead. So how can he talk about this war?
Exactly, Garfield, which is why I never referenced Josephus. It's another source that speaks to the 1 million Jews. But
hold on. Time out. Name me 3 historians that documented the 70 AD war.
What I'm saying is
there's only one.
No, listen what I'm saying, Garfield. Listen, you gotta listening is an art. I said in that book, it speaks of 1 million Jews being in Libya. Now, the source that the book gives, I can't recall right now, but it's not Josephus. It's from an Arab source. That's like I'm trying to clarify what I'm saying. You think I'm saying Josephus is saying that. No,
I got an
I
Arab
studied
story.
Josephus enough to know that Josephus didn't write about that. Josephus wrote about 70 AD and the boatloads that was brought to Cyrene. So you're crowbarring and you're trying to give me an argument that I'm not making. So, like I said, I would have to go back to the book and see where I'm referencing that from. The best I can give you right now is the book. So unless you're about to read the whole book right now, you can't make a conclusion on that, which is why I'm saying that, that's
Hey,
proper
Garfield.
methodology got to rule the
Garfield.
day.
Let's be fair. What historian would have documented 1 million Jews going into Africa? Which historian?
Like I said, going off the top of my
None of
dome,
them.
I think that book is
This is
referencing
simple.
an
This is not
Arab
hard at all.
scholar. Right.
Hey, Garfield. But you know, he mentioned a Arab historian. You know what? I look in your chat. I put them two sources in there because I was reading, and actually they do speak about it, but they're saying that they went into this. First of all, they said this happened around the time that Spain was expelling people, you know, like the Moors and the Jews out of there, right? And they said that they went to the Maghreb, which is like northern Africa. Like they talking about Tunisia, Libya, Morocco, Egypt, places like that. They saying that they didn't even get down into West Africa. First of all, they got down there through trade. They were trading. And they pointing to dates like 1490s CE. So there's no way you're gonna be able to say West Africans are Hebrew folks. If they are, they proselytes. That's what I said at the beginning. When I first got on, they proselytes.
Now, bear in mind, I read a source that said that Marcius Turbo, he had a near total expulsion of Jews from Cyrenaica. So how, if they got expelled to the rest of the Roman Empire, how are they being said that there's millions there and they went into Africa when they were expelled? I'm trying to tell you, there's no evidence, there's no records, bro. It don't exist. You have to go back to the primary sources. I don't care what the book says. Show me a primary source in that time period. Who is writing? Who are the historians? Cassius Dio, Josephus in the 1st century, Cassius Dio from the 3rd century. These are the scholars that are rewriting over the history of what happened at the time. So if they suppress the Marcius Turbo suppressed the Jews and expelled almost all of them, where did they expel them to? They didn't expel them into Africa. They expelled them into the Roman Empire. So you are saying that 1 million Jews or whatever, it makes absolutely no sense.
Well, when you look at the makeup of the East African kingdoms, and we see that a sizable portion of them was Israelites, you speaking of messiahs and things of that nature, you had black messiahs traveling all across North Africa, even into Spain.
How you found this book? Hold on a second. How you found this book? This book right here, Gilbert Martin in Israel's House. How did you find it?
Come on, my brother. The same reason why I had to show you that they were people calling themselves Hebrews in Africa. Research.
I'm asking you a simple question. How did you find it?
Research and rigorous methodology. What I advise to your whole chat.
Google, if y'all Google history of the Jews in Libya, right? Look at what I found. Look at what thou found in the Wikipedia article. According to Jewish tradition, after the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 135 AD, the Romans deported 12 boatloads of Jews from Judea to Cyrenaica. Approximately 500,000 Jews are thought to have already been living there at the time. Look at this right here. Dubious.
That's from Josephus.
Hold on. It says, no, it's not. I just told you Josephus wasn't alive. It can't be from Josephus.
After the 70 AD war. That's what he's talking about.
My brother, I already showed the primary of what he said after the Cyrenaica. I already showed that. Is that he being dishonest, or are you getting old and forgetful? I'm saying to you right now, if you look on the Wikipedia, it says dubious. According to scholars' consensus, the Jewish community was largely claiming of a larger unibargo sound questionable. Look at what it says. This is September 2024. According to scholarly consensus, the Jewish community in Cyrenaica was largely devastated and diminished after the 115 to 117 revolt. Claims of a large population during the Bar Kokhba revolt sound questionable. I'm not saying it. So now when I look at it, I see which source do I see pop up? In Ishmael's house that you just introduced me to. So you may have gotten this from Wikipedia, which is cool. Nothing wrong. I get sources from Wikipedia all the time. But that's why you got so much trust. Or I've read, you've never mentioned Ishmael's house since I met you. I know you for over 8 years. Now today you're popping up. I got Ishmael's house. You try to
I've been every time you jump up and say that, I've been telling you that.
Don't do that. Don't interrupt me while I'm talking. I'm gonna let you talk. So listen, this is my point though, family. This will show you. I'm telling you, you can't come on Garfield's stage and go by me and try to think you're gonna come with a pseudo source to try to make a point. You brought up 70 AD. I never brought up 70 AD, but the point of the matter is there's no evidence of 1 million Jews going into Africa after 70 AD. You have no evidence. None. Absolutely none. I'm going to move on from this. If you want to continue talking about it, fine, but I'm moving on. I'm going back to the presentation. I got to finish this up right now.
Nah, we all presented our case, but I just want the people to remember they always had people claiming to be the Messiah from Israel. Like I said, you had a Negro running around in the 16th century saying that he was the Messiah, and he was welcomed by European royalty as such.
All right, so on the page you see I see me doing this slave trade. Where are we at? WIDA. Let me do this, family. Country and town archaeological perspective, rise and collapse of an African Atlantic kingdom. This is from Neil Norman. This is what WIDA looked like. The common people were divided. How the guy who was in charge of WIDA ran to Great Popo and was trying to come back as ruler, and the people didn't want him. They hated him. So why don't we know about this? When diving into depths of history, you have to realize that everyone has an agenda. Figure out what their agenda is. I don't have time for foolishness. It's ridiculous. Hold on 1 second here. Let me do this. The dude started bragging about a book worth $8,000 or $200 or $800, and the book is free on the internet. This is what he was doing in the presentation. I don't even have the what you call it. And we had the book, and we downloaded the book and got the book for free. He said this is clearly Negro. All right, somebody in the chat had talked about circumcision. Circumcision goes back. The oldest records that we have is in Algeria, Africa, of them circumcising. All right, just for the record. All right, let's get it.
Slide. So now, what you're also going to see is that there was laws that she started to break out, that the closest Indian cities were guilty of a murder. So at this conference that she had, she turns around and she shares that in October of 1665, according to hanging statutes at large, the laws of Virginia, if an Englishman was murdered, aka the devil in the earth, the so-called white man, the closest Indian town would be held accountable for the crime. So if they was doing that to the Gaddacks, who else did they do that to? They did that to Rosewood. They did that to Black Wall Street. We fit everything. Everything that happened to the so-called Negro inside of America happened to the other so-called Negro inside of America, aka the North American Indian, aka the Puerto Ricans. You understand? Aka the Mexican Indians. These were laws.
Hey, thank you for that, Kyle. Let me do this. He makes a false equivalency that because Native Americans were targeted in a manner similar to the Rosewood killings and Black Wall Street, that it equates natives and African Americans with Israelites suffering curses. The unknown history of Latino lynching. Same false equivalency used for Latinos because they were hanged and blacks were hanged. They are one and the same, in fact, Israelites. Leo Frank, a white Jewish man lynched for allegedly sexually assaulting an underage white girl. Does this equate him or other slain American Jews with blacks, Latinos, and natives? Despite Jewish persecution worldwide, Isupk denies the claims of white Jews being legitimate.
So now, was there slave imports from Africa overwhelmingly taken to America and the Caribbean? Absolutely. Were they put in areas such as Brazil, Colombia, and Bolivia? Absolutely. Next slide. You got it? So now, yeah, Not unlike North America, slavery existed in South America even before African slave importation. Meaning what? Slavery started in America with the North American Indians. It started in 1492 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. And then after Christopher Columbus's discovery of the Americas in 1492, much of South America was
He said the slavery happened with Native Americans first in 1492, but Portuguese began enslaving Africans in the 1440s. Again, you got to know history. 1440s, we're being enslaved. As a matter of fact, they weren't even here in the Americas yet, and they were already enslaving Africans, taking them to Portugal, taking them to what's called the Atlantic Islands, Sao Tome, and different areas. So Africans were being enslaved way before. The African slaves in Portugal as early as 1441, and that's the sources right there. I don't need to get into all of that. Don't know history. Just talk a lot of shit just to try to prove what you believe.
Right now, that we served our enemies in hunger, in thirst, in nakedness, in want of all things. Yokes of iron that were put around our neck. You understand? I can make sure that your phones is on mute as well. Okay?
Mark, he mentioned yokes of iron. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, Deuteronomy 28:48. But we know in Jeremiah 27, it talks about that during the time of Nebuchadnezzar. For go and tell Hananiah, saying, thus saith the Lord, thou hast broken the yokes of wood, but thou shalt make them yokes of iron. So if you go to Jeremiah, for thus saith the Lord of hosts, God of Israel, I have put a yoke of iron upon the neck of all these nations, that they may serve Nebuchadnezzar. It's actually not even literal in the sense that they bring it up in Deuteronomy 28. But again, our Aboriginal Australians on your chart, Chatazaa, they put a yoke of iron around their neck. A yoke of iron. You got slaves here, slavery in the Roman world. They had yokes of iron. Does that mean that they're Israelites? Roman slaves are on earth still with their iron collars and shackles in place. Does that mean that they're Israelites? Rome took slaves of various ethnicities and skin tones. Iron yokes are not exclusive to black people. Yoked irons even in Germany. Hebrew believes that despite the prior ethnic identities of African slave and indigenous Americans, they all converge into a specific lost tribe based on their geographic destination. This is all attributed to divine will. One West Hebrew Israelites deny DNA evidence, but rely instead on divine geography to identify Hebrew Israelites. Divine geography. The Igbo people. Look at this right here, family. The Igbo people claim they are the tribe of God. And I want this to be clear to everybody right now. If you're Igbo, you claim you are the tribe of God. G-A-D, because God has Eri. And they say Eri is a son of God. And they say that's who we connect to. Yet God is listed as North American Indians on the chart. Oh, no. So the Igbos largely contribute to African Americans, the people labeled as Judah on the 12 tribe chart, but they themselves claim that they come from the tribe of God, another tribe. This is how crazy the chart is. The father of Igbo, Eri. Ephraim, the tribe of Ephraim in West Africa. The Yoruba people claim they're Ephraim, but they're classified as Puerto Ricans on the 12 tribes chart. They're in Haiti, they're in Jamaica, they're African Americans, Yoruba tribes. What's up? Who should we believe? Should we believe the Africans who you call the Hamites, or should we believe you? Santeria is not an indicator of being a descendant from Simeon or Levi. This is just crazy nuts right here. Santeria was brought to Cuba by the people of the Yoruba nations of West Africa. If you didn't know. 12 tribe crazy chart right here.
But Garfield, you do know there were tens of thousands of Israelites in Central and East South Africa.
Stop doing that, man. Tens of thousands of who? What are you talking about?
Right. Yeah, nah. The Israelite empires that we see that is ascribed to Ethiopia. Yeah, okay. they were tens of thousands.
I'm gonna get to that in a second. All right. But before you talk about Ethiopians, so you're saying the Ethiopians had the Torah when? When did they have it, the modern day Ethiopian? When did they get the Torah?
Yeah, the Torah, since the Torah was basically the Torah. They moved into Ethiopia, what, 1200 BC.
All right. So you're saying they had the Torah from when?
I just said it. They became the nation of Israel in East Africa 1200 BC, around about that time.
So you have evidence that the Ethiopians of today had that in 1200 BC.
That's what they say. I'm just going by what the
They-
Ethiopians say as early as what I mean. That's their history. That's their documented history.
Keep the I am, bro. What's up? What's on your mind, my brother?
Hey, what's going on, man?
I'm good,
Peace,
my brother.
peace.
What's on your mind?
Are you against certain people in America claiming to be Israelites? I'm trying to make sure I understand that correctly.
I'm against a lie being told.
Okay, so you for truth. Okay, so why do you feel like why do you think that the Israelites, those who are claiming to be Israelites, like for example the brother that's talking with you, why do you think he's telling a lie?
Because he ain't got no information to back up what he's saying. If you notice, if we're having a conversation, right, and we say Ethiopia, he said that the Torah, those people go back to the 1200 BC. So what I'm going to do it right now, while he said that, is I'm going to bring out the archaeology that says that there was nobody living, there was no hills, there was no towns, there's no houses, there's nothing in where Ethiopia is today that could say that people lived there. So how is it that we as African Americans are going to believe people saying something when the archaeology, anthropology, and history says something else? This is what happens when you believe. If you believe, don't argue. That's your belief. But if you're leading by blind faith, don't jump out the window and tell everybody follow what I believe. Or you could simply just follow Buddhism, Shintoism, Confucianism, and live by the laws. It don't have nothing to do with us. The Bible, in fact, the Bible has nothing to do with people here in the West. Absolutely nothing. We are the ones searching for an identity because we were kidnapped victims. So we are Western Central Africans, but we don't want to be that because the Bible says that they're Hamites. They use the Bible to say they're Hamites. So if somebody's going to tell the truth, bro, keep the I am. Tell the truth. I don't need no lies.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. It should be about the truth. However, why are you saying that he's not telling the truth in reference to the fact that he's an Israelite, or that some other people like Ben Amin is an Israelite? Why would you say they're not telling the truth though? In that sense,
you gonna let me pull out the tape? He has a recording that I have where he says he may not be an Israelite. I don't want to do that to him today.
Garfield, and I said 1200 BC. I misspoke. I just want to say I misspoke. It's actually 7th century, 8th century. Yeah, but go ahead, my brother.
Well, hold on. Even if it's 8th century BC, show me the evidence of them having the Torah. It don't exist. What are you doing?
It's documented evidence of their elders having Bible scrolls.
Where is that?
100 years old.
Watch this. Watch this. If he proves that, I'll never come on YouTube again. Did y'all hear what he just said? He said the elders are documenting scrolls. What scrolls?
I'm going to repeat it. It's evidence where it speaks of the elders having scrolls that are over 400 years old. And this was written 300 years ago.
So this was written 300 years ago saying that those people had scrolls. So why is it we don't see it in the culture?
You see it all through the culture.
Why? All right. Okay.
Israelite culture is probably the most prevalent culture you see in West Africa.
I'm not talking about West Africa. We're talking about Ethiopia.
Well, definitely East Africa, specifically Ethiopia.
I don't want to stop. Let me finish the presentation and I'll get to you. I'm gonna be done in like 15 minutes. All right. Let me finish this. If Negroes, Hispanics, and Natives all have the same paternal lineage, then Chatazaa should have no issue proving that he's E1B1A like me and majority of Black Americans. I will personally buy him and Tazari a test to show their father's heritage. All right. Let me move on from here. Ancient DNA links an East Asian Homo sapien woman to early Americans. So now 14,000 years ago, it contributed to the ancestry of ancient Americans. This far-ranging ancient group's evolutionary identity has been revealed thanks to ancient DNA extracted from a skull cap previously excavated at Mengziren or MZR, a site in southwestern China's Red Deer Cave. Researchers report July 14 in Current Biology. The finding offers a rare opportunity to narrow down where the ancestors of ancient Americans came from in East Asia's vast expanse. So whether you believe in DNA or not, it is what it is. Alaskan Sunrise Girl sheds light on how humans populated Americas. Ancient Native American remains linked to migrants from Asia. The Bering Strait is a theory, right? It's facts. DNA from ancient skeletons shows ties to Native Americans 8,500 years ago. The oldest genetic link between Asians and Native Americans was found in Siberia 14,000 years ago. Ancient DNA retells the story of Caribbean's first people with a few plot twists. Supe civilization, 3000 BC, 13,000 BC, Clovis culture, the Montana boy, the Tainos. If we can't trust DNA, then what alternative does ISUPK have? Native American DNA. SNP analysis indicated that 3 major haplogroups denoted that C, Q, and R accounted for nearly 96% of Native American Y chromosomes. This is crazy right here. Crazy. Some natives likely did travel here on boat 13,000 years ago, Cedros Island in Mexico, 5,000-year-old civilization in Peru before the Assyrian exile. There goes the mummy. There goes the 8,000 years ago, 1200 BC. That's way before there's an Israelite. People are living here. It can't be ours or
Guatemala and Panama. Zebulon shall dwell at the haven of the sea, and shall be as the haven of ships, and his borders shall be unto Zidon, because Zidon was a great ship haven. It was comparing Zidon to what? To the Panama Canal. Remember, this is where we will be in the land phase. When you go and take a look at Guatemala and Panama, this is a major shipping route, giving you the identification of who these people are. Next slide.
Oh boy, Zebulon is a Panama now. This is absolute garbage.
Mr. Garfield.
This is nonsense. Hold on one second, brother. The issue with Zebulon shall dwell at the haven of the sea, and he shall be for an haven of ships, and his border shall be upon Zidon. Regardless of if Zebulon dwell by the sea, Zidon or Sidon mentioned in this verse refers to the 3rd largest city in the geographical area in modern-day Lebanon, not in the region of Central America as Zebulon is described on the 12-tribe chart. That's just pure garbage. Who else in the Hebrew community will come back as Esau? Take the DNA test. The African Americans are primarily E1, B1, A1. Native Americans are primarily Q haplogroups. They are 2 entirely separate paternal lineages. Only one of them can be the seed of Abraham. Facts.
This way, so on and so forth. It says, out of Nasser his bread shall be fat, and he shall yield royal dainties. So you go and look at where all the cocoa's coming from, all the resources, all these different groups, all of it comes from these lands. You understand? Like they have an incredibly, you understand, rich, fertile soil and all that. This is supposed to be what lands you would be in the last days. Next slide.
He argues that because of the resources derived from Colombia to Uruguay, such as cocoa, fruit, and fertile soil, that is the direct correlation to Genesis 49:20. The top cocoa producing countries in the world are Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Indonesia, Nigeria, Ecuador, Cameroon, Brazil, Sierra Leone, Peru, and Dominican Republic. So the top 10 global producers of cocoa, half of which are African countries, yet they deny Africans and call them Hamites. There are Africans today still claiming to be of the 10 tribes, and they don't share a paternal relationship with native Indians. Just for the record. Top 3 countries with the most arable land: Bangladesh, Denmark, or Ukraine. The top 3 countries with fertile land, if according to Genesis 49:20, this is an indicator of Asher, any lost tribe proponent from these countries can also make the claim. That's how silly that is. Captain Tariq explained why he's not African and would never feed them. The same people Tariq and ISUPK deny live in the most minerally rich continent on earth. Look at the African natural resources: oil, gas, coal, copper, bauxite, gold, diamond, timber, all from Africa. Craziness.
Listen, man, we rock the shield of David throughout all our generations. This is the artifact that was taken from Peru to a museum out in Spain. Matter of fact, man, Officer Dr. Ward sent me this information out of New York. He said, we're in New Jersey, that's my man, Brandon, right there. He helped me with some of this research. And he sent me this shield. This is a mold that they made. You understand? Next slide. And another one, right here, we start to find, this also came out of Peru. You find the shield of David all throughout South America, North America, all over the galaxy.
Okay, so the Star of David, so that means that they're Israelites. They are supposed to be shields of David. He does not provide any source for this artifact and gives absolutely no proof of this being a shield of David, beyond it being in the shape of a hexagram, symbol used by various cultures before the Israelites existed. They are supposed to be shields of, this is a mace head. A mace is a blunt weapon, a type of, these mace heads were weapons. They are placed over spears. The earliest known Jewish use of the hexagram was as a seal in ancient Israel, 6th century BC, and then 8 centuries later in a synagogue frieze in Capernaum. But these early hexagrams may have been only ornamental designs. Ironically, a swastika, another popular ancient motif, appears alongside the hexagram on the Capernaum synagogue wall. In the Middle Ages, hexagrams appear frequently on churches, but rarely in synagogues or on Jewish rituals. It was the menorah that served as the primary Jewish symbol from antiquity until the post-Renaissance period, not the Jewish star. The earliest known hexagram dates to the 6th century after the northern tribe were taken to Assyria, I guess. The 6-point star used as early as 3rd millennium BC in Armenia, before David existed. Various cultures use its symbol. Why does Chatazaa automatically correlate this with the shield of David? Lack of rigor, lack of research. Different cultures, such as Armenians, independently use this symbol before the Israelites even existed. 3rd millennium BC. Mace, the bronze mace head. Look at that. 5-pointed spiral mace. The generalist mace head, 5 points. 5-pointed star mace head. All over. The people of Peru made 8-point star-like objects too. Pre-Columbian art for sale.com. The theory of natives migrating from Asia was in support of the Bible. Yeah, that's facts. All right. All right. Go ahead, family. What you wanted to say? You wanted to say something real quick?
Oh, I got a question. So, are you saying that Israelites, according to, you saying those are not real people? Is that what you're also saying?
I never said that one time. I said there are people that's in history, but I don't think those people are attached to us at all. Where are you from, by the way, brother?
I'm born in America.
You're born in America? Okay. All right. How you grew up? You grew up with what?
You talking about religion?
Yeah.
Didn't have one.
Okay. All right. No problem.
But I'm one of the fortunate people. That's not the norm. I know that's not the norm in America. You normally brought up as a Christian or a Muslim. But no reason. I mean, I'm just so you're not saying Israelites are not real. You're saying that they're not so-called African Americans. Is that what you're saying? If I'm getting
anybody who adapts to religion is just basically a convert. You converted because basically you stem from Second Temple Judaism. Remember, there is no Bible during the time period of the Babylonian exile. There's no codified book. There's writings, but there's no codified book that all Israelites go by or all Jews.
Okay.
That's not until the first century AD. That ain't got nothing to do with us, bro. So anybody who's saying the exiles ain't had no book. No book.
Okay.
Got no book. Or you carrying Leviticus laws and all this stuff. It's crazy. All of this stuff.
So you say, okay, so the Israelites, according to scripture, you're saying they're not so-called Negroes. Am I making it? I just want to make sure I'm clear with that. When did
becoming a Negro or otherwise? How did that come into the conversation?
No, the Negro part is not. It's not important to me. I'm saying you're saying that no one. So basically, you're saying no one on earth is an Israelite. I'm trying to, because I don't know if you're saying. Are you saying? Because it sounds like 1 minute you're saying Israelites, but then you're saying the religion, and to me that's two different things. You see what I'm saying? Like one is a nationality, then one aspect. Judaism, that's a religion. I'm not speaking on that. I'm speaking of like human beings called Israelites. That's what I'm trying to see where you at with that.
What I'm gonna say is this: through my whole contention, I never said anything about whether Israelites existed or not. I think what happened is I don't want to force a conversation. I'm just saying we ain't the Israelites. I've not seen any proof to prove that African Americans, Jamaicans, or anybody. I've not seen any proof from anybody to point to that. That's part of our culture. That's part of who we are. I don't.
Okay, I got you now. So now, who? Okay, since you're not denying the Israelites are real, then who are Israelites then, according to the scriptures?
I don't care about the scriptures. I care about in real life. The scriptures has a lot of fiction. It has a lot of storylines. It's not 100% true. Now, if I adapt the biblical worldview, then I could answer you biblically. I'm answering you historically. Anyone can be an Israelite or a Jew. Anybody. Historically speaking. Anybody.
Okay. So historically speaking, so if anyone can be an Israelite, historically speaking, then that means some people that are called American, African Americans, may be Israelites then, based upon what you just said, right?
It can be converted. Yes, I agree.
Okay, you didn't say nothing about conversion.
He's just shifted it. That's why I say, brother.
Everybody, listen. Judaism is a convert. Listen, you're having a secular conversation. You're not having a biblical conversation. I have no interest in having a biblical. Listen to me carefully. I want you to listen. Let's just do that first.
I'm listening to you. That's why I'm asking you questions. So I want to see anything.
As far as a secular position, anyone can be a Jew. You could convert and go to a synagogue and become a Jew.
But that's not what I asked you for earlier. I've never been talking about conversion.
What are you asking me?
I've always been asking you based upon human, not no conversion, as far as genetics and a life, a nation of people or a tribe of people called Israelites. I always kept asking you, are you saying that you said you don't deny the fact that Israelites are a real people historically? You didn't say that. I never mentioned anything about Judaism or converting to Israelite customs and ways of life. I never asked about that. We know people can adopt other people's customs. That's really common sense. So I'm saying, like, if you and me were brothers, everybody can't say that they come from us, our ancestors, and we got the same mother and father. So I'm saying Israelites is a real people, correct?
I never denied that.
So what? Why are you so adamant about saying that?
Hold on. You asked me a question. Is Israelite were a people that had a nation, as a people from a nation, no longer exist anymore. They were devoured and destroyed around 700 BC by Assyria.
So Garfield.
Hold on, you're not going to interrupt me, bro. All right. All I'm saying to the brother is that Israelites as a nation no longer existed after the Assyrian exiles came in. All right. That's just facts. That's even in the Bible. Now, as far as returning to be an Israelite, they no longer consider that. They were actually a small kingdom that was ruled by people, and it became Judah. Judeans now, who are calling themselves Judah, they got united in the 2nd century. Hold on a second. Let me see what D-Red wants. Go ahead, D-Red. What's up?
Okay.
Hold on a second. Okay. D-Red. What's up, D-Red?
Shit, Kool-Aid, what's going on, man? It's good, man. I don't understand why the brothers is superimposing other shit, asking these questions, because your presentation is debunking the 12 tribe chart, and you talking about Native Indians and all that other shit. So I don't even know why niggas is even worried about this shit.
But he not refuting the 12 tribe. He asking Garfield simple questions. Because what Garfield is doing, he's muddying the water. So I don't understand why you would ask why he's asking those questions.
But if you listen to Chatazaa's presentation, if you watched it before,
got nothing to do with Chatazaa's presentation. No
disrespect. But that's what this whole thing is about.
Chatazaa wrong. He all the way wrong, up and down.
I'm not dealing with
Chatazaa. That's what this whole thing is about.
It's some of that, but not what I'm asking about. I'm not even asking about Chatazaa's presentation.
Right. No, I get that, but what I'm saying is that's what Garfield is up there talking. I mean, everybody knows Garfield's position.
We're not denying that. That's what I'm not. But I'm just he just letting you know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not asking that to Garfield about that.
But that's the point, though. That's my question. Why are you asking that in this
conversation? We're not even talking about Chatazaa.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. Why interrupt his thing to ask these questions, bro?
I'm asking Garfield because I wanted to know, is Garfield denying the fact are there actual real Israelites, blood Israelites on the earth? That's what I'm trying to find out. I want
Okay,
to
I
know
get
what.
that. No, I
Hold
get
on,
that. Yes.
because he was saying he's for truth. Because he said he's for truth, and so if Israelites are real people, then I just want to see him confess that okay, they are real people. He already did say that, but then he mixes it up with Judaism. I'm like, okay, I'm speaking of people basically born as an Israelite by birth, not through conversion. And if those
Okay.
people are real, who then? Then my next question would be, if it's a yes, then who are those people today?
Okay, but my point is, it right now, I get what you're asking, bro. I've been listening for like to the whole damn thing. So
Okay.
what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to get understand is, okay, he's doing the whole thing to basically destroy the Chatazaa's presentation on the 12 tribe chart. What does any of that have got to do with him destroying Chatazaa in the 12 tribe chart?
Because what he's
I
doing at the same time, he's saying
Hold
the
on, let me
whole
ask
Israelite paradigm is a lie. And I don't see
you. Right.
how you don't see that. So what we got to do is establish some understanding and some basic truths. This is a question, and it seems like I got to ask you that. Israelites, were they real people? D-Ray.
Bro, I'm not even
All right,
entertaining
no,
that,
so I'm
bro, right
saying,
now, because
so
that's not the point, brother.
why is you
That's what I'm
asking why
saying. That's
we
not the
talking?
point.
Hold on.
Because that's
Everybody take a break. Everybody take a break. Let me play this video, and then we'll come back and let's refresh, and then we're gonna do what we're gonna do. This is a 1 minute video.
Simply put, falsifiability is the capacity for a claim or proposition to be proven wrong. It's an essential part of science, as falsifiability is just about synonymous with testability. If you want to test a hypothesis is true, you have to know what it would look like if the hypothesis wasn't true. The scientific method isn't so much about proving theories, but rather disproving them. Say, for example, someone claims they have an invisible and intangible dragon in their garage. Well, there's no way you could disprove that claim, as you can't see it, touch it, test for, or measure its existence. You can't disprove that claim, nor can you prove it. It's both unfalsifiable and unverifiable. Technically, there's nothing you can do with that claim at all. It's useless. If something can't be falsified, it can't be tested or considered to be scientific.
All right, falsifiability. Let me bring up back D-Red. And D-Red, don't worry about it. It's all good. I mean, I could take. I was gonna go into the lemba a little bit because he brought up the lemba. But let's go one by one. Gideon, what's your question, Gideon? Let me go right across. What's your question? Matter of fact, hold on, Gideon. I'm sorry, Kyle. I know you just want to make a quick point and get out of here. Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, and thank you, Garfield, and peace to everybody. I just wanted to impose something on this conversation because I think what you presented was great, and especially when you were talking about like the Native Americans, and like one of the things that's always discussed is genetics, and what we have to do is a thought experiment, right? So if Abraham is the father of these particular people in that area, then the DNA should be connected back to Abraham at some point, right? So when you're juxtaposing the Native Americans DNA haplogroups as to the people in that area, and then if you also add yourself into the equation, you have a conundrum, and I just wanted to add that to the conversation is because are you saying that their DNA or their genetics are somehow tied to your genetics, and then your genetics are somehow tied to the people in that region? And these are just things that we got to think about for these arguments. You have to be able to build a intellectual model of what you're saying, because once you posit information into your mind, you have to be able to build a reality around it that actually makes sense and is congruent. And I appreciate that video you just showed because it means a lot for this conversation, because we're adding things, we're just throwing things out there, and it's hard to, well, you can't disprove something that's made up. You know what I'm saying? Like when people like, I was noticing when Gideon, you was asking them questions, and peace to you, Gideon, but your responses, it kind of felt as if you was ad-libbing it or just going with the flow with the conversation without having evidence of it. And for a lot of people in the chat, we feel like you were just making that shit up, though, being hunted with you. So,
What's up?
but anyway,
Hey, can you give me an example?
Yeah, when you was talking about the Jews going to West Africa, then after the Bar Kokhba revolt, y'all, you said that they fled, they had to have fled to South Africa. I've never seen that anywhere. I'm sure you've never seen it anywhere, but you just added it to the conversation as if it was some type of fact behind it. And I think that's very disingenuous of you to just add that, like, yeah, they went to South Africa and West Africa. How do you know that? Where's that coming from?
That's a question, or
Yeah, that's a question. How do you know that? You said out your mouth they went to South Africa and West Africa. How do you know that?
good question. Good question. So when we seen the evidence, and Garfield even brought it out, where it stated that over 250,000 Jews were slaughtered in Cyrene. So when you look at estimates like that, there is a formula where you can get what the population could have estimated to have been. So when you look at 300, hold on, let me finish. Because you asked me.
Time out. Kyle, I don't want to have this conversation. I'm gonna tell you.
My bad.
I'm gonna tell you why. And keep the 10 Commandments and D-Red. The reason why I cut him down, because we already established earlier that there's no source for that comment, and he's now repeating it. This is why I can't deal with Kyle. We already showed the source that said there's no source for that, because the writer of the book says it was Josephus. Josephus was not alive at the time, so he couldn't have wrote about Cyrene in 115 or 135 during the Bar Kokhba revolt or the Kittus War. So what you're doing is, again, I don't want to call you a liar. This is what you do every time you come on my panel. We just clear that up, and then you're going to come 10 minutes later and talk about it like it's facts. There's no record. That's why even on the Wikipedia article, they said this is disturbing or dismiss this information because there's no evidence to back it up. Stop saying it, bro. This is why we going to square one. We're going back to square one with the same conversations going in circles. You can't bring up something that we already established. There is no source for it unless you're going to bring a source and shut me up. This is why you can't talk like y'all can't hear. Your hearing not right. You can't bring up no source for that, bro.
Right. Every time I get on these panels, every time I get on these panels, man, I just feel like I'm in the Spanish Inquisition, man. But Kyle, so let me say this, right? So it's let's just say it was a lot of Jews, right, that were slaughtered in Cyrene, and of all those people that was there, a lot of them fled to east, south, and central Africa.
Which source says that? Hold on. No. Which source says that? You're making it up. Stop doing that, bro. You don't have to lie if you're an Israelite. You don't have to lie. What source says that? There's no source. There's no primary source that says that. No secondary source. There's none.
So when the reason why I say that, right? So when you look at the sources that we have in Israelites, for Israelites in East and Central Africa, it speaks to them being in the tens of thousands. So you have writings as late as, or rather people, Israelites as late as the 1500s, speaking of tens of thousands of Israelites in East and Central Africa. That's a fact. You look at the Ethiopian kingdom, you have Israelites.
What does this have to do?
You have the Solomon dynasty.
What does this have to do with? You see, you can't just say at this time, Garfield, I don't have a source to validate this, but this is where I'm coming from.
The source. Look up the Israelites.
The source, don't say it. There's no source. All right, thank you, my brother. I appreciate it. Let me get to the keep that I am. Keep that. Kyle, was that it, bro?
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off though. I appreciate you. I didn't want to go as hard as you did on Gideon, but the message, the same thing I wanted to get across, you got it across for me, so I appreciate that.
Bro, all I'm saying is,
because you know he's speaking with feelings, Kyle. I'm speaking with the data.
Hold on, guys. Everybody in the audience, anyone can be a Jew. You could convert, you could practice. There's nothing wrong with that. But to say to us to join my group because we are these specific people and this is us, I think is a lie. That's all I'm saying. That's just me. I haven't been convinced. I don't need somebody to convince me. Convince me. I want to be chosen. Right, Mika?
Let me ask y'all this. Do any of y'all know who Dawid Rubini is?
Yes. But
who is that?
Hold on. You hold a second. Let me get to this brother right here. We done talked to you already. Let's get somebody else in here.
Okay, go ahead. You respond to that. I don't even know who that is. I don't know who that is.
No. Make your point, brother. Don't worry about what you call it. I actually have a slide with Dawood Rabini. I have a slide with him.
Yeah, you probably been watching a lot of. Yeah, go ahead.
No, actually, Portugal gave me this source. I don't need to watch anything. I don't watch none of y'all.
I didn't say anything. I just said watch. You finished this.
Let me let my brother talk. Go ahead, my brother.
I think I'm an Israelite, so it's not like I'm just gonna go militant against Gideon. But I do think that when Israelites,
you're an Israelite in what sense? Bloodline?
yeah, I'm more organic or from the seed of Israel, from the seed of Israel, Jacob. So, aka Jacob. How?
Yeah.
I think the question would be how not.
Bruh, you made it up, bro. You can't prove that.
No, I'm not. But let me. Before we prove that,
what is your point you want to make?
Yeah, the point I was at. One of the points I was about to make was, I think we should, if people are going to be dealing with all these outside sources to try to convince people, which I don't really. Anyway, I think they should be able to cite, or like when you keep saying source that, where's that source? I think they should source it. If you're saying you get information.
Why are you chipping out? Why are your phone chipping out?
Oh, okay, my fault. Is that better?
Not really. Well, go ahead though. Continue.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me, Garfield?
Yeah, but you still chipping.
Okay, let me see if I can turn it up.
I just don't understand how y'all can't come to the conclusion that they were Israelites.
Bro, hold on and relax, yo. Let your brother get it out, man. Come on, man.
Okay, okay, is that better? Is that better?
You still got some feedback stuff. I don't know what's that. Are you saying that you're an Israelite because you believe, or you could prove it? Because what I'm gonna do is I'm actually looking for that source right now for my brother Gideon. Gideon, go ahead, Gideon.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. I understand people like D-Red like to exist in all spaces, but I mean, you just got to get some fundamental things down. I mean, because people say they Israelites and then they come on and then they try to make the conversation seem like it doesn't need to be had, and I've noticed that.
What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about?
What I'm saying is, what Chatazaa is saying as far as the 12 tribe chart, it's crazy. It's almost the same argument that you have about all the Israelites falling into the Assyrian hands and just staying in Assyria. Those are arguments that if you did not have the evidence to speak against it.
Can I correct myself? Can I correct myself?
Go ahead.
I said all, I stand corrected. I should not speak in absolutes. So what I will say though, there's no evidence of a mass group of people leaving from Assyria to go anywhere. There's no evidence.
No, but you have evidence of Judean kingdoms in the Horn of Africa as early as the 7th century.
There's no evidence of that. You made that up. Made that up.
Look up the Himyarite kingdom.
You made that up.
That's a kingdom that existed not only in Yemen, but the Horn of Africa.
Stop. When you say Himyarite kingdom, you're talking about the kingdom that was converted into Judaism, right?
No, it was no conversion.
All right, there's no conversion. All right. Watch this, family. You said there's no conversion with the Himyarite kingdom. Am I correct? Because if I look at the Jews, the Jews are made up. What's that guy's name? I forgot what his name is. That said that the Jews were made up. He writes about the history of that. But I could simply do a Google search and show you that the Himyarite kingdom, they were converts. That's one of the traditions.
So you lied to us. Yeah, you're right. One of the traditions do state that they are converts.
Why didn't you mention that tradition? That tradition
it's more evidence speaking that they are indigenous Israelites based on the Israelite history, based on the archaeology that you find on the African side of Yemen. So yeah, that one source, speaking of them being converted, is a dubious source in of itself.
All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Give me a source on that. If you don't have a source, I'm gonna just Google him.
It's always when I'm speaking to you, because you would never meet me in a designated place and time. I'm just going off the dome with you. Like the same way I gave you in Ishmael's house, and you disingenuously critiqued the whole book, like it wasn't like that's crazy. Like, and people fall for it. So what I'm saying is everything I'm giving you is something to just go on and look into.
Okay, let me ask you a question, right? The Himmerite Jews, right? What are the traditions that they come from?
What do you mean? What traditions they come from? Expound, clarify that.
Can I finish? Garfield.
Go ahead, my brother.
Okay, I wouldn't approach it that way. If I don't have secular sources, I don't think Israelites should mention secular or outside sources of the scriptures or the Torah or the Tanakh if they're not going to have the sources for people like you, Garfield. Okay, for example, people like you. I wouldn't do it. If I did do it, I would just say, okay, this is according to my understanding of what I read, in that sense. So I think the Israelites do need to do better if they're going to be mentioning or trying to prove their points with people like Garfield and what have you. Bring the sources for these people, because that's what they're looking for, and they should be able to ask you where those sources, where you get that from, where is that at?
No, I agree.
Hold on, time out. My brother, are you finished, beloved? What's your name, by the way, bro?
Oh yeah, you can just call me the I am. Keep the I am 10 commandments. Keep the I am 10 commandments. But to make it short, the I am. But okay, what I was trying to say earlier before my phone, the service was messed up or whatever, is that I'm an Israelite by blood, right? By DNA from the Most High through Israel, right? So how do I prove that? I really never was told that I had to prove that to anyone. Far as scripture wise, that's something I had to know for myself through studying and research. You see what I'm saying? So, because even if I was a so-called Native American, there's nothing. Where's my inheritance? If I'm a Native American or if I'm an African, where's my inheritance? So I need an inheritance, and claiming to be an African or Native American, that's not. They don't promise me anything. Those people have never promised me anything.
So you said you're Israelite by blood, my brother? That's what you said?
Yeah. By
No. Don't stop him. Hold on. He said something important I've never heard somebody admit before. So he's saying they don't
need an inheritance.
They don't exactly. They don't promise him nothing. You see, that's the problem. We're not educated enough on our culture. So where Sean is at when I need him? Because African cultures have a promise. Aboriginal cultures have a promise. Every culture does. So this is what I do, man. I gotta give a shout out to this Jehovah's Witness lady, man, that gave me this book. It changed my whole life and thinking, and Professor James Smalls. Because once Professor James Smalls, he used to convert to everything. He used to be Yoruba, Igbo, Akan, everything. I'm like, why are you doing that? He said, you can't talk about something unless you experience it. So what I'm saying to you, bro, in every culture, there is a promise. There is some afterlife, whether with African systems, it's reincarnation. In Christianity, it's different. In Judaism, it's different. In Buddhism, it's different. In Hinduism, it's different. They're more of a reincarnation in the Eastern religions, but all of them have the same undergirding principles. Treat your brother the way you want to be treated. I wasn't speaking. Let me finish. Treat your brother the way you want to be treated. But you did say something about the promise. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, okay. When I say inheritance, I'm not talking about no eternal life and all that type of stuff. I'm talking about physically. The Israelites was promised a geographical territory as well as assets that come along with that geographical territory and blessings, right? Physical tangibles, right?
Northeast Africa or America?
What's that?
Is that in Northeast Africa or in America?
That would be in the East. Eastern Hemisphere, as far as I know, as far as I understand, right? Not America. So the African nations and tribes, they don't promise me anything. They have not given me anything, nor promised me anything.
Why do they need to promise you anything?
I didn't say they need to, but I'm going with. I didn't say they need to, but I'm saying, but
say you rock with the Bible and that's it. You don't need to explain nothing,
no.
bro. You are who you are, bro.
Well, let me respond to that.
But I don't want to let Gideon off the hook, man. You talking and taking long is getting Gideon off the hook, because Gideon made.
No, I ain't letting Gideon get off the hook. I already said he should quote he should cite those sources if he got sources. I think he should, but that's my opinion. So
right, before you go any further, can you stop for 1 second? I'm gonna come back to you. Let me just deal with one issue, and we'll come right back to you. All right, Gideon, I'm gonna ask you a question. Let me show my face while I'm asking you, so you don't think I'm lying or playing. Gideon, can you show me a source where the Himerites are not converting to their Judaism?
So when you look at the Himyarite kingdom, they were a colony of the stronger Ethiopian Israelite kingdom that we see. So when people speak of the Himyarite kingdom, they were a vassal kingdom to the Israelite kingdom until the 7th century.
I'm not doing this again. I asked a simple question. What is your all right, let's do it this way. We're gonna slow walk this because you want to do this whole talking. I'm not into that today. I asked a simple question.
There's only one source saying that the Himyarites were converted.
Gideon, relax. I'm gonna let you talk, bro. Gideon, when did the Himyarites start following Judaism?
Well, the Himyarite kingdom, I say that the Himyarite kingdom is an offshoot of the Demography kingdom, which is in Ethiopia. You have the book, The Patriarchs of Alexandria, speaking of Judith, and we all know that the Ethiopian oral tradition.
You see, I'm not playing this game with Gideon. Gideon, you said it comes from not Dimitina. Dimit we know is in the BC era. We're talking about Himmerite. When did that's one question at a time. You don't need to elaborate or embellish. I'm going to
Himmerite is the BC era.
Hold on. When did the Himmerites start practicing Judaism?
Well, the documented evidence for the Himyarites are about 7th century BC.
All right. So you have documents of the Himmerites at 7th century BC. Can you provide that, please, sir? Where do I need to look?
No, he don't.
A search. Let's do a search.
All you need to do is just
like I say, man. All this is I don't have the information in front of me right now.
You never have the information in front of you. So we already know that already. All I'm saying to you
like
is,
I say, you would never agree to have a sit down.
Hold on. Nobody, listen. So pull up Thursday with your money. Pull up with your wallet Thursday. Because as of now,
you already owe me a stack for saying there's no Hebrews in Africa. You remember that? I'm just asking. You remember that, right?
Bruh, stop the foolishness.
Do you remember that, right?
We're talking right now. Nobody remembers nothing that you say. We know you lie all the time.
Right.
This is the point.
We know that the Hebrew people
the Himmerite kingdom, show me a source or tell me a source that the Himmerite kingdom was following Judaism from the 7th century BC. Show me one source that says that. One. I'm telling y'all, I want to get off YouTube, man. Y'all got the chance to get me off YouTube, man. Pull up. Get me off of YouTube. Get me off of social media, period. I won't even go in public no more. Bring that source that says that. It don't exist. Stop lying. Stop lying.
Again, like I say, the source that states that the Himyarites were converted is only one. That's why I say, like, you got to stop playing your audience like they stupid. Like, you the only one that go ahead.
Gideon, Garfield is wrong, right? Let's put that to the side that I'm wrong. So I want to learn. Give me the source that says the Himyarites were practicing Judaism from 7th century BC. And you know what's the craziest part, ladies and gentlemen? Not even the Israelites was practicing Judaism at 7th century BC. That's crazy.
So you're saying there were no Israelites
that shit is crazy.
Insanity. Insanity.
That does show you who I'm talking to. This is why I said slow down. I keep the I am commandments. I mean to cut you, but I gotta make it because people are listening. And they like to use the Ethiopia got an argument. I ain't gonna front me, Red. I have to change my position on the Ethiopia on one position, but it's late because there's information that came out that proved I am incorrect. So now I got to change that position. I got to be a man and say, yo, I was wrong with this, and I got to change. But for you now, bro, to say that the Himerites were practicing and this and that, no, bring the source.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the Himyarites come from the Cataban kingdom. The Cataban kingdom in the area was 110 BC. You see what I'm saying? So the farthest they go back is 110 BC. The colony started then from the Catabans. Then they go into then they absorb the Sawa people. You know what I'm saying? That's why they started speaking Sabian. So I mean, this is 80. This is like 4 something AD. So I mean, they don't even go back that far to talking about 7th century BC, bro. Like they don't go back that far. And you subdue,
like I said, I would have to
Nawaz.
get my dates definite. But the Himyarite kingdom was definitely a Jewish colony. Like I said, you can't nail me with the dates, but I would have to get the dates.
How did they become Jewish? How?
What you mean? It's documented. It's documented.
Documented where?
When you look at the Queen Gudit,
I can't hear you, bro.
When you look at Gudit, that is a king. I'm sorry, that was a queen.
That is
a Jewish queen.
We're talking, my brother. I'm not disputing Judith. You see, this is what you're doing. You're moving.
That's what I'm saying. I would have like Gudit. She's about 700 AD.
That's fine, but the point of the matter is, how did she get Judaism? Was she a convert? How did she get it?
No, again, she's an original Israelite.
Oh,
she's
so
the one.
Oh, so you are original Israelite too, right?
Possibly, could be, definitely.
I gotta pull up this Instagram right now.
Just like you can as well.
I can't be nothing.
All I'm saying is that Israelites were in West Africa. They were spread all through there. That's all I'm saying.
All right, no problem, beloved. No problem.
That's simple. Like I don't see how the people fall for it when y'all act like that's something that you can't comprehend. Like it's be simple.
No problem, beloved. No problem. No problem. I just want to say I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. Regardless of everything, I appreciate you, man.
But I'm still trying to understand. Like if Garfield doing this debunking the Chatazaa presentation, right? I'm still trying to understand it. And yeah, if Garfield throw a shot in there here too, I mean, I don't understand why niggas get butthurt. Who cares? He doing just presentation. He rocking out. He doing his thing. He debunking the 12 tribe chart. If he throw a shot at this BHI, whatever you want to call it,
for the slow people in the back, when he launches, and he says all Israelites are liars, then that's when
you're at your point, bro.
I'm just, but that's my point. But why do you care, bro? Like, I'm still trying to figure it out. I don't care if he said, anybody that claimed to be Israelite is a lie. I don't gonna care about that.
Watch this video. Watch this video.
Slaves that came on a slave ship to the Western Hemisphere were Israelites. That's what I'm saying. So you might not be an Israelite. You might be whatever. I might not be an Israelite. I don't know.
Got him.
So you saying you're not an Israelite? I don't know, but you wanna tell people that they're Israelite. You don't know if you're an Israelite.
There's a large group of slaves that came on a slave ship to the Western Hemisphere were Israelites. That's what I'm saying. So you might not be an Israelite. You might be whatever. I might not be an Israelite. I don't know.
Got him. Got him. Oh. Whoa.
Hey, so this Thursday, ladies and gentlemen, starting this Thursday,
a large group.
Starting this Thursday, I'm having a pull up, put your money up, or shut the F up. I want to see y'all prove to Unc and Cedric that God exists. That's one of the challenges I have. Who want to put up their money and show that God is real? Hold on, Sabio. So when you come, make sure you come with your wallet. Listen, man. If you ain't gonna pull up and put your money up, don't come. I ain't got time for no games. Whether it's $50, whether it's $75, $100, $200, $300, $400, whatever it is. come shut us up. I'm putting my team together, bringing your team together. Garfield, you're wrong about the 12 tribe chart. Come prove me wrong. How do you get there? So I'm saying to everybody, man, my man Gideon said, possibly I might not be an Israelite. But I'm gonna say this to everybody. Pull up.
See, what's crazy when I see the dude laughing, that's really the people who agree with you.
Yeah, Gideon, hold on 1 second, bro. Relax. I got you. You know what? Go ahead. Take the stage. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead. You want to talk? Go ahead, bro.
Again, what I'm saying is, it's the rhetoric and the propaganda that like your understanding, and I know you're not that simple, that put forward these ideologies like aboriginals and people who think, we've been here. So what I'm saying is always been something that you can't disprove. And like, again, you're playing on the lack of intelligence your listeners and your fans have, because if they find that statement to be something that's idiotic or something that can't be understood, then that's really showing their level of comprehension. Because you still have yet to disprove that, what I said.
Hold on, let me hear Mike. What up, man? What up, bro? I think I got you blocked, yo. I think I blocked you for good reasons. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
There you go.
You gave me now?
Yeah, damn, the block ain't work, yo. The block ain't work.
Oh, you can hear me. You can't hear me through my mic. I don't know what the hell's going on with my mic.
I could hear you, bro.
Yeah, you can hear me, but I can't hear me through my damn mic.
For good reason. By the way, y'all, I'm going back live in like 1 hour. I'm gonna be our 30 minutes. I'm gonna go live because I gotta do this whole Corey and Vocab Malone had a conversation. So I gotta deal with that craziness.
You gotta deal with what? What happened? Who?
Vocab and what's the name had a conversation on Clubhouse. So I'm gonna play it live.
Who the hell is what's his name?
Corey Brewer. He's a Hebrew Israelite brother.
So you can hear me, right?
I could hear you, bro. I
heard your whole conversation. I'm sitting here saying, what's the value in being a Hebrew Israelite? Why not say we the Russians?
Now that's a good question. But what I'm saying is that
Man,
there
I just started talking, you talked for like 10 hours.
Go ahead, Shine.
And I ain't said a word.
Dang.
I just had to agree with you, bro. Like,
why
go
not
ahead.
connect us to the
Man,
Russians?
shut up.
Why not connect us to the Russians?
Hey, Stabio, bro,
or the Roman Empire, right? Why not be Russians? What's the special? Why is it special to be a Hebrew Israelite? Why is it special to be a Native American? I heard a guy say, we want our inheritance. In actuality, in America, your parents or your grandparents is supposed to set up some inheritance for you. This is the world we live in today. So if your mother and your grandpa and your uncle and them and your mother ain't set up no inheritance, being connected to no people gonna give you nothing. You tripping. So I'm gonna say it again and get in, whoever want to jump in. Why is it so special to be a Hebrew Israelite? What advantage does that give you?
All I can say is, that's a good question, bro.
A promise.
That's a good question, bro.
It's a promise. It gives them a promise from an ancient book that they're going to be recompensed and liberated from the so-called oppression that the so-called Jews supposedly went through, and somehow the Jews and some of these people's mind have become African American. Hey, you know what's crazy, Somebody tried to use Deuteronomy 28:68 against me last night, and I asked him to actually read the verse, and it said they would be taken into Egypt with ships. And I asked him, was America Egypt? And he said no. I said, do not use that verse again.
They always try to make America.
They always try to make America Egypt, but it clearly doesn't say that America's Egypt. So that doesn't work, Gideon and the other brothers. So throw that shit in the trash.
You're a smart man, and I would say it because this is why I would say it, because what I'm saying is basically something that's based on scientific data. So
what's based on scientific data?
I come to what is based on scientific data is that the Israelites are, if we were to label them today, would be called what we label sub-Saharan African.
Canaanites. They
And
will be
those-
labeled Canaanites.
Hey, put your helmet
Not
back
no
on.
substance. You put your helmet back on.
Mouth
You the
guard
only
back.
nigga that wear a helmet.
Man,
You
come on, man.
retard.
I'm trying to
Hold
hear
on,
you.
hold on. Everybody chill out. Everybody
Get
chill
your
out.
flunk,
Hold on.
bro.
Before we go though, I want to have it on the record at the 5-hour mark. Gideon, you're saying that the 7th century BC, you have some special records of them practicing Judaism under the Himmerite culture.
Wait, you changed what we just saying,
What
Garfield, out of nowhere?
what I'm saying is when you look at the Himmerite kingdom,
I just want
they are a Jewish colony. Now,
All
the
right.
dates I would have to get back with you on, but that's what I'm saying.
All right, thank you. All right, back to
I can't do it. I'm in court. You just blew me. Now I don't know what that.
back to I just wanted to get that on the record.
You had him in a trap somewhere, y'all.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna nail myself down to a date, bro. Like, I mean, it's amazing how people can present
Look
like
at him, look at
pseudo
him, man. I don't even know
information
what
and
he's
just
talking
walk
about,
with it. But I'm giving you like books and general time periods. Like I would have like again, Garfield, you would never meet up with me in a designated space. Never. So I gotta come off the top of the dome.
Why don't you come over
know.
here and we get a moderator? If that's what we do 5 minutes, 5 minutes. That's it. That's it.
So this is what I'm saying. The Israelite people.
I want to know the topic. Any topic. Any
Right.
topic.
We were supposed to debate is Darius a real person. You ducked out on that. Like I like to just think to scholarly.
Hold on. Bring $100 Thursday. Come challenge me and Darius to meet.
See, and that's another scam tactic. How
Come
we
on.
gonna do that? Like,
Pull up.
Garfield, you're already in a hole of $1,000 with me, bro. Like,
Pull up, put your money up. Pull up.
He stay writing checks he can't cash, man.
All right, okay.
He done jumped out his face and said was no black people calling themselves Hebrews in Africa. And I had to show him that like that's false.
Thursday.
You ain't showed that.
Hold on, Sabio. Chill out. Come
Yeah,
Thursday.
bro, get your chihuahua, man.
We could debate Darius to meet. Is that fair?
Bro, like I said, bro, like I don't disrespect these people mind like that, bro. Like
I can't do this, man. Back to what I'm talking about. Let me mute up, man. I got time. Pull up, put your money up, or shut the F up. Point blank. I'm sick of y'all. Y'all like to argue back and forth. These niggas on Clubhouse arguing all day. Pull up, put your money up, or shut the F up. That's it. No, I ain't got no time. Y'all better than golf. You know more than me. Fine. You want to be Israelite? Go ahead. Do you. Be whoever you want to be. I want to be a non-Israelite. That's my choice. I don't want to be an Israelite. That's my choice.
Same here. I am not an Israelite. I am not a Canaanite. My culture, my family, my ancestors did not stem from the desert of the Levant. They are from Central, actually West Africa. The majority of them, according to my DNA, they're all from West Africa. So I don't know what you're talking about, but I want to shout you out for you and Dr. Mayat teaching that young man on how not to do liquorship on that show, because he was on his way to being full-blown pseudo. But y'all caught him before he got there. I hope he takes some of the information that y'all dropped on him last night and actually research and stop all the liquorship and trying to make everybody on the planet African.
Hey, let me say this. If you're interested in the Thursday night, email me at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com or just inbox me on Facebook. If you want to challenge Unc, say Unc, you don't believe in my God. I won't call it. We're not going to use the term atheist. We don't use that term no more. We just don't believe. We don't recognize your God. If we got our own God, that's our own business.
You said we. I use the term to scare people away. On purpose. If you think it's a white man word, all that nonsense. Africans, they all believe, yo. So you make African people and African Americans, you actually claim that they have the inability to agree or disagree, to accept or not to accept a belief system. That's ridiculous. Because if God really wanted us to know, he would have put it in our mind. So I asked the question again. What's the deal? Why is it so special for African Americans to be a Hebrew Israelite? What's the advantage that you get over everybody else? Last time I checked, 99% of the Hebrew Israelites are broke. Last time I checked, actually have nothing. Talking crazy online, right? I see no package put together that could actually benefit them. It always leads to one person getting the money and the finances out the group. So I'm gonna ask again, what's so special? What special gift or inheritance do a Hebrew Israelite get? What's the deal? Why not be a Russian? They all cleared out. Gideon left. They all left.
Gideon here. Gideon back up.
He never answered the question. He went off hope.
Nah, that's
answer your question.
a good question,
No,
so
you started talking about science and all that.
now we're getting past quote unquote science. Now we're going into
no science.
Right.
We
So
never talked about science.
it matters because there is such a thing called afterlife. And even before you look at afterlife, the tenets that's laid down to those tribes of African people on how to live their life, it's beneficial to you, not only in the past, but even to the present day. So that's why I say it's important.
So can
you prove to us that there's an afterlife?
No, come on. If you're gonna talk to him, you talk to him. I don't want you mixed up in what I'm doing right now. Because I got a different idea. Although you do a good job of piggybacking, though. I'm gonna give you that though, bro. I ain't gonna knock you for that. You do a great job.
So this is what I'm saying, right? So the tenets that's laid out how to live your life, like say for instance.
No, you don't gotta say for instance. Just
hold on, I'm breaking it down to you, bro. Chill out. So code, right? The code that unify us and keep us on one path. Israelites already have that code. Now, if people like to try to divert and try to go to the fanciful things that the Bible talk about, but when you're speaking of a code, the Torah that's laid out, I would recommend that to any black people because it's spiritually beneficial. And on the black and black tip, those were black people that wrote those tenets down. So that's why I feel it's important that people adhere to the Torah. Because like I say, you a smart man. You know Amin Ra, you know all these other guys, Ptah, Anubis, you know, they fell out the race. Yahweh is the only one that's still in the race. So you said forget it, you just gonna believe the stuff come out of hot soup. So I can understand you abandoning the idea.
So you taking that long to answer the question? You gift galloping now. I just asked you.
That's why I feel it's beneficial, bro. That's why I feel it's beneficial.
So then,
it will benefit us physically as well as spiritually.
So you saying because you can go to heaven at the end of the day?
Not only that, because you can build a strong community, a strong city, a strong nation off of that.
Okay, so you're basically saying that for 350,000 years, everything was cool until the Hebrew Israelites come around. Till they get literate enough to put together information. So for 350,000 years in Africa, Homo sapiens sapien did exactly what the hell you was talking about. They had moral codes and standards. Nobody would ever debate that.
I'm not saying that. I'm speaking of the book.
So listen. So you expect me to listen to some people that's not even in Africa? The Garden of Eden is not in Africa. The people that wrote the documentation is not in Africa. Your own Bible tell you they went into Africa. So they go into Africa with a story, and they tell people this, bro. Why didn't God tell them that 350,000 years prior? It absolutely makes no sense. You know why it don't make no sense? Because it's simply a cultural container of ideas and concepts produced by different human beings in different geographical regions.
Right. You don't believe in the Bible.
So that's what you believe in.
Right. But when you look at the Bible, the Garden of Eden is actually in Africa.
So go get that right now. Let's prove that.
No, it isn't. It's in Saudi Arabia. Stop lying.
So when you look at all the
that right now, what chapter? Hey, Saban, where you think he's going with this? Let's get it right now. Let's do it.
He ain't going nowhere in that Bible to get that, That ain't nowhere in that Bible. The Garden of Eden is in Saudi Arabia. The Pishon, the Gihon, and the Euphrates rivers are not in Africa. Nowhere in that geographical region. So stop making shit up.
So when you look at the river that's spoken of in the Bible,
what we going to?
The only two that's in quote unquote the Levant are the Tigris and the Euphrates.
Okay,
The
and
other
what else?
two, the Gihon and the Pisan, those are two rivers that are in Africa. So what you got to do?
Hold on. I want to read the Bible saying that.
Right, it's gonna tell you that.
But let's read it.
And what see the beautiful thing about the Bible is evidence points to its truth.
That's fine. So I want to stay there. I don't want to run all the way around you.
When it mentions those four rivers, and when you triangulate them, you know what triangulate? You know what that is, right? When
Triangulate, come together, triangulate. Go ahead.
When you convex them to a certain origin, to their origin, that origin would have them in the Horn of Africa. So when you're looking at the plate tectonics, according to the Bible and according to early man history, what's
going on?
So you
see, this man said plate tectonics.
No.
This man said plate tectonics. Garfield.
Gideon. Let me bring it up on the
those rivers.
Let's bring it up on the screen. Let's bring it up on the screen. Genesis 2. Genesis 2.
Plate tectonics.
We're gonna have a conversation.
Thank you. That's where we at. Hey, Garfield, we right where we got him. There you go.
Hold on, my brother. We want to learn. We learning right now. We're gonna learn
right now.
We gonna accept what you're saying because you on point. You're guided by God. So look at this right now. And the river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into four heads. The name of the first is the Pison, that is which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there's gold, and the gold of that land is good. There's beduline and onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is the Hiddekel, that is which goes toward the east, Assyria, and Assyria, and the fourth is the Euphrates. So the Euphrates and what? What is it? What is it? The Euphrates and what? What is Hiddekel? What is Hiddekel? What is this? What is this? What's the third river? Come on, bro. What's the third river?
That's the Tigris and Euphrates River.
All right, now watch this. Hold on a second. Let's do a map. Let's do a map of the four rivers. Four rivers
said, and Saudi Arabia
of Eden. Hold on. 4 rivers in the Garden of Eden, and let's look at a map. Let's look at images. All right, so let's look at images, and hold on. Let me find something that's very good. All right, so let's look at this. Hold on, somebody. Hold on. Let me find a good website.
It's gotta be Saudi Arabia, right?
Hold on 1 second here.
They ain't talking about Africa. Persian, Gulf, Tigris, Euphrates River. It's gotta be in that area.
Here's a good one. Here's a good one right here.
I like that, You're doing scientific things. Just keep triangulating all 4 rivers and see where you get to the origin point.
Hold on a second, my brother. Hold on 1 second. I got you. All right, let's look at this right here. Let's look at what my brother said. So he says, so the Hiddekel is Tigris, right?
Tigris.
Gideon, is Hiddekel the Tigris?
Yeah, the Hiddekel and the other river, those are Tigris and Euphrates.
Hold on. It's a simple question. I'm
repeating myself. Yeah.
All right. Now look at this right here. The Hiddekel is the Tigris, right? And the Euphrates is the other river. So we have 2 other rivers. So these 2 rivers now is in the Mesopotamia region, right? Because this is Sumer. This is Mesopotamia, land between 2 rivers. So what I'm asking you now, where does these other rivers in Africa connect to the Tigris and the Euphrates? Can you point that out to me, please?
Okay, this is the science that I'm putting forward. When you triangulate all 4 rivers, you will come to an origin point of East Africa. That's the only thing. So all right.
No.
Once you see that, then I can explain to you how it happened like that.
Time out. We're gonna have an honest conversation, right? This, you said that the Hiddekel is the Tigris. So I pulled out a map that shows the Tigris, and I pulled out a map that shows the Euphrates. Now, for those who don't know, the land between 2 rivers is Mesopotamia. The Greeks gave it that name, right? Sumer is right here, where the Tigris is. The Garden of Eden, right here. So these 4 rivers, so there's 1 river that's above it, there's 1 river that's below it. They all meet up in this water right here, all 4 of them. All right, now watch this now. To me, right, The Garden of Eden could be like Arzareth. It's really a place that don't exist, because in the Greek version, it's really a supernatural place that's really not real. And the Bible writer may have been trying to relate his story through the eyes of the Greeks. It's possible, right? Now, I'm putting that aside. Can you tell me, where does the river in Africa meet up with the Tigris and the Euphrates? That's all I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, you couldn't do that.
Tell me where. Just tell me where. I don't want no long talking. I don't want no gish galloping. I don't want none of that.
I would
Just
say
show me where
it's starting the Lake Chad region.
the Lake Chad. The Lake Chad is in West Africa, right?
Yeah, come on, yo.
Oh,
So that river. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all.
No,
The whole
that's
Quincy
not
here,
true.
I'm gonna tell you why there's an error, right? I'm gonna show you right now. This is what Garfield does. This is the problem. When you go to Genesis 2, right? This word right here, the land of Ethiopia, is really should say land of Cush. But it really shouldn't say land of Cush, it should say the land of Kish. And I'm gonna tell you why. Let me get the you know what? I'm not even gonna go that deep. I'm gonna say that the word Ethiopia don't exist in the Bible, period. That was added by the Greeks later on, right? So if we know that it's the land of Cush, it really makes sense if you say it's the land of Kish, because you see where the two rivers meet up. If it's the land of Kish, that means it's Kish that's referring to Sumer. And if it's the Kish that's referring to Sumer, that means Nimrod don't come from Cush. It would be Kish, which again is Sumer. But this is where the pseudos that we grew up listening to say that Ethiopia is connected linguistically to Samaria. So our brother Asar Imhotep would make the case, and others, that there's a connection because of this scripture here in the Bible. This is the only connection. It's biblically Cush to Sumer. So all I'm saying is this word was mistranslated. Seems like the best argument. And if you look at the Blue Letter Bible, it tells you that. It's not Garfield making it up. This word should be Cush and with a K, and it really should be Kish. And that's where I think the best conversation is. Some of us are obsessed with Africa. We want the Garden of Eden to be in Africa, but you can't reconcile the Euphrates and the Tigris. That's in Mesopotamia. Can't get around it.
You're saying how you feel about it. All I'm saying is when we take the location of the four rivers, where would you get a convergence point?
I just showed, bro.
In Arabia, yo.
I just showed it.
Yes, you would, man.
Yes, you will, brother.
Yeah, you would have to.
Yes, you will, brother.
And they got satellite imagery that have ancient riverbeds in Arabia, yo. I could pull that source. So it's Arabia, yo. It ain't Africa, yo.
I don't think it's Arabia either, but I'm a hold to the fact that it's in that Sumerian, that Mesopotamia region. Because
It's clear as day, Garfield. It is Arabia, brother. Peace and blessings to all you brothers on the panel as well as your families, man.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't think it's Arabia. I think, in my opinion, that it's actually the same place where the Tigris and the Euphrates is. Okay, this is the Blue Letter Bible. Let me just show the gentleman what I'm talking about, so he don't think I'm making up stuff. Hold on 1 second, guys.
Yeah, with the Blue Letter Bible.
So the Blue Letter right here, it goes to Cush, meaning black. It goes to strong definition, 853638.
Yeah.
Proper name, masculine person or a people or a territory. So it says it could be the Assyrian Kusu or the Kasi in the Tel Arma tablets. Or if you go to First Son of Genesis 10:6 or First Chronicles, then you come down in Genesis right here. It says is an error. This right here is an error for this. I didn't say that. Babylonian Kasu, according to Schorsch on Genesis 10:6, and most Assyriologists, so perhaps also Genesis 2:13. So 2:13, they're saying it's this. It should be this instead of this. It's two different words. So one is Cush and one is Kish. So that's what it is.
Yeah, one thing for sure, we haven't actually found it. That's real. So we ain't gonna have like we found it.
No, I think it's in Sumer. I mean, it's not a big deal to me. But
yeah, because Abraham and all them come from Sumer, right?
Yep.
Right now, but he traveled there. and that's the land they went found the plain. You got to remember they traveled there. Now
No,
the
he's from the Ur of
Arabian,
Chaldees. He's from the Ur of
the
Chaldees.
Arabian and the Muslim traditions says that, you know, that the Garden of Eden is in Arabia, but that's the Arabs. They be saying that. The Muslims say that. But when you look at teachers like Dr. Ben and, you know, those people,
Why
they
would
speak
Dr.
of
Ben
it
be
coming
a
from
specialist?
Tanzania, the Great Lakes region.
Why would
The Bible.
Dr. Ben be a specialist on this though?
No, we ain't doing that.
Why is Dr. Ben a specialist on this? I don't get it.
No, I just referenced him. That's all.
Yeah, because you're appealing to authority. You're trying to say that because Dr. Ben said it must be true.
No, I'm just saying I'm not the only one saying it.
Which is an authority in a sense, but I'm just saying I don't get it. Why is it that it has to be literally in Africa? Why?
Again, because like I say, when you look at the Gihon River, that's the Nile. The
Yeah, but
Pison River. Hold on, again.
Oh, man,
Just because the medicine tastes bad, don't mean you got to spit it out. When you look at the land of Havilah, you have people as late as the 12th century saying Havilah is the land of Kush. It's Central Africa. So those two rivers places it in Africa. So when you're doing geometry and you're making straight lines, you're not gonna find that in Arabia. You know, the Muslims will tell you that. But when you're doing straight lines, it'll bring you into East Africa.
No, man, what are you doing, bro? Kush, it ain't even the. It's quiche. It doesn't even make sense, bro.
At all.
This is
Kush.
Can you imagine? Look at the time period you're talking about, yo. These Hebrew Israelites.
What you're doing, you're trying to lay it against the scientific narrative.
I didn't actually cut you off, bro. I didn't actually cut you off, bro. We having a religious conversation right now, bro. And I'm saying, according to your biblical text, it don't say what you're saying. So I'm gonna make you just stay in the Bible, yo. You can't jump around.
What you mean it's not saying?
Because
What I'm
if
saying
we
that it's
playing
not
religion,
saying.
then we gotta read what the text say, yo. Now,
What is it not saying? That's what I'm asking.
The text ain't talking about Africa. It's clear.
No, because Africa didn't exist as a term back then. It's speaking of land and regions. And that region, we would call that East Africa today.
No,
that's what Adam. That's the God.
So you're saying that so you're not gonna act like Abraham came from the Ur of Chaldees. You're gonna say
yes, he came from Ur of the Chaldees, which was ruled by a Cushite.
So where is that at, yo?
Nimrod was a Cushite.
No, where's that at, bro?
That would be in Sumer.
Sumer. So you saying
that
the Cushites ruled Sumer? Is that what you're trying to say right now, bro?
Say that again.
You're saying that the Cushites ruled Sumer.
Correct.
Can you put a map up, Garfield, real quick, so we can just show the
that's where it comes from. I'm tell you that's where the stuff come from with that lady Drusilla Houston and all that nonsense.
But it is a Cush.
There you go. Another one. There you go. See, Garfield, but that's like why
hold up, bro. Hold up.
People like you Tethers and you get mad because you disrespect the ancestors.
Hold up.
And you get these Indian ISIS to do the same thing.
They wrong, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with disrespect. If they wrong, they wrong. What the hell you talking about disrespect ancestors? F out of here.
You disrespect them by not actually correcting them when they're wrong. That's the utmost disrespect. Do not let me sit here.
Houston wasn't wrong. What's called the Ethiopian flag.
I'm just trying to have a conversation, bro. I got my man, brother Lau, on the phone. He shows a lot of on the call. He shows a lot of patience. You got Garfield. He don't be tripping. All right. I'm saying I tend to lose my cool, bro. I just want to have a conversation. I'm tired of arguing with y'all. Let's just talk, bro. You in the fix now. You're trying to say that quote unquote Sumer was ruled by Cushites. Garfield, can you just put a map up there?
Here you go, bro. I got your perfect map.
Now, where are we talking about? Where's the area that he's trying to say was ruled by Cushites?
Where it says Kassite, Babylonia, right here.
Do you know what Cush is? I mean, why? So they skipped the Egyptian. We not doing this, bro. We not. They could barely hold their own damn. Man, come on, yo. We not. There's a couple quiches up in that area. Am I right or wrong, Garfield?
Babylon.
Talk about Lord Jamar and the Flat Earth and Charles White. I got to go do that probably later this week, man, or tomorrow. Me and Thunder. It's crazy, man. You see, this is the problem. You see, there is a teaching by Drusilla Houston and the overall conscious community where they're saying Cushites originated or ruled, and they're getting it from the Bible. This is why I don't understand with the conscious community. We hate the Bible, talk against it, but yet still we're using it to draw conclusions in a scientific realm. That makes absolutely no sense. Even if this guy ruled here, right? You show me in history where somebody from this area, Kush, was ruling here. And what I'm going to show you is, even in the time of Taharqa, they specifically said the king of Kush and the king of Kish. They specifically, the kings call it out. What's his name? Chuck Morgan gave me that source. I could pull it up right now. So you have a separation of Kish and Kush. It's not the same place. It's not the same people. It is incorrect. So this is the problem that's holding you back from moving forward. And Kish is not Kush. The same thing with the person who wrote the Bible. They made an error with a letter and they changed Kish to Kush. Somebody in translation changed it and it messed up the whole thinking. All of a sudden now, Kushites are Sumerians, and we have proof because in the 1800s, Rawlinson wrote a letter or wrote an article. He's a linguist and he says it's true. So we started to rock with it. And as a community, we became pseudo. Simple as that.
So the Bible speaks of Babylon. We all know that Babylon, whatever name you want to call it, the place between two rivers like the Greeks called it, or you want to call it Sumer, or the later people who came, the Akkadians, that place right there, we all know that's Babylon, right? So when you look at the Bible, they tell us that Babylon was ruled by Nimrod. And when you look at the Bible, it tells us Nimrod come from Cush. And when we look at Cush, we all know, however you want to label it, Ethiopia, Punt, whatever, those are black people. So the Bible tells us Nimrod comes from Cush.
How does black people get into
black
prophecy?
people? So
How does black people get into
that's what my ancestors told me. That's
how
why
does
I
black
think
people get
that's
into
why I
the
think the Babylonians was black, because they come from Cush.
All right, let me
It's
ask you a
like-
question. Let me ask you one question.
Wow.
I want you to be honest with me right now as a man to a man. If Nimrod ruled Kush, right? What year did Nimrod rule Kush?
According to the Bible, though, like
answer the question, bro.
Nimrod was
What
the
year
first
did
ruler of all the nations.
What year did Nimrod rule Kish or Kush? What year?
That would probably be about I would say about 5,000 years ago.
No. But if it's 5,000 years ago, is that before Abraham? Before Noah? Before Ham? Because 5,000 years ago is 3,000 BC.
That's before.
Is that
that's
before
Abraham.
before
After
Ham?
Noah.
Is that before Noah? Because that's before Noah.
It's after Noah.
Oh, but 3,000 BC is before Noah, beloved.
It's actually after Noah.
All right. So who built up these areas that he talked about? Who built them up? Because remember, he built up some areas in Assyria. He built up some areas in Sumer. So who built these areas?
Who are you talking about?
Nimrod.
Yeah, Nimrod. Like I say, the Ethiopian built up all the great centers of the world. Even the Greeks talk about it. You find them all the way on the coast of the Mediterranean and the Levant.
All right.
Everywhere you see Kush,
Kish, can we just get back
those
to
are all
Ethiopian? Take this out.
But let me ask, can I ask Unc this? This is a scientific question.
Man, I'm not finished saying what I'm saying, bro.
Because you don't like delving into spiritual matters. I want to ask you something scientifically, bro. Like something you can explain to me, because I don't understand this, right? So if you're saying everything is just random lottery stuff and it's just genetics that's evolving and it's no type of intelligent design behind it, how do you explain things like things like animals creating camouflage? How does genetics perform that function when that is something that is totally optics and something that you would have to have some type of intelligence to form? Like where do you think evolution plays a part in that? Did they write about that yet?
I'm continuing my conversation. I'm not letting you derail me. I want to get back to the Kushite Empire being in charge of Sumer.
Yeah.
Get right back to that.
So that plus symbiotic relationships, you haven't answered for me yet.
I'm back on where we was. I'm not doing this with you. I want to have a coherent conversation.
Scientific, man.
You were a
scientist,
answer your own question. Be able to answer your own question. Answer the questions I'm asking you. I'm gonna say it again, yo. Where can you verify and prove that what you're calling black people was in Sumer, ruling that area where Abraham came from? That way you can make Abraham a Cushite, which is totally against the Bible. Abraham is not a Cushite in the Bible.
Let's just do archaeology right quick.
No,
Have you ever?
wait a minute. Hold on.
Okay, I said no.
Abraham is from the tribe will be from Shem. He would not be a Cushite.
Right. He come from the Chaldees. And when you look at Abraham line, they live closely with the Chaldean people. He comes from the Arksfad. And that Arksfad, when you look at them, they are closely related to the Assyrians. But he comes from the Arksfad
Now
line.
you're making the Assyrians.
No, I say
black
they're closely related to the Assyrians. Yeah, the Assyrians are black. Yeah, Shem.
Listen, bro. Your Bible doesn't even confirm that.
No, it does.
No, okay, show me. Show me where it say the Syrians come out of hand. Go ahead.
No, I never said. I never said they come out.
No. Are you saying the ham?
I thought, bro. I never
asked you a question because the Bible said that the Egyptians come from the tribe of Ham, bro.
Right.
Cush.
Exactly.
Okay, so then make it work with your Bible. I'm saying, yo, you're not even listening to your Bible, bro.
What's your question?
No, you heard me, and I was very clear.
Because you started a question, but when I had to clarify, you didn't.
Assyrians. You said the Assyrians was Cushites. I'm saying your Bible doesn't.
I never said the Assyrians were Cushites.
You said they was black. You said they was black.
I never said that.
You said they was black.
Right.
Okay, so you saying that the Hamites is black? Am I correct?
Right.
And you're saying that the Shemites is black?
Correct.
Right? And you saying that Jephithites is black? Shem, Ham, and Japheth. You saying all of them black?
No, I mean, I would say
they come from the same father, dog.
Right,
they come from the same father, which is Noah.
So what?
The whole population, hold on, bro. According to your story, the whole population was wiped out on Earth. There's nobody left on Earth. We're not gonna play this game. I want to believe in your story.
Right.
Your story says that the world was destroyed.
Right.
So I gotta take it at face value. Now, on that boat, you had he had three sons, bro. Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Right.
All right. Point blank.
Right.
We already know Noah was drunk and he was drinking Thunderbird because he fell out and took all his clothes off.
Right.
All right. But his three sons.
Right.
One of them got cursed. Cursed be the canon. Because what? He looked at his son. I mean, he looked at Noah.
I need that question. You're all over the place, huh? But go ahead.
I'm right on the same story. I'm getting there. But anyway, they went out and populated the world, bro.
Right.
So you tell me, that's why you saying it? Where is that in your biblical text, bro?
Where is what
you talking about?
Where is what in the biblical?
Ham is the one that went down into Africa, according to your story.
Yeah,
listen, you in Mount Ararat. That's what they all settled at. Where is Mount Ararat? Come on, bro. They in Mount Ararat. So that's not in Africa.
You know the word.
So
you know that's not
Ham is the one that goes down into Africa.
Right.
Okay. So he the one would have been darker in Africa. Come on, bro. You playing with us. So I'm trying to ask you a serious question.
You just saying a whole bunch of
you said that the Assyrians would have been black. So then do they come out of the line of Ham? Yes or no?
Of course not.
All right, then.
Yeah. So Shem was what you would call black. So what we call white people, and I'm
not doing that, bro.
Yeah. White is a condition that comes from.
Nah, we're not doing all that, bro. This is what we're not doing, yo. Come on, bro. You caught it. What line do the Assyrians come from, though, according to the Bible, yo?
The line of Shem.
All right.
Right.
Okay, so that's totally different from a tribe that you claim went to Africa. I'm saying they ain't went to Africa.
No, they definitely went to Africa. They was in Egypt specifically for over hundreds of years. So, yeah.
Parameses. You see that dot on the map? They ain't went no farther than Parameses. It's right there, yo. They mentioned nothing else but Parameses.
Right. Now they went as far as into Ethiopia and into Yemen. But they definitely was in Egypt.
In Arabia.
Right.
Yemen is in Ethiopia. I mean,
but
it's in Arabia.
Ethiopia is on the
when
African
they,
side.
when they went into Ethiopia, when did this happen?
They went into Ethiopia is around like, I would say about 1200 BC.
Where's this record in the Bible? Where is this at?
Yeah, we use the Bible.
Where is this in the Bible? Because you don't have it in history. So where do you have this? Where is this recorded?
When you look in the first book of Chronicles, it talks about them establishing ports in Yemen, going as far as Spain. So
hold on.
That's why you see the tradition of them being allied with the Carthaginians. There's no coincidence the Carthaginians were the ones that went into Spain, which they were the ones that was in Carthage. Those were Phoenicians. And it speaks of Solomon going with them to Spain. So that's where you get
Hold
it.
on there. Where it says Solomon go to Spain with these people. So how did you realize where Ethiopia is and where Spain is, right? So how does Spain get into the picture of him going? You're talking about when he mentions Tarshish. So you're talking about look at his family. We're over here in Africa, right? He's saying Solomon, which is in the Levant, right? End up going to Spain. How does the people in Ethiopia all the way down the bottom down here are way down here? What do they have to do with going to Tarshish? How do you make that connection? You're making it up.
The league that Solomon had with Hiram, they had ports in Yemen, but they went as far as Spain, as it said.
Who had ports in Yemen? Who had ports in Yemen?
The first people that's documented in
Hold on a second. Let's be careful here. You saying in Yemen they had ports, right?
Correct.
What does that have to do with Ethiopia?
Because it was established with Solomon. And
where in the Bible it says this?
Again, bro, like I said, bro, when you read the chronicles of our ancestors, it speaks of that.
But where in the Bible it says this? Tell me, show me where it says this.
Is in First Chronicles, bro.
First Chronicles what?
I would have to get the exact.
Bro, stop lying, man. Where the Bible believe is that? Sunchild, you allowing this? Sunchild, get off mic, man. Come on, Sunchild. Are you allowing this? Come on, you a Bible believer.
You can take the map down.
I'm not. I don't have an answer to that. I just wanted to respond to Brother Ank's question of why do we want to identify as Israelites? Why not Romans, for example? That's the question that drew me on here. I thought that was an interesting question. I think the only answer that I can propose is that not just does it satisfy our need for an identity, but it also satisfies our need to understand the history of our enslavement and our subsequent our subsequent emancipation, and not just emancipation, but a sense of glorification from the history of slavery. So I think that's the only answer I can give for why. And I think that African Americans, or Africans in particular in the diaspora, perhaps fit that identity as far as the 400 years of slavery and so on. And I think that's what attracts the descendants of slavery to that story, again, as emancipation and glorification from that. Otherwise, it just perhaps may not make any sense to us. And that glorification.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. What? Identity. We trying to get an identity. All right. I got you.
All right.
Well, not just an identity, brother, but also, like I said,
I ain't really saying that, but y'all go ahead.
Yeah, we don't know what you're saying. You don't even follow the Bible no more, so I give up on that. That's just horrible.
Hold
I
on
won't
one
read the
second.
Bible.
Let me just bring
you
let me
don't
hold on,
you don't have to
Sunchild.
follow the Bible to understand why.
Hold on one second, Sunchild. I want to address something that
Sure.
he said earlier. This is an article from the Torah.com. This is where a lot of scholars write there, a lot of articles and scholarship. Nimrod, the mighty hunter and king. Who was he? Nimrod's bio begins in the 23rd century BC with King Sargon of Akkad and his grandson Naram-Sin. This is what this Professor Yigal Levin is saying, right? Because the person that built the cities in that region was those kings. But let me scroll down to one part that I thought that was very, very interesting. Nimrod kingdom begins in southern Mesopotamia. See, look at this right here. The beginning of his kingdom was Babylon and Erech and Akkad and Calneh in the land of Shinar. The land of Shinar is mentioned 7 other times in the Bible. In Genesis, the Tower of Babel was built in a valley in the land of Shinar. And Shinar is the home of King Amraphel in Genesis 14. The name Shinar refers to southern Mesopotamia, more or less equivalent to Mesopotamia, Sumer, and Akkad, in which almost all the cities are found. So Babylon, Akkad, and remember, he's building up Akkad in the Bible. When was Akkad built? It was built up by the Sargonic dynasty, 24th to early 21st century BC. Again, if you look at the cities that's attached to him, it seems like he's attached to it based off of different characters. But let me scroll down to one part right here. Why is a Cushite in Mesopotamia? There are 3 possible explanations for the connection between Nimrod and Cush. Cushite in Mesopotamia, some argue that Nimrod, the hunter figure, indeed has a Cushite Nubian background. They tried to make the biblical text fit that interpretation in some way. 2, it is possibly that Nimrod originally had nothing to do with Cush, but that the scribe who inserted this J text into P, or later scribe, added him as Cush's son to anchor the Nimrod story to the larger context of begats. The crossing Cushes. A third option interprets the Cush in verse 8, Nimrod's father, not as Nubia, but as a place in Mesopotamia. For instance, in his classic treatment of the subject, Ephraim Spicer identified Nimrod's Cush with the Iranian people that we call the Kassites, who ruled Babylon from 16th to the 12th centuries BC. According to this, whoever inserted the J tradition into its present place mistakenly conflated the two. This final option, i.e. a Mesopotamian Cush, is embraced by most scholars and is likely correct. Identifying Nimrod. The cities that Nimrod founds do not point to any historical period. Some of these cities did not even exist at the same time. Uruk was one of the oldest cities in the world and remained an important place throughout antiquity. Akkad, on the other hand, was founded in 24th century and destroyed in the 21st century BCE. Keilah and Nineveh only rose to prominence in the 9th century and were destroyed in the late 7th century. And Dur Sarukin was even shorter lived, thriving only a handful of years in the 8th century. Thus, some scholars have suggested that Nimrod is based on a legendary god or demigod, such as the Sumerian gods Ninurtu or Nergal of the Babylonian Marduk, all of whom were renowned as great hunters, which the biblical version humanized. Others have equated Nimrod with legendary Mesopotamian heroes such as Gilgamesh. Spicer, however, correctly notes that despite the epic aspects of the biblical story, there is no textual evidence of Nimrod's being anything other than mortal. I suggest that instead of trying to explain all the details of the verses, we consider the larger picture of a Mesopotamian ruler that the biblical passage is trying to convey. For this, we need to look back to a very ancient Mesopotamian figure as far back as the 23rd century BC. The king of Kish, the mid-3rd millennium BC, was a time of great change in Mesopotamia after several centuries of rivalry with Sumerian cities such as Ur. So, but anyway, that's just an angle we need to look at, because if he built up Akkad, he's definitely connected to some Sumerian kings, which we can track and go to. All right. Well, anyway, that's it.
Yeah, so I was saying that you really don't need to believe in the Bible to understand why African Americans would be attracted to the story and identify with it based on their history of slavery and how to relate or how to justify their history of slavery and perhaps even to overcome it with the history of slavery, emancipation, and then glorification. It's something to look forward to. And I think it's a sense of comfort perhaps also that is retained from it, but there's also the historical similarities that perhaps attract African Americans to the story. But it's certainly a way to accept and their history of slavery and what to do, and just in the question of what to do with it, because African Americans and Africans in general are very religious people and have an inherent sense of the divine. And I think that gives them a way of comfort in their relationship with the divine as far as why they would have experienced that. I think the story of slavery in Egypt serves that purpose as well.
Okay, I get
So
your
yeah,
point.
I'm just responding to that question as far as that.
All right, thank you, my brother. Go ahead, brother Law.
Please, Garfield. I mean, let's just be honest. If we even look at the map, see where the map is at, let's just honestly just call it for what it is. In fact, they were not Hebrews, they were Muslims. Let's just call it for what it is.
Yeah, so that verse is 2 Chronicles 9:21 when it speaks of him with the Carthaginians having ports in Yemen and going to Spain, which is called Tarshish. So yeah. 1 Chronicles also it speaks of that. So yeah, man. And when you look at the archaeological history of the Carthaginians, they say they are the Phoenicians. And when you look at the Spanish people, they were littered with the Phoenicians, which later came to be the Moors and the Jews. So, that's a fact.
So is it safe to say that they were Muslims?
Yeah, because Muslim is not a lineage. Muslim is a religion.
As we say in Arabic, shukran, brother. Shukran in Arabic because thank you, brother.
No doubt.
Now, Garfield, is this new show that you're presenting primarily just for Hebrew Israelites?
No, that's for everybody, bro. Everybody.
Okay.
Everybody.
So you're basically saying you want smoke with everybody, huh?
All right. Not necessarily, but you might
Okay,
have a problem.
I just want to get clarification.
No. I want smoke with everybody. It don't matter. I'm just saying that we need to develop a way how to have people put up or shut up. There's too much people any sideline debaters. So I'm giving everybody the opportunity. I got a problem with Onk. I'm gonna say, Onk, I don't like your name. I think you're Egyptomaniac, and me and him go at it, whatever. Put everything on the floor. And that's it. We get it in. Gideon talking his craziness. He want to be an Israelite so bad. He want to lie. He want to do all the day. He been lying. I don't want to call him a liar, but he's been misappropriating information in the incorrect manner. I'm trying to say it as nice as possible, so I don't call him a liar.
Can you honestly just base it as faith?
No, it can't be faith. It can't be faith because blind faith, if it's blind faith, you just shut your mouth. But let's
do it like this, because let's see what disconnect comes in at. So I'm
asking, you just going butt in while me and brother-in-law. So you just going butt in while me and brother-in-law talking.
It was open.
No, brother-in-law. No, it ain't over. How you just going butt in the conversation like that and take over my show, bro? Just relax, bro. Relax, brother-in-law. What I'm saying is this, right?
Yes.
Everybody can have a faith. But remember, once you go out in public now and put yourself on YouTube and everywhere, you're putting yourself for public scrutiny. So if you make a claim like with the 12 tribe chart, it ain't really got nothing to do with faith, although he talked about Genesis 49. The fact of the matter is it's just a major lie that people can't come to grips with. You know what I'm saying? And second Esdras alone proves to me it's a lie. But hey, to each his own. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, if it's your faith, come on and say, hey, it's my faith. But if you're saying that you definitely know it's 100%, then you open up the scrutiny. You know what I'm saying?
If you had a school,
I can
There's a reasoning behind a lie, Garfield. There's always a reason why. Just like I asked him, what's the reason on wanting to be a Hebrew Israelite? What's the reason on needing the 12 tribe charts? I think
so that's what I'm asking. So if y'all had
trying to find a way to hook all the human beings to the damn Bible. The hell with everybody else, and the hell with everybody else's religion. Everybody else, like the guy said, they wrong. Everybody else's religion is just wrong. Point blank. All the hell with all indigenous cultures. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. God bypassed them.
I'm
350,000
asking,
years.
if you
God
had a school and you were teaching about the Israelite people, would you teach that they were what we would call a sub-Saharan Negroid race? Would you teach that in your school if you're teaching history and the history of the Israelite people?
No.
Then you would be false.
Yeah,
Because
so you
they
know
were
that
their
every Israelite
origin.
was a sub-Saharan, and sub-Saharan Africans have different phenotypes.
Again, listen what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
The Israelites in their origin are what we would classify today as the sub-Saharan Negroid race. It's many peoples within that, but also the Israelites would be one of those many people. That's what
All
I'm
right,
saying.
watch this. Gideon, when Noah, right, flood, according to your story, where did he end up?
Ararat, the mounts of Ararat.
Where's Ararat at?
That would be in the Anatolia area. That would be like a
Turkey, right?
Right.
So if I'm telling my origins and I'm a sub-Saharan African, why the flooding happened near Lake Chad? Why they end up in Lake Chad? Why did they end up, let me finish. Why did they end up on the Nile River where you want to brag and connect to the whole four garden? Why did they end up in none of those rivers that's in Africa? Why they got to end up all the way in Turkey? So you're telling me I'm going to tell a story about my origins, and I'm going to say, hey, you know what? I come from Iceland. I ended up in a ship that ended up in Iceland. I'm not going to tell a story of where I come from and then point it right to Turkey. That don't make no sense. It nothing to do with Africans, bro.
It makes all the sense. That's why I said,
African. Hold on. And the main African cultures, they are against them. They're Hamites. Egyptian culture, the Nubian culture, the Canaanite culture, and the Libyan culture. All those North African and so-called Middle Eastern cultures, they are against the Hamites. So you're telling me now that, oh, this is for Africans. No, it's not. You're lying to yourself because West Africans are not included in your biblical text. You only include those four countries, the cultures. You don't talk about South Africa or West Africa or North or East Africa going down to the bottom. You don't talk about West Russia or Asia, Upper Asia and Upper Europe. You don't talk about those areas. You don't talk about North America in the Bible. You only talk about that small little area called Israel and the surrounding empires that rule it. You don't talk about nothing to do with it. Not even America, the Bible got nothing to do with. Nothing at all. That's why I know you're a convert. Anybody that's in America is a convert. You don't come from no Israel.
That's why I say
I'm bringing the smoke. Let's go. This is a preview for Thursday. Let's go. Let's go.
Like I say, man, if you was the and again, this isn't about me believing in the tenets of the Bible. I'm not speaking towards that. I'm just speaking towards what's the historical fact. And somebody teaching otherwise just because they hate quote unquote Yahweh is asinine to me. And it keeps our community on a whole with a dull knife, like for real.
All right, I got you. Do you teach that you are Israelite by bloodline?
I teach that I can very well possibly be, yeah. Because there was a lot of us that came on a slave ship. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so the Assyrian exile, you have evidence that people left during the Assyrian exile that came over to this side?
You have traditions that speak of.
I didn't ask you that. I said, do you have? No. Listen to the question. No, you're not. I said, do you have evidence? You could simply say, at this time, I don't have it. You see what your problem is? You want to answer every question. I don't know the answers. This is why when you told me a source, I gave you the respect and looked up the source, bro, because I'm a researcher, bro. I ain't got the belief to block me. Like, I automatically believe, and that's it. I don't have that. I want to know what you're saying and if the claim have any substance to it. So when I ask you for a source, I'm asking you a direct question. Do you have evidence? Evidence is not a tradition that somebody made.
You know what I'm about to say when you interrupt me, though.
I'm asking you.
Because I was just about to give it to you.
All
And
right,
you
okay, hold on. It's 5:53, 5 hours and 53 minutes. We got 6 more minutes and we out of here. This is what I'm going to ask you right now. Do you have evidence?
What you brothers?
A mass amount of people. Peace and love. Thanks for coming on.
Bro.
Do you have evidence that of anyone leaving from Assyria and going in different directions? Do you have evidence?
Not from Assyria. We're talking about during what? What time period?
Do you have any evidence at all?
Leaving
Y'all
Assyria.
them out of here,
Yeah,
bro.
do you have the people? Do you have the people saying that people left? Because we do have a source that you have used before that points out that he went to the area and the people are saying certain things. So I want to know: do you have a source? Because the source might exist. I'm not going to give you the answer. I want to make you tell me the answer. I'm not giving you
I'm asking you to clarify what you're saying.
I'm not giving you no alley. The truth of the matter is, this is where the argument stops. It's just like Ruben. Ruben, you come on my panel all the time. Ruben, can you show that people who are Israelites are from the, I'm not talking about from the Assyrian exile, who moved and migrated anywhere at all? Where did they go? Do you have any evidence of that?
Again, who you asking? You asking me. So you talking about 7th century, right? So you do have
BC.
Right. You have tradition of Israelites coming into Africa, fleeing from the Assyrian exile. Yes.
I didn't ask you of those traditions because those traditions, bear in mind though, you do agree there's a pre-exilic. This is why you got to listen to the Divine Prospect, man. The boy is brilliant. Are they practicing a pre-exilic Israelite tradition, or are they practicing a Second Temple Judaism tradition?
Those right there, they're practicing pre-exilic.
No, they're not.
Yeah,
because they following the Talmudic tradition and the rabbinical tradition, brother.
No, not so.
Give me a tradition that they following. That's pre-exilic.
Most of the sources that you have on the Israelites.
I'm gonna ask you again. Give me the pre-exilic tradition that they're practicing.
It's several. Everyone that they're practicing.
This is 2,700 years, y'all. 2,700 years. The people in Africa were practicing this. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Right. You don't see the Israelites in Africa, West Africa, practicing post-exilic Talmudism. You don't see that.
What are they practicing, brother?
A totally different tradition. You don't see the Babylonian.
What are they practicing?
They're practicing their own Torah.
What are they practicing? There was no Torah at the time. There's no Torah existed at 8th century BC. They couldn't be practicing Torah.
It was a Torah.
There was no Torah. There was no Torah existed. No Tanakh existed. This is what kills all argument.
Right. See, look, this is how you fool the people.
This is how people. Hold on. Let me pull up my sources.
But it was Torah.
There was no Torah. There was no Torah at the time.
It was Torah.
Prove it. Prove it.
There was no Torah at that time. The Torah wasn't copyrighted to the 13th century. What is you talking about?
That's how I know he don't make no sense. Copyright.
No.
Copyright
Hold on,
Samuel. That's before that. Yeah, explain that.
Samuel. Now, can you provide evidence of this Torah that existed?
Yeah, when you look at authors like Bruce Bowen, it speaks of them having some type of connection.
Who is Bruce Bowen? Who is that? You mean Emmanuel Bowen?
He talking about Josh Bowen.
Let's say Josh Bowen. I would have to. I think
he's not talking about no Josh Bowen. He definitely not talking about no Josh Bowen. Not the Josh Bowen I know. No, sir.
Yeah, but the
I want evidence.
Yeah, the sources that we see, bro. You can on the top, Eldad Hadani. They did not practice.
Eldad Hadani is 9th century of the Common Era. Show me proof from the 8th century BC that they had a Torah already. You can't show it. It never existed.
Wait, hold
lying. You see, now you're lying.
Right. No. When
you're right. No. Yo, you done, bro. You done. I'm out of here, man. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back in an hour. I'm gonna play this video from Corey and what's his name. I apologize. I gotta go, man. But peace and love. I love y'all for the support, for watching the whole show, watching the presentation. It's 6 hours of scholarship. I'm not playing. JT Mac, what's up? Thursdays is pull up, put your money up, or shut the F up. That's my Thursdays. I gotta make a flyer for that. I need somebody to make a flyer for me, man.
Yeah,
put up.
And I want to be part of that team that's gonna pull up and try to prove that any one of these so-called gods exists. And I don't care who it is. It could be Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, Krishna, Thor. I want y'all to prove one of them exists.
All right, cool. All right, family. Later, peace and love. We out. This is Garfield. I'm signing out. Peace and love. I'll be back in 1 hour. 1 hour. Sherman Williams said, Garfield, I used to think that you're reasonable and intelligent. Not anymore. Nah, but you know what, though? Pull up. Why don't you pull up Thursday? Prove me wrong. Peace and love, man. We out of here. I still got love for you, Sherman Williams, whether we agree or disagree. Ogumbola. Peace and love, y'all. One love. Peace.